Hello, hello. We'll get started here shortly. Thank you for joining us. Like the stream, give us a share if you're interested in the premise. We have a lot to cover this evening. All are welcome. Thank you for joining me, Kenny.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm sharing the live right now.
I'm looking forward to spreading our message. Fast Talker, I'll bring you up just to acknowledge the sidebar that you have some information here about the church. And then I'll bring you on up. We do have a sermon that's lined up for you guys. Going to bring Tyler Wilson up with you guys as well. Tyler's, I would call
How's it
him
going,
a
guys?
trusted. Hey, Tyler, I would call you a trusted guest at this point.
I appreciate you. How are you tonight?
Doing well, thank you. We're going to be holding a little bit of a roundtable discussion about a particular ideology, a religion, if you will, that I've started called the Church of Minding Your Own Business.
Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
I think that it's extremely relevant in our day and time to consider privacy to be up there in the tippy top of value in morality, individualism, respect.
That sounds like a great topic.
I would agree. I've written up a little bit of a sermon that I'll deliver at some point here once we kind of get the chat moving. I've got a couple of other trusted individuals I do want to bring on to the panel. I'm just waiting for Peach and a couple of our other brethren to arrive. So if you guys are hanging out here, definitely feel free to like the stream, share it. You want to make a contribution to the church, it is not tax deductible yet.
As it should be, though.
Agreed.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. So I guess while we're waiting, I guess we can kind of talk a little bit about what we're getting into here. Obviously, the basis is privacy. Is there, on the panel here, is there anything in regards to this topic that you guys think might be important to get into after we get done with our sermon?
I mean, there's a lot that it is important to get into. I don't know if anybody has anything that they feel is important to not get into.
How many confessions can you actually make that other people hear until they can find you?
I'm not asking for confessions. In fact, that is quite the opposite against what the church stands for. Your confession should stay with you.
I mean, how much time you got?
Well, again, like I said, it's none of our business what you need to confess to.
Yeah, that's a very valid point.
Redemption does not exist within a group, it's within yourself.
Wow, that's powerful.
Deep stuff, guys. Deep stuff.
You got a lot of background noise there, buddy.
Yeah, I just had a car driving by. I apologize for that.
Understood. So yeah, like I said, just once we get one more person here for our panel, we will get started and I'll do some introductions. We'll go around. I'll deliver our information here about the church and where you can find some more information about what we have to provide in terms of this topic. We can get into sort of the hierarchy in terms of who it is that we worship and some of the things that we really do oppose in this church in regards to the violation of privacy and just general gossip mongering that I think exists on the internet.
Very good. I'll wait for another person so you can explain the specifics of the specifics of the church that you represent.
I appreciate that. I am hoping to make at least one conversion this evening to bring somebody into the church.
May I ask what your modus operandi is of your goal of what you're trying to achieve?
Of course, that's part of what the initial sermon is about. But at the end of the day, we're going to discuss the precepts in which self-reliance, individualism, privacy, the value of solitude, issues that really I think are rejected in most of our modern society, especially with the ever-increasing violation of these precepts, mostly in a digital manner. We live very much so in a virtual world, and because of this, not only do we feel the need to we decided at some point along the line that anonymity with interconnection was a bad thing. And through this, we've exposed ourselves to a deeper issue, demons, if you will.
There's never been a religion or a church that I've agreed with more.
Well, just so we're on the same page, a lot of people might look at us as Luddites. We are not anti-technology. I'm just opposed to the direction in which it's being used. These are tools. I don't oppose the tool. I oppose the user of it and the idea and methodology that they practice with it.
Well, you have an angle that is something that I've never seen before and never heard before, and I couldn't agree with you more.
Absolutely. And, I will open up the panel at some point to have a guest or two up if they want to have a discussion about their own personal experiences about privacy violation. It's actually much more common than people want to acknowledge. Maybe you had a jaded lover that decided to expose all of your private affairs, be it either through intimate items that you've shared or terrible experiences that absolutely are not reflective of you as a character. Some of us have been doxxed because of just holding an opinion that another group doesn't agree with, be it rightfully so or not. This is against the church's general principles of philosophy. We believe that stronger individuals create a stronger society, a stronger motivation behind privacy. And again, there are several different elements in which we can pour our faith and our focus into in regards to, if we want to call it, deities. But the ideas in which I would say are worthy of worship can be characterized however the individual wishes. It's up to you. We don't mind. Keep it to yourself. She's running real late for church right now. I'm going to have to get on to her. Give me one moment. And if you don't mind, Kenny, if you don't have a problem, you can talk with Fast Talker, or if you want to engage with some of the flock right now, kind of keep it interesting. We don't want people to get bored. You know how church can be.
Hello, fellow possible congregation members.
Hello, Kenny.
I kind of talked with Lazarus about it like earlier, and I feel like I do really agree with what he's saying. It does make sense because I do feel like the online world is more of what a lot of us live in, not saying constantly live in, but people sit there, and the nosier they get, like he said earlier, the nosier they get, the less empathy they have for people and more judgmental they are. And I feel like you got to stop being nosy. You don't need to know somebody's business that's all the way in California while you live all the way in Florida. So I do agree with him on that, and I feel like unless you know that person, then you could share, because it's more, you'd probably be more empathetic to their situation. I'm sorry, there's a train going by, so I'm gonna just mute for a second.
So we say no nosy bitches is like one of the premises of the church.
The church doesn't discriminate. We don't believe that it's only a problem of nosy bitches. Just people in general don't have an understanding of the value of individualism or privacy.
And me personally, I feel like there's a big difference between you just being nosy and you if you like me personally, if I see somebody post about something that's going on in their life, I'm not finna sit here and just automatically assume after I watch the video that, hey, oh my God, they're a terrible person. They're doing this, they're doing that. No, I may just look up more videos and see what they mean by this, so I can have a better understanding and see I wouldn't want to what they mean by this, so I can have a better understanding.
Peach, you've got a little bit of an echo going on there. Sorry.
But that was my point. I'm gonna go back on mute since Peach is here.
No worries. Thank you for joining us finally, Peach. We've been waiting for you. So we're going to try and get started here shortly. If you guys want to do me a favor and just like the stream for me, I do want to get our likes up. Unfortunately, a part of the Church of Mind Your Own Business has to recognize a reality. And it's that, and as much as we respect privacy, we're going to have to disregard that for a moment. And we got to let everybody know about this. It'll get us into the algorithm stream. We'll get a larger congregation today.
The Church of Mind Your Own Business. Okay, what are we in for today, please?
I said hallelujah, right?
Yeah, you can express it however you want. We do not discriminate. It's not our business to tell you how you want to, abide by our principles, only in that you don't disregard the core tenets.
What would be the core tenets?
Thank you for asking that. So here at the Church of Minding Your Own Business, we, the members of this Church of Minding Your Own Business, we really believe in a fundamental principle that every individual has the right to live their lives as they see fit individually without, say, undue interference or judgment from others. We believe that each person should be allowed to make their own choices and that no one else has the right to dictate how they live. Now, this is based in the idea of right to dictate. This doesn't mean that we undermine the notions in which civil discourse and engagement of ideas should be completely cast aside, but this should be a voluntary exchange amongst individuals. This isn't a matter of violating privacy. This is a matter of voluntarily engaging in the exchange of information therein. We believe that it is not our place to pry into the personal lives of others, nor to judge them, either be, the basis of their beliefs or value systems. Instead, we really should focus on just living our own lives to the fullest and allowing others to do the same. We are going to recognize that there's a multitude of ways of living. Each individual has their own unique path that they want to follow, that this is exploratory, and that walking lockstep and a herd mentality, again, violates the premise and the principles of minding your own business, because you're minding others' business to lead your life. We do celebrate diversity, and as you've noticed, I've been very clear. I don't expect to dictate to you or any of the members of this congregation and how they wish to express their adherence to the notions of privacy. So we do celebrate diversity. We respect choices of others, even if they differ from our own, within the parameters of not violating the precepts of privacy. I reject the notion individually as the pastor of this church, and I believe we all will, that we have any right to impose our beliefs on others, anybody that, say, wants to integrate. Sorry about that, Peach, but I'm going to mute you until I'm done with my little bit here, because you have a bad echo that keeps ringing through for me. Okay, we still live here? We good? All right, just want to make sure you guys can still hear me.
Yeah, I keep getting an echo, but I think maybe it stopped.
Yeah, I was getting a bad echo through you for a second there. So everybody on the panel, just make sure you're muted during this, and then I'll go ahead and give you an opportunity to speak up, and we'll have a little bit of discussion about this afterwards. I want to get through the purpose of what we're doing here first. Peach, will you mute as well? All right. I went ahead and reset my network as well to make sure that I have a better connection. I think Fast Talker might have been having a connection issue with that. I'm going to bring her back up. And when you're up here, just make sure you mute for me. Okay. So like I was saying, I reject the notion individually, and I believe that most of the members of our congregation would agree that we don't have the right to impose our beliefs, including this one that we espouse here in the Church of Mind Your Own Business. So no tyrannical imposement of beliefs on others, and we are not to try to control behavior either directly or indirectly. We do believe that each person should be free to make decisions without fear of persecution or harassment, even in the eyes of the tenet and precepts that we espouse. So in this, we believe that treating others with kindness and compassion, leading by good example, and in helping those in need voluntarily whenever possible is going to reinforce a lot of the validity of respect of privacy and individualism. We recognize that no man is an island. We are all part of a larger community, be it in your locality, be it in your country, or even just as a species on the same planet. We have a responsibility to care for one another and to spread the message in which the right to privacy and minding your own business is inherently a human right. We push the idea, we believe that minding your own business and allowing others to do the same can foster a more harmonious and peaceful world in this regard, that there's a lot of justifiable bigotry in sticking our noses into places that it does not belong. You know, we reject the idea that constant interference in the lives of others under the premise that it's what's best for them, or even trying to change them in order to fit what we believe are our own ideals. This is a violation of a respect of individuals, and it is directly foundational to the premise in which I'm discussing here. I'll wrap it up. We believe that everyone does have a right to live their lives as they see fit, and minding your own business, respecting the choices of others, we can create a more tolerant and inclusive society through this method. I really do want to invite all of you that share in this belief to join us here. You know, give us a like, spread the idea around. We'll do this pretty often. I'm going to open up the panel now. What do you guys think? Is this something that resonates with any of you, all of you?
I personally agree that it resonates with me, and I hope nobody isn't thinking that just because we're saying we're part of the Church of Mind Your Own Business that we're allowing people who do things that genuinely are morally wrong. We're just letting them slide, because I don't think anyone on this panel thinks that. But I agree with what you said previously.
Correct. I outlined this in that your intentions are important. We do have a responsibility to care for one another. I did very much so want to lean into that in your responsibility to care for one another, this allows us the ability and the premise to engage in our human right to mind our own business and have our privacy observed. Privacy is a matter of individuals, but when it comes down to it, I did mention that there's a little nuance in some of this, right? No man is an island, that we all still have to engage with each other, but the levels in which we have to do that, I think, are completely misunderstood in modern society. The entitlement to other people's business is something that I think we need to reel back, and we need to make understandable, more digestible to the general public that, sure, bad things happen, but I think more bad things happen based off of nosiness than anything else.
It's like, how mad do you get when someone speaks for your particular situation if they're not in it themselves, right?
Correct. Hey, Water's Edge, I would absolutely love to have you up on the panel. We're going to do a little bit of a congregation sharing session later. If you don't mind hanging around, we can absolutely bring it up. I'm going to have an individual guest-by-guest appearance. You share with us a bit of something that you think is relatable to the notions of upholding the precepts of the church, which are, in short, minding your own business, maintaining a moral high ground, leading by good example, looking out for those that you find that, you know, really do deserve that. Of course, somebody made a good reference to the idea conviction of defying evilness is built right into the idea of invasion of privacy. If you are to disrespect the individual and their need for privacy and their sovereignty, that in and of itself is one of the primary seeds of sowing evil. Am I saying you should look the other way when you witness evil? No. That has become a matter of your business. What I'm saying is that there's a certain personal level of this that we want to blur the lines and create justifications and rationalizations for the violation of these privacies, all the way down to the way people live, how they want to be spiritual, the way that they want to adhere their thoughts and ideas. And I think that it has caused a major disruption to the framework of a civil society that we live in. Tyler, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, yes. This is. I was trying to gather my thoughts there. I had something to say, but this is the first church, quote unquote, that actually resonates with exactly how I feel, because I don't agree with any of the the churches, the congregations that are currently running that are very judgmental. They try to. I'm sorry. I had a whole lot of things I was going to say, but they try to manipulate the way you think, and this is mind your own business, and this is the one that lets you be who you are.
Would you like to say that you're interested in becoming an adherent of the church, a member?
Absolutely, this is the one.
I'd be more than happy to induct you as the first brother in this particular society that we're building here. And I agree with what you're getting at, and you're welcome to take your time in expressing what you're saying.
Now,
I understand it's a difficult concept.
You will have to pay $12,000 to help us build our church. You, only you. But we're excited to have you a part of it.
I mean, I wish I had the $12,000 to contribute, but this is something I would be willing to help organize, to raise funds, to progress.
Yeah. Well, Kenny, right you are, Ken. We definitely need about 12 grand in order to build a brick and mortar before I can get tax exemption status. So just please bear in mind, we do appreciate any contributions. They are not tax deductible yet. Tyler, you have only a small responsibility if you become a member, and it's just to spread the word. No pushing ideology, no fighting with people, no insisting that the precepts and the convictions that we will be learning here and agreeing upon or disagreeing upon to build this idea further. There's no need for us to be, how do I put this nicely? We don't need to be pushy with the idea of asking people to not be pushy, if that makes sense. There's a level of hypocrisy that is built into the notion of churches and religion, but they don't have to. In some of my previous discussions here on this platform, I've found that people really seem to blur the lines between what spirituality is and what their religion is. The organizations of churches seem to be, for the most part, universally seen as one of the biggest problems and evils in this world.
This is the reason why I consider myself agnostic, because I don't associate myself with any of the organized religions that are currently running, because I don't believe in all of the things that there's unanswered questions. They like, that you have to believe in faith, and they just blind faith. You can't answer these questions.
Here's the thing, because I do have some questions coming from the congregation down there. Is this a non-religious church? No. It is not a non-religious church. We will have and do have a hierarchy in which we will participate in the acknowledgement of higher power.
Oh, however, absolutely.
I do not.
It's never been.
Well, slow down there, Brother Tyler. I just want to finish acknowledging this point. I do not discriminate against anybody who may not have that kind of faith, because that's not my business to get into your mind. So, I understand if you don't like religious organizations, Joan of Arc. And let me go ahead and just ask you, if you would like, we'll take some questions. You're welcome to come up on the panel later, and I can specify very clearly where we're coming from on this. See, in this regard, it's religious to me. But as far as how the adherence of the precepts and the concepts therein that we are trying to espouse, Tyler doesn't have to be religious. He has outright just stated his disposition towards being agnostic. The hierarchy in which I believe the focus of some of our energy, some of our focus could be considered deities, but that's only because that's a human trait. We characterize things to the closest thing that we want to relate power to. For instance, for me, the worship of this would be ideas around the notions of solitude. But when you think about how previous religions and gods are embodied, they all at some point or another have attributes that are tied to primal ideas of nature. So they all seem to, at some point or another, express these things, and then they are given humanity because it's the closest thing that man can relate to to treat as leadership. Because for me, I'll give you 5 or 6 of them right now. Solitude. It would be a deity within our church that represents the power of being alone and the benefits of your introspection. Self-reliance would be another one. This is a deity that I believe we should firmly look to in terms of a representation of the importance of relying only on oneself, not depending on others, and putting yourself in a position in which really we can only truly help those around us when we are in a position of power, and that comes through self-reliance. You have autonomy. Autonomy is a big one that Fast Talker here, I think, will really adhere to. This deity is representative of your ability to govern oneself, make independent choices, fully acknowledge not just your sovereignty, but that of others. Autonomy is a big one. And then again, autonomy is pretty much the sister deity of sovereignty, representing your power of being in control of your own life, not being influenced by external factors, and maybe even having a bit of leadership around the rest of this hierarchy that I'm developing to discern when it is okay to have external factors influence you, or being honest with yourself about the fact that you didn't previously know that you were being influenced by an external factor. There's externalities all over the place that it's difficult when you're too close to the issue to really self-reflect and analyze this, but there is definitely a level of spiritualism, and you could personify each and every one of these ideas as deities. I could go further. There's tranquility, in our privacy, in our solitude, we could find tranquility, and this deity could be represented just through peace and calm. There's more peace and calm in your life whenever your privacy is respected, when your individuality is perceived, and your sovereignty is fully acknowledged, both with yourself and those around you. Focusing on oneself, avoiding the external distraction as opposed to the external influences is a massive thing that I think could really be delved into future sermons. So, and like I said, there's plenty more, but when we say, is this a religious church? For me, it is, because I take the ideas that I'm espousing very seriously, to the point that I think that that's the level in which these ideas need to be elevated.
Very well said. My modus operandi is because my agnostic view is because I have not been able to connect with a directionality that makes sense. You make sense, and this is something I can get behind. It's the most applicable, reasonable directionality that I've heard of, other than any organized religion that exists so far that has been manipulated by people in power to control the masses. This is the thing that makes the most sense, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. And I would like to change my agnostic view to a religious view, because I haven't been able to.
We get an amen in the chat, a hallelujah, Ken. We have made our first convertant here. I am so happy to have you here. Tyler, you don't have to tell us what it is. Do you happen to have any sort of maybe junk food or something that you would normally not admit to most people that you enjoy indulging in around?
Takis.
You didn't have to say. Like I said, it's your choice. Definitely do me a favor. Fine. I need you to go grab one of those. You're going to indulge in it for me, because this is a personal thing. We're going to engage in your private consecration right now. Just go ahead, feel free. This is going to be a part of your inductment.
I appreciate you all.
Could I ask you a question, if you don't mind?
Absolutely.
Okay. So
absolutely not. Do not violate his privacy.
No, you can.
I'm just kidding. We like a little comedy here at the Church of Mind Your Own Business. Go for it.
So, okay, I've always been confused about the two. I thought atheists were the ones who are I'm not saying, I don't think he's real, but I'm open to having proof shown to me that he's real. But I always thought agnostics was a more hardcore denomination of Christianity. I never understood.
Scratch that and reverse it.
So agnostic to me is that there's a belief that there is a higher power, but there's no specificity of what it is, because I don't believe that any of these organized religions have it correct. They've all been manipulated to control masses. They've all been manipulated and contorted in a way to appease their own way of what they want. It's not what is naturally true. I don't know what actually God is, who or which way God is. There's commonality between every religion. There's commonality between most of their beliefs in a general sense. But the specificity of each sect is manipulated to their whoever is in control of translating and controlling of those.
I've got to ask you to just make it march a little bit. This is derivative of the original point here for this evening. I will let you guys have a little bit of a sidebar here if you would like at some point to discuss this further.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll mute myself.
No, I appreciate his need and your want to have more information about his stance, but we aren't here to discuss agnosticism or atheism. Neither one of those are the basis of what we're getting into here. In fact, I appreciate it to the point where I don't care whether you do adhere to it. We would push the idea that whatever you have in these particular philosophical, ideological, theological ideals, it's just for you. And because of the notions and the precepts and the concepts of the basis of this church, it's not the talking points that we would usually focus on. So at least 3 of what I would call, I need at least 3 Hail Edward Snowdens from you.
And what does that mean or specify?
You're not familiar with Edward Snowden?
I'm not, and I apologize for my ignorance.
I was a kid.
I would call him one of the earlier. I would call Edward Snowden a member of our church if he knew about it. So to give you a little bit of background history on Edward Snowden before you do your penance, Edward Snowden was a whistleblower. He is currently living in Russia. He's wanted by the U.S. government for having blown the whistle and leaked classified documents that revealed the existence of global surveillance programs. Could you see perhaps why you might need to give a little bit of acknowledgement to Edward Snowden in your penance right now?
He was quite the nosy bitch.
Well, I would say he was the opposite. He was very integral in pointing out how Snoopy, the demon of surveillance that exists in our society, is, and calling it to the forefront. WikiLeaks exists because of him.
I'm just kidding.
How about Julian?
We could call him a prophet.
Julian Assange?
I'm not very
just get a
familiar,
couple of
but it's
Hail Edward
something
Snowdens.
I will delve into and research, and I will become more familiar with eventually. I'm very new to this. I believe in something. I don't know what it is. This makes the most sense, and you're making the most sense there ever has been to me. And if there's something that I need to learn, I will learn.
I'm not being serious. We're not going to be a punitive sort of religion here.
Well, I'm all about.
It's more of a play. It's more of a play on the Catholic. It's more of a play on the Catholicism angle of you need to feel guilty in your faith.
No, I believe in science and things that make sense. Like the thing that before this was, I know it sounds bad, but Satanism, the satanic church is based on science, but it also has a connotation of negativity, and I don't like that at all. So I don't believe in that either.
We'll get into more of these side concepts definitely near the end of our sermon here, but I appreciate where you're coming from. That being said, when it comes to personal belief, you're welcome to hold them. It's none of our business. When it comes time to the roundtable discussion of this, I absolutely will open up, we'll call it open mic. And at that point, I think that's where we should maybe delve more into the relatability of some of these philosophies.
So in the comments, belief in science is contradictory. How does that?
Oh, it's okay. When we have our guests from the chat come up for the panel, we can maybe have a more streamlined discussion with them about some of these topics. There was actually a discussion that I just had. I think you were here for it about that, and that somebody equated religion and science together, but the methodology in the two are quite distinct in very specific ways. Either way, it's not really our place to try to say one way or the other, as it wouldn't be in violation of the core tenets of what we believe in here. We're not in any way, shape, or form evangelical. We're not here to change people's minds where they sit already with their religious responsibilities or beliefs. Your spirituality is one of the most, I would say, if not the most valuable thing in which you should safeguard under the tenets of Church of Mind Your Own Business. Bring whichever spirituality you want here, but at the end of the day, this ideology that we want to push, it's superfluous amongst all of them. If you want to hold the very deepest of deep respect for your religion, just do it in such a way that is respectful of those and their individualism. And that in and of itself could very much, our church could have branches in every single kind of religious institution.
No,
learning how to mitigate the blowback.
Domini part of the church because
I'm very sorry, Tyler. I have to just give you, let me get this out there. I promise you, you'll get your chance, buddy. I have no problem hearing from you. So I just want to finish this up real quick, and then we will get into the discussion amongst ourselves about this. I did kind of get into a little bit of how I feel like ideas being representative of, I think Fast Talker made a great point. These could be perceived as demigods in the way that they represent certain ideals that I think are fundamental to the church. I got up to, I believe, sovereignty, but there are at least 5 or 6 more that are the basis in which this all revolves around. Non-interference is a big one. This is representative of the importance of really not interfering in the lives of others, allowing them to live their own lives, and showing the ultimate form of respect. We want to get what we give, and we have to start by leading by example. Non-aggression is a good example. Perceiving aggression is not the same as non-interference. You perceive aggression, you still have a responsibility to look out for those and have compassion, develop your empathy. Don't let it get in the way of logic. There is a fine balance to walk there. And the only way for you to learn to become balanced is to be in tune with yourself. And this can only be achieved through the respect of your privacy and your autonomy. Personal boundaries. Boundaries are something of a topic that most adults, even the most mature of adults in our society, don't quite seem to understand how to implement or respect. We call this a deity, in which it represents the value of setting your personal boundaries, respecting the boundaries of others, and exploring what this means in terms of ownership of yourself and your actions. So, mindfulness is one that is a difficult one. It's more ambiguous, but this is representative of the power that is being present in the moment for yourself without distraction, without allowing externalities to feel entitled to your energy, and focusing on your own thoughts and your feelings. This will create a purification of that. Individualism is obviously huge. It's one of my favorite representations in this hierarchy of demigods. It's representative of the importance of individual freedom, liberty, your right to live as you choose. This in and of itself is just, above all else, probably the most interconnected to all of these different ideals and demigods that I've discussed. This last one is one that we all, I hope, will look to achieve, and it's similar in some Eastern philosophy. It is the ideal, in my opinion, but it is not one that should only be practiced in a dogmatic way. This is a fine line to dance. Detachment. This would be representative of your ability to detach oneself both from the externalities of events and to focus on your inner life while simultaneously acknowledging the previous ideas, deities, however you want to look at them, and balancing against the interference of those as well. Detachment, I said, is the goal, because once we become appropriately detached, we can then take a more objective view of the values of what is privacy, what is respect, where it is appropriate to maybe cross those lines. We are not dogmatic. So this would be the conclusion of that particular aspect of this sermon. These are the basic tenets. These are the 9 or 10 demigods that rule over our beliefs. I do think that there's been a lot of interesting conversation just in the chat alone and with our congregation today. I do want to thank you for joining us with this little presentation. If I can get the crowd in this room above 50, I do have another sermon prepared. If we don't have the engagement necessary, I can always save it for church for another time. And I'll open up the panel now, Tyler, if you'd like to have a discussion about any of the related philosophy or any of the logical pathways you were taking in terms of your relationship to this church. I'd love to hear it. And you guys are all welcome to have an open discussion. And I'll just chime in wherever I feel it's relevant to, the premise of what I'm starting here.
Wonderful. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I've studied several different religions, and I find a commonality between all of them. And I have a belief in most of everything, but there's also this commonality of faith with no answers of a science-based, making sense answers to some of these things, these statements that they're making that have no science base. They don't make sense. They're just like they're miracles. They just have to have faith, blind faith. I want it to make sense. And without making sense, I can't put 100% of my faith behind something. I know there's something, and that everything that has happened has to have a science-based explanation behind it. I mean, whether we understand it or not, I mean, there's got to be something that is explanatory. Like, I know a lot of these religions want you to have faith. Well, why is this? Well, you just have to have faith. And that's just blind faith. And I have a hard time getting behind something that there's no explanation.
I understand your concerns with that. These are natural, logical issues that people will have with any theology, so to speak. So when you get into the nitty-gritty, you got to think about time. The time frames in which a lot of these belief systems and their substructures were developed were not in an era in which there was as much availability for the kind of logical application you're talking about. And it seems also that you have a very strong respect for the scientific method. Am I right?
Correct. I do have a strong respect for that, but there's also things that I think science cannot explain yet because we just don't understand it.
Well, and I think that right there is part of the discussion that I think Damani was kind of getting into. And a lot of people do take that approach where science in and of itself still does require a certain level of faith. The difference being that a lot of people that adhere strictly to a scientific worldview will have the notion that the scientific method is equally applied throughout, but there's problems with peer review. I would never argue that peer review itself there's something better. It's valuable, and until we find a better method of testing theories and providing a control for how we develop new ideas, it is the way to go. But it is also inherently flawed due to the reliance upon individuals, and mostly individuals that are susceptible to bad ideas and bad faith and corruption. So even in the field of academics, there is a certain wall that's hard to break through. But
I agree. Peer review is only as good as our collective intelligence lets us be. Not as good as it can be.
With regards to what we're doing here, I don't think that there's anything that I've proposed philosophically or existentially that does go beyond. It doesn't violate either precept of scientific method or of spiritual freedom. I allow for both. You want to have a spiritual outlook on life, that's absolutely your business and only yours. When it is a spiritual outlook that goes beyond you, it defies, it's literally an oxymoronic position. Your spiritualism can only ever affect you because spiritualism and spirituality is a mental and emotional state. When you show me a physical being that embodies spiritualism, we will definitely make them the head of our church.
So if I said that I believe that the basis of the start of how human beings and our consciousness began is mycelium, the brain of mushrooms in the ground, not the fruiting body, but in the ground, is unlike anything there's ever been found on the earth, and it has genetic code that is more complex than anything that's ever been found. It also can create neurogenesis, which is unlike anything else in any substance that's ever been found on this earth. It's a perspective, its size. I think that would be our key to what created our thought process, and what put that here is the question in my mind of where that came from. There's always an origination.
Let me ask you the relevancy to how you conduct yourself today with what you believe in terms of origination. Why would that change anything?
It would change because of how people believe of what things are.
Stop. I have to correct you again. That is my jurisdiction here. Who cares what people believe? It's not our business.
You're right. It's
how you believe something is your right, and I will respect that. And I will respect your right to share how you believe. But whenever it interferes with the precepts of what I'm talking about here in our engagement and treatment of others, in our expectation of setting boundaries for what we believe is information that is inherently ours versus the voluntary exchange of private information, nothing you said should ever really run head on with what I'm talking about here.
You're absolutely right. I redact. What I was taught to believe, for me, was that there's this omnipotent human that was just created, and it was never explained.
Okay.
But science, in my mind, through mycelium and neurogenesis, it makes sense over thousands of years to evolve. And evolutionism and creationism have been taught that they're opposites. I think they are the same.
Both can be true.
I think they're both very connected.
Could I pipe in?
You may, and then I would like to give two of our guests an opportunity to chime in. They may be interested in becoming adherents. We've already converted Tyler. So yes, Kenny, I'd like to hear from you. And then Water's Edge and Damani, I would love to give you an opportunity to speak up.
I appreciate your talk. And
you're welcome.
Over my time of being a Christian and like learning about other religions and learning about science and stuff, like Lazarus said, me personally, I feel, why can't both be plausible? Because I feel like humans use science to sit there and do what God does, what God can do with the snap of his finger. And we don't understand everything that he does. So that's why some things may seem magical still.
Kenny.
Or whatever. But I know people are going to think I'm crazy by saying
No. I don't think you're crazy, but I'd just like to push back on the opposite direction, because in the Church of Mind Your Own Business, we do have, like I said, a respect for all of the inclusivity of ideas, backgrounds, beliefs. And I would just like to ask you to consider, in the opposite fashion of what I said to Tyler, is God doing these things at the snap of his fingers, or are we just adding to a certain level of mysticism in which humanity tends to be akin? We like to romanticize ideas in which we don't understand. How do we know that God is not perhaps participating in the same level of scientific method, just at an extremely elevated level that we haven't reached yet?
You're right.
One man's science is another man's magic.
I can agree with that. Okay. That was basically my whole point that I was trying to make. I feel like both can be plausible. That's why it kind of throws me when people say dinosaurs weren't real. Then why are there bones here? Why? But that's my point. Sorry.
Well, a lot of people that use these arguments engage in a method of discourse that is not what we are here to perpetuate. None of the discourse that you'll ever find that I will preach is combative or in any way, shape, or form intended to disprove somebody's personal relative perspectives of what they think is reality or the truth behind things that they find valuable and important. What I'm here to try to help with people in understanding is that the respect of individual privacy, minding your own business, you can allow the exploration of ideas that would otherwise be derailed due to the external influences that one of our deities is very much so opposed to. With that, I want to go to Water's Edge because I know that he and Damani have been very patiently waiting. I appreciate you guys and waiting for your turn to talk here. I would love to hear what you have to say.
Hey, can everybody hear me okay?
Sure can. Welcome, brother.
Awesome. Hey, thank you guys for having me tonight. Thank you, host. Thank you for this amazing thing that I just found, right? And I just want to echo what the host is trying to convey here. It's when you're just talking, Tyler, about your what influences you and what you influences your beliefs on certain topics and stuff is great and all, and it's totally acceptable and stuff like that. But the whole point of this of my interpretation of this is the fact that it doesn't matter how you justify what your beliefs are and what you think is real and is not real and all the above. The fact remains the same, that you're not trying to force that version that you believe in is the right way to live your life and go about doing business in the world, right? So someone could totally disagree with you. Kenny said before, like someone says that dinosaurs never existed, even though there's physical bones and all this evidence or whatever that makes it a fact or whatever. But it's the whole point is they have the right to think and believe what they believe in, so as long as they do not harm you or others or steal your stuff in any case, or influence you in a way to where you have no consent, you have no control to self-determine if all that gets violated. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah, it's pretty spot on with a lot of the ideology and philosophy that I started this church under.
Right. That's all I got. You can go next person.
Thank you for sharing, Water's Edge. You're welcome to hang out here if you have anything else you want to add, or if you want to hang out in the chat. That's your call.
He seems very smart and got a good grasp on what you seem to be going for, and I might be a little skewed, but I'm on the track, and this makes the most sense that I've ever heard.
I appreciate that. And again, like I said, I'm not ever going to be discriminatory against whatever faith system, belief system that you want to subscribe to, because I think that nothing that I have discussed here in the philosophy and ideology that I think that as a group, as we grow, will ever try to circumvent, intersect, or undermine some other group or individual's beliefs in how they have rooted their reality. I will go so far as to say that one thing that would be a part of a larger sermon that I would deliver to a larger audience is that I reject the idea that there is no objectivity, that there's no objective truth. The church, through my founding, has influence in absurdism, that there are certain realities and truths that just are absurd, make no sense to the human mind, but are absolutely universal in their truth and their application. I will give one example, and only one for now, because it's the one that's relevant to our church, to our congregation, to any of the sermons I'll deliver. And it's inherent behind the principle of privacy and respect. The objective truth in which all of these faiths and all of these opposing ideas and all of the spirituality that exists within the umbrella of this ideology that I'm proposing, the objective truth is that we have a shared reality that we interact in. The nature and the basis of that shared reality is only skewed as far as the individual observer is giving, we'll call it leeway to, but there's still a shared reality that we interact in, and that would be an objective truth. This is a shared space. What it's made of, who made it, where it came from, and how it operates is still a lot of undiscovered information that we can't get down to the objective. We can't boil it down to an objective truth, but this is an objective truth. We all are in a shared space. And in that shared space, we need our own space within it to be able to grow our beliefs and what allows us to become spiritual individuals, physically healthy individuals, emotionally healthy individuals. You can't do that when your space is limited. You can see this very clearly in nature, that if you restrict the space of organisms, it is directly proportionate to their ability to grow physically or even in their capabilities. So I think it's similar in that when we take this in a large scale perspective, the shared reality we're in is always shut closer and closer to the point where we've created micro prisons in which we all exist in because of the constant attack on our individuality and the lack of privacy therein. Damani, I want to go to you because I think that you also had something to add to this conversation.
Sure thing. Well, I'm usually playing devil's advocate. But I mean, I guess I have a couple of questions, but it wouldn't be fair because a lot of the sermon, as you stated, hasn't been covered yet. But I think just to say one thing, I feel like ethics is a really very, I don't know, stretchy topic going across cultures and everything. And it will be really interesting discussion, and I can't wait to do that in the future, if that's the plan. But,
so I can get into a little bit of that with you now. Are you asking what ethics say the church would endorse?
Right, and how? Yeah.
Well, the mechanism isn't the same as the the conceptualization of ethics. So which one would you like me to tackle?
Okay, so when it comes to minding our own business, you know what I mean? Some may look at certain aspects as being unethical. Like, there's times when you probably shouldn't mind your own business, like an old lady crossing the street, you know what I mean? Or like, a blind person having a hard time, or even like your own baby crying, right? Is it really my business if the kid is crying his butt off? Maybe he just wants to cry. Maybe he's just venting a little bit.
It starts with consent. So like the old lady crossing the street, you would go up to the old lady, "Ma'am, can I help you cross the street?" And that gives her her freedom to choose yes or no, to allow you to do that. Does that make sense?
I like
So
that a
she
lot.
says yes, then you do it.
Actually.
Also,
Sure.
how long were you in here? I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Oh, Damani, it's fine.
Damani.
Yeah, I've been here the whole time. A decent amount of time, probably.
We kind of said it earlier. If it's like morally, like you see something is genuinely going on that's wrong, then yes, that's the time to. Yeah, I'm not minding my business. I'm gonna say something.
There's a heavy emphasis that I place on imposition versus taking accountability. Imposition is the forceful, non-consensual method in which you would be violating other people's individualism. The instances in which you spoke upon do not violate imposition clause or the precepts that I'm espousing. Within the sermon itself, if you caught everything, and I just want to make sure because I did a network reset, am I being heard?
Yes.
In the sermon, if you caught the entirety of it, by no way, shape, or form do I indicate that you should be immoral in your application of these beliefs. We do have a responsibility to care for one another, but within that care, there is a level of consent that is either implied through circumstances such as it seems very much so that I would never apply the idea of minding my own business when I have a direct responsibility to care for my child. It is my business, and in that it is also it's incumbent upon me to help him understand that there is a fine line that we walk between the respect of others' individual choices and not allowing ourselves to go too far in a dogmatic or extremist way in allowing unnecessary atrocity, suffering, or pain in front of us. Leading by good example is the answer to your second question. That's the mechanism in which we enforce this. Lead by good example. Show that you are a person that respects privacy while still maintaining your notion of duty to others.
if I may interject, the notion of right and wrong is, I believe, is relative to social standards. What is right and wrong is directly related to how we are nurtured and not nature. But there's a commonality between being good to one another. There's a commonality in every religion that is mutually respected. But the thing is that what is right and wrong can be skewed with our view versus what we were brought up with.
Well, I mean, but then there's like laws and things like that that are established. And I feel like lawmakers aren't necessarily minding their own business, especially by means of which they choose to enforce those laws. And, throughout society, maybe humanity being pushed by constraints is what introduced innovation in a lot of ways, right? People finding convenient ways to deal with a lot of inconveniences. And,
Absolutely. And like was in the comments, right and wrong, use common sense. Now, common sense is implied with what you were taught is common sense.
Right. I agree
So
with
if you can like imagine being raised in the Amazon forest and not being have any influence from modern culture at all, and the things that we were taught are the right and wrong, and the things they were taught right and wrong could be, they could differ at a percentage.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the things, the general things are very core. Be good to people, help people out, don't let people suffer, don't cause pain. But there's things that could differ about how you handle certain aspects and situations that you would think would be completely awful, but to another culture could be the right thing and the thing that would be respectful to do. So right and wrong is very is relative.
Also,
It's also not the basis in which our particular ideology looks to legislate. The only thing that I would say we could all universally within the parameters of our church say is right and wrong falls under the notions and subjects of privacy. If you want to get into regulating morality, this is why I do not have any interest in preventing those that have differing spiritualities or religious beliefs in participating, because I think that privacy has a role in all of these. So there's an entire spectrum of this subjective notion between right and wrong, but within that there is some commonality in that. I think that privacy and the notions of respecting people's right to protection under, especially in this increasingly nosy, digital era we live in, both between us voluntarily providing information that we don't really need to, and also forcefully subverting people's right to privacy. I'd actually like to delve into maybe more specifics in what could be considered sinful behavior in the Church of Mind Your Own Business, and this will give you a better idea maybe of what is considered right and wrong, but the regulation of overall totality and morality isn't our business. Do you like that?
Okay, so I agree, but the extremes are should be very blatant. But in the middle, where is that line drawn? And who gets to decide where the line is drawn between where you are able to interject and where you want to be
the individual.
Hey, host,
It
I want to know what
always
our
is.
worship song is, though, because I think you could do a good job with that.
You want you want some gospel?
I want some gospel.
We can
That's a
definitely
great thing.
engage in that. There is a platform in which we will absolutely be delivering music and other media, and that's coming soon with the related side project of what I'm working on. But
But
yeah,
this is
so
actually the most comprehensive conversation amongst religion in a religious conversation that I've ever had, and I really appreciate every one of you.
I'm happy to hear that. I will ask though that engage a little bit more microphone control, please.
You got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've done a lot of studies on the the Inquisition, Spanish Inquisition, and their whole thing was to save people from, you know what I mean, doing immoral acts because, you know, to save their souls from being damned ultimately.
I think that's an archaic ideology, but
yeah, it's archaic, I admit, but
it's also it's not necessarily our position to say cast a judgmental perception of it. It is our place to say that we as a group don't adhere to this specific ideology.
Well, the problem is they would force their ideologies on people like us.
Which is entirely why I think that it's necessary to instill within each individual that wants to become a member of this church, that you as an individual it's incumbent upon you to lead by example and to do what you believe is right and wrong. And only you are going to be accountable to yourself anyway. I mean, at the end of the day, the idea in which you should be accountable to a group in which you have similar ideology has an inherent, it implies that you are then responsible for those that also take decisions that you have no power over. And I reject this. It flies in the face of individualism. What we're doing here, Damani, is we are hoping to instill an ideology at a fundamental basis, planting the seed, and at the root of that, we grow strong moral individuals that feel empowered in their ability to navigate this world, this shared space, the only objective truth that I think that we can agree on, and from there, allow people to make their decisions as they see fit. Yes, things will fall between the cracks. We will never be able to ultimately, in totality, control the existence of evil and its effect on those that wish to do good. And
I hate to
that
interrupt.
reality right there is the basis of what could be called the overall spiritual war that has existed through all theologies and religion.
I hate to interrupt.
This way, you do not do that right now.
My bad.
Please just let me finish. In that, there is a religious, relatable experience for all people, and it's that the battle between good and evil, they feel that they have the applicable roles in this. This church is utilitarian. We will not be the ones that are at the forefront of it. We're the support. Now, whoever was wanting to speak may speak.
I was just going to say you could even simplify it to this notion, this phrase. When you walk outside your door into the public sphere, the world doesn't revolve around you. You're in the world amongst others. So be considerate of others at a very basic minimum. And that's just recognizing their individualism in this case.
I appreciate that. And I think that there's a good lesson in that for you as well, in that simplifying something I'm trying to say is not necessarily in line with what you just said, or at least trying to interrupt me while I'm doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's starting to make a ton of sense. Maybe I actually haven't been here long enough, but it's starting to make a ton of sense. That's it.
I understand that. You made great questions. You've brought to the forefront what I expected. People are going to ask the ethical application of what I'm doing here. We're not the front line. We're not going to go and do battle against evil specifically, but there is a subversive element in evil about I'm telling you right now, I will call it that, surveillance and the violation of privacy and its prevalence in our society and in this world is a demon.
Yeah, I like that.
So, Water's Edge, if you didn't have any other further comments, I was going to kick you back down into the congregation. I want to give somebody else the opportunity to come up and interact with us here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. And just so that we were clear, I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody on the panel. Civil discourse rules still apply here. So if you do want to speak, just, follow the conduct like Kenny showed. Ask for an opportunity to interject. We can definitely stop the whole stepping on each other's toes things before it starts. Peach, you've been relatively quiet, but I think that as one of the most spiritual people here, I'd love to hear your input. What do you think? If you're with us, you might be busy doing something. Okay, I'm going to kick Water's Edge down to the congregation. If anybody wants to join, there's a couple of things, though, that I did offer to elucidate on, because we're only going to be on this topic for probably another, half an hour or so. So I'm going to drop you down there.
I know this might be a very difficult subject to handle, and I want to let everybody have their chance. This is going to be a long, drawn out discussion, and I want to give everyone their chance. But this is going to be a tough one. Thank you for letting us talk.
I apologize. I had a network reset. Will you please repeat that?
I said this discussion isn't something that's going to be settled easily. It's going to be a tough one, and we're going to have to go back and forth, and everyone's going to have to be able to have a calm discussion. It's not going to be easy, and I appreciate you letting us have these discussions. So it's a tough one, but I think we can get through it.
So I actually don't anticipate a whole lot of heated discussion around it. Namely in that we're a relatively passive ideology. That's part of the thing that I think we really push against is aggression. Yeah. Aggression against individuals and the idea of overstepping what should be considered human rights boundaries, right? Your right to provide information as you see fit versus people's entitlement and their feeling to your information is really at the core of what we need to discuss and really provide thoughtful discourse around this. So how we engage with each other in terms of dispute is a good one. I discussed earlier, I thought I could give some examples that I think Damani might be very interested in hearing, because he did have an ethics question. I think that there's some ethical behavior that we do want to discuss and call out. And I think that it is important for all of us to take a look at ourselves in these behaviors and ask ourselves if we are to get the level of privacy and respect of ourselves as individuals, to what degree do we engage in these behaviors? And the church has several points that I have written out over the past few years in regards to what I think are egregious personal violations, sins, if you will, if you're an adherent of our church. I think the first one is a good one to bring up would be eavesdropping. If you're caught listening to someone's conversation that you weren't involved in, I think it might be important for you to take a good look at yourself if you catch yourself doing this, and maybe wear some headphones for the day. Get used to the idea of not being just privy to information around you. Yeah, we live in a shared space, and a lot of people don't have the expectation of privacy in public, but let's go a step further with that. I understand that there are instances in which having situational awareness is important, so never put your safety at risk. But if you're, say, hanging out with somebody, or if you're not in a public area and you find yourself inclined to eavesdropping, maybe take some steps into the opposite direction to rectify that behavior. Another good one that I think is very important to bring up immediately is social media stalking. There's definitely a rise in the nosiness in which people engage in to search every bit of publicly available information of those that they both are either infatuated with or in that they disagree with. I was just recently doxxed on a live stream yesterday, and I will tell you that it is definitely feels very like a violation. I publicly provided that info. The intent in which people utilize it under the tenet of social media stalking is absolutely against the ideology and the morality in which I think we want to foster here. Gossiping, don't be a gossip monger, plain and simple. Spreading rumors, gossiping about others, speculating about the information of which you weren't given direct, explicit consent to have is obviously a problem that nobody really likes. And a lot of us, myself included, engage in gossiping and gossip mongering, and gag yourself for a day if you have to. Just stop talking about things that have nothing to do with you. Keep other people's names out of your mouth unless it's to help or to uplift them.
Lazarus, could I ask I do have a question, because you said looking up people you're in. Okay, say I met this guy, and he told me his name and stuff, and I want to know who I'm talking to before I go meet this person in person.
Mm-hmm.
Is it still considered me being in a business?
No.
Just because?
No,
Okay.
if you have the intention of seeking information that's publicly available for your safety, I would argue that that is a matter in which you are looking out for a I would say that that is within the church's purview of. I would endorse that behavior for your safety.
Okay.
But
Because
if you were to do that in a manipulative way, let's remember, we only know our intent. Why you chose to look up that information based off of the hypothetical you gave me is absolutely without teeth. You're not looking to gain from your pursuit of that information, correct?
No, not well. I guess I'm trying to gain information to see if this is a person that I'd really be interested in talking to, or you know, or is this if this person really is a safe person to be around. So I guess I do.
I don't think anybody would call that unreasonable. Can I give you an example of like how you could take it too far?
Yeah.
Manipulation. Let's say you did a dive into somebody's publicly available information and you wanted to find out more than what a normal first-time interaction with somebody would be. And you do a deep dive of the entirety of their internet history, their interactions, the things they like, the things they hate. And you take all of that information with the intent of using it in means and ways to influence how they will perceive you, either by representing yourself dishonestly or by trying to achieve something that they would not normally provide to you in your interactions. I would say that this is deeply manipulative and it violates the tenets of our church.
Okay.
I would also go so far as to say that there's some obvious sins that I could outline. Peeping. You should obviously not be looking in on people whenever they expect privacy, trying to circumvent their notions of privacy, violating their privacy or their autonomy or sovereignty in any way through visual means is always inappropriate. I think that there needs to be no further explanation of that, as most rational, mature adults in our society don't like the idea of being watched without being known.
Mm-hmm.
Judgmental behavior is a sin in our church. Judging someone based off of their appearance, their actions, their ideology. I would even go so far as to say that if I have you as a member of our church and you engage in judgmental behavior too far, I may have to send you a shirt that says "Mind your own business" and ask that you wear it for a day.
Penance.
Offering unsolicited advice is one in which I think all of us are sick of hearing. Even if it's good advice, we didn't fucking ask you, keep it to yourself. I may also follow up with that if I have a member of my church that continuously is providing unsolicited advice, I may send you a shirt that just says "I'm not an expert. Please wear it for a day."
Nice.
Meddling in relationships is a good one that I think we should discuss, and it happens a lot with the other sins that we discussed here. Offering unsolicited advice could be determined, because again, we can't really get into all the different types of intent that violate privacy, but I think offering of unsolicited advice with the intent of undermining or expectation of results that you know will not be positive in a person's relationship that you were asked about, meddling in the relationship with the intent of interfering is definitely a sin. But even going so far just as to be jealous or wanting of something or somebody is inherently dehumanizing. In these feelings, we have to wrestle between our self-control and the dehumanizing effect of treating others and their affections as if those people were property. That is not anywhere near an acceptable mindset of the church. Mind your own business. We do not accept that behavior. Trying to change someone in a way that you see fits either your ideology, your alignment, your attractions, this obviously falls under the same principles. You don't have ownership of another human. You are expected to exhibit the utmost respect, the same levels of respect, if not more than that in which you would like to receive from those around you. And in trying to change somebody directly in order to fit with your comfortable perceived behaviors, it's not a matter of what our church would really endorse. Being nosy is an obvious one. Don't be fucking nosy. Mind your own business. Don't be a gossip monger. Don't have your nose in the blinds of your window. Obviously, situational awareness is a matter of self-safety, and I would never ask anybody to take these ideas and push them to an extremity in which you are putting yourself or your loved ones at harm. Being nosy sometimes can absolutely reduce the instances in which unforeseen actions or behaviors occur. Apply it with care. Be aware of your situation and your security, but at the same time, don't be a detective. Don't sit here and act like everything going on around you is absolutely in line with what has to do with you. Oftentimes, more than not, especially when we start to get these feelings of, is this about me? It usually isn't.
Would I be able to say that you agree that if it doesn't affect you in your life, that you shouldn't be involved in it?
A little bit too far on the dogmatic side.
It might be a little more general, but like if somebody's lifestyle doesn't affect you, you shouldn't be able to involve yourself in what they do.
Agreed. But
yeah, very good.
Some lifestyles do impact those around them, and it is incumbent upon you, if you have any level of responsibility or association to them, to take care of them within the realms of consensual, voluntary exchange, and to just do what you know is best. Place yourself in their shoes. Act with grace. Do what you would want. Give what you want to receive. Give what you want to get. I would argue that this is a good foundation to start from in terms of what we consider to be sinful behavior in our church. So I'm going to open the floor. I'm going to give an opportunity to guests in our congregation if they'd like to come up and speak. Damani, before I have you go back down and take your seat at a pew, would you like to offer any more input?
Yeah, let's have another extreme example, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, all right, so this is an extreme example of kind of like a thought experiment. So, say like I had a friend or a close family relative, and they believed, and they had a problem, right? Kind of an addiction, and it's their business. Obviously, they insist it's their business, but maybe it's a hard substance, and maybe for them, they're seeking enlightenment in this one life they have with this hard substance. But obviously, it's a close family relative of mine, and I feel like I should do everything in my power to intervene. You know what I mean? I don't feel like, yeah.
I already addressed this, but because it's a very specific and personal thing, this is where we blur the lines between what's incumbent upon us within the ideology versus what you should do based off of what you feel is right. Now, we can go down a logical pathway here in which addiction is rarely ever solved just by the solution of it being forced. You will inevitably create the circumstances for a person to relapse. I've seen this happen. What I would say is, if you can abide by the consensual nature of what we have asserted here, do they consent to you having this sort of care and concern for their well-being? If they do, you can apply your concerns and your feelings of assistance a little more liberally. If they don't, you must learn that, as painful as some of this ideology can be, that the respective individualism is something that cuts both ways, and it is often painful to watch those that we love wish to utilize their absolute fundamental right to individualism in a way that is self-destructive and harmful. But in knowing that you can do that you've done everything that you can morally without potentially overstepping and causing more damage than helping them, more harm than help, because this is essentially what you're playing with. You're playing with fire when you take it beyond the idea of them consenting to your assistance. Do everything that you know that you can, and then sleep easy, man, because you have the same right to privacy and individualism as them, and you may not necessarily hold the same ideals of what's going to be detrimental to your own life, and you don't want others that care about you and that you care about in return losing sleep over whether or not you see eye to eye about these lifestyle choices, if you get what I'm saying.
It's just addiction, man. I feel like, for me personally, I think it's like it has a control over you, over your own individualism.
Sure, but I think that even having gone through my own issues with addiction in the past, that we that use controlled substances, we know when we want help. We know when it is a problem, and we know the kind of help that we can accept. We know what that is. Whether or not we take it or not is solely on on us as individuals. And in my experience, it was actually just a matter of me doing it. Nobody was going to stop me. And part of why I may have dug my feet in a few times was some people trying to circumvent my ability to make my decisions. I'm not saying that I'm putting my responsibility or accountability in these decisions on them, but I am going to say that the external influences that I touched upon earlier and how much we allow them to impact us is an important precept. It's an important tenet, and it is something that not only do we need to acknowledge in others, including those that suffer from substance abuse, but also within ourselves.
So maybe like growing and cultivating that ability to influence people in a positive way rather than like a forceful way.
Sure. And also in their addiction that you're discussing, I don't know the situation. They're always circumstantial by case basis.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like you want to step in before it's too late,
Before it's too late, right? But a lot of people would argue that too late, that delineating factor, is always different for each individual. And you never know, man. I've seen a lot of people pull themselves right out of the fire before it was too late. And there's some people that you never knew were even engaged in these behaviors that just disappear to it one day.
Yeah, for sure.
Too late is relative, and it's usually never too late until it's done.
I'm not saying that we leave people to suffer unnecessary atrocity. I've never been a proponent of that. I'm arguing that we can't use it as a rationalization to push it too far. I won't use anything beyond that statement because there's a lot of logical fallacy bases that we can go into and they get tiresome, and we're not going to do that.
Well, my meaning is that it's never too late to...
I wasn't arguing with what you just said. Sorry, I was just wanting to be clear that like we could argue that in giving a little bit, we end up falling down a larger slope, but I won't go there.
No, absolutely. But it's never too late to inform yourself, to create yourself a better understanding.
Understood.
That's true.
So, interestingly enough, we are about 20 people away from getting this live stream to a point where I can deliver another sermon. Brett, just so you know, this is not a role play. I fully believe in the Church of Mind Your Own Business in order to be established as anything beyond a member. There are some basic tenets and precepts that you'll have to demonstrate that you believe in, engage, and you can represent as a member of the church in a higher level. I do believe that based off of some of the things I know about you, you're a good candidate, possibly even as a deacon. So I will definitely have a sidebar with you at some point and go over the initial sermon that I delivered, but there is a too long didn't read version of this would be, we are in the most vague way we could put, we don't have any sort of religious denomination, or how do I put this nicely? We don't really give two turtle shits what you believe outside of this church. You can adhere to basic principles of privacy and self-ownership and accountability and respect, regardless of whatever denomination or faith or spirituality you belong to. It's about the celebration of the individual in embodying their capacity to not only assert good around them, but to reject evil. And I think that the ultimate evil that this church will preach upon is the demon known as surveillance.
Well said.
Very interesting stuff.
Father Lazarus.
I'm willing to drop, to open up some space. If you guys need some
Damani, you're always welcome here in the congregation, sir. And if you're interested in maybe joining the church, it is nothing to join. Any donations or contributions as of now are not tax deductible, so bear that in mind, but we do appreciate any support. Definitely tell your friends, talk about it. I think just engaging in the conversation, raising awareness that in our society and in the way that the last 20 years of development in technology has gone, we're moving further and further into this sort of like more than shared space. And we are losing our individual availability to security of our privacy, and more importantly, in our human right to be individuals and to determine what level of information we truly want to share.
Yeah, so, sounds like there's a set of commandments inbound, like the tablets of Moses.
Kind of provided a little bit of it earlier, but commandments are a little bit, I think that term is a little bit oxymoronic of what I'm talking about here. We'll call them a set of suggestions.
All right, definitely. I'm looking forward to it. Sure.
Damani, I appreciate your input, man, because even in instances where you may have brought up something that the church was not identifying or was overlooking, we wholly support this kind of engagement. If you see something that we're not doing that seems like it's right, I don't want to be a hypocritical church. There's enough of those. You can go find one. We want to be one in which we serve to all of the precepts of, I think Kenny brought this up and I like it. There's an ethos, a pathos, and a logos, and we want to equally distribute the notions between all three of them.
This is the only quote unquote church that my independent beliefs aren't rejected and they're accepted and we can discuss them, and they might be together be manipulated together to have a higher understanding, but nothing is rejected. This is the most inclusive church, quote unquote, group that I've ever come across, and I can't say how much I appreciate it more.
Let me get an amen in the chat for that. I agree with you 100%, brother. Cohesiveness is the goal. I would like to be cohesive. I would like to get involved in every single differing form of ideology and faith, as long as it's not nihilistic and it isn't negative and it isn't destructive. There's a place for us.
With the commonality of all the general things that are beneficial for humans to treat each other as, and it's just the best thing that I could have come across, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Thank you.
And I'm flattered, and I'm extremely grateful that you have an interest in being a part of our church. And as the first member to join, you'll have an honored place.
I appreciate you, and I feel honored to be in that place.
So with that being said, I do have basically nothing but moderators up here at the moment. So did you have anything else that you wanted to cover? Because I absolutely want to give you that time and space to do so. Otherwise, I want to work with the moderators directly for now in getting some of the engagement up and maybe kicking some more ideas back and forth before we move into more congregation input.
Oh yeah. So it sounds like we're probably bringing in some maybe spiritual influences from the outside, maybe, I don't know, filtering some of the good stuff.
There will inevitably be influences of all kinds, because it's not my business what you bring to the table. It's only our business in order to assert that there are very specific precepts and tenets of minding your own business that are applicable to all.
Did y'all hear him say we? I think he's joined.
I heard him.
I would like to say, if there's anything that you would like to involve me in, I give you permission to please reach out to involve me. I would like to be a part of anything that you would like to have me involved in. I'm very interested, and as much
as the first member, I'm gonna give you a free T-shirt whenever I get them made, so you can have one. But otherwise, a minimum donation from people in order to get T-shirts for the Church of Mind Your Own Business will be established at some point. Then this is just strictly to help fund certain activities.
Well. This is the most worthy cause, and I would say, the way that you are projecting this belief is the most. It makes the most sense, and I wholeheartedly believe in it, and I would like to be more involved.
Well, if you want one little project for the church, this is an easy one, and it doesn't require a whole lot of work from you. Take a look at some of the lower end VPN providers and maybe get a list of them and shoot me a DM, because I think that they are some of the better candidates for getting some endorsement and sponsorship.
Absolutely, that's the least I could do.
Yeah, just kind of nothing too crazy. I don't want NordVPN or anything, because I'm not Kill Tony. But yeah, I definitely would be interested in not only platforming anybody in our world that is in the business of, combating the demon known as surveillance, but the notions of privacy and in the in the industry in which that entails, I think that there needs to be more awareness brought to it, and I think we could have a very unique way of doing that. I think it would be a mutually beneficial relationship between myself and them.
Thank you very much. This has been more than satisfactory, and this is very interesting, and I believe in it, and I want to be more involved. So thank you very much for what you're doing.
Excellent. Don't forget to do your talkie sacrament for me. I would really appreciate that. Anything that's self-indulgent, but on a private level, you should engage in.
Absolutely. Appreciate that.
Oh, Lazarus, I'm gonna go ahead and drop because it's like 2 a.m. where I am, and I do have work tomorrow. But if you're getting on live tomorrow, I will know because I have your live notifications turned on. But it was so nice talking to all of y'all. This is like just like my father said earlier. This is like the first time I've had a discussion with people that's different religion, and they don't sit there and. So this was so beautiful, and like my heart feels so happy.
Thank you very much,
I'm
Kenny.
so happy to hear that from you.
Peach, Brett, everybody. I appreciate you for being here.
Yeah, and Kenny, I will definitely keep you in the loop in terms of when we have church again. I don't know. There's going to be a specific date, but tongue in cheek, I might not forecast it. It might not be anybody's business. It might just be a live organic thing and see how it takes off. You never know.
All right. All right, y'all.
Good night, Kenny.
All right, guys, I'm going to do a network reset, so I'm going to be dark for about like 10 seconds, and I'll be right back.
Peach, how are you doing?
Okay, I'm a little bit more back. I needed a minute. I'm good.
I was like, I think she's busy.
Guess I'm just chopped meat
Busy
over
in
here.
my own head, to be totally honest.
All right, so I'm back. Peach, I'm glad to hear that you're on mic now. Did you have anything that you wanted to add to any of the sermon, or any ideas that you may have agreed or disagreed with?
Let me see. I would say, in generally speaking, like for me, when it comes to like my like religious journey, especially when I was younger, I really looked for faith in like organized religion. And when we talk about like all of these things that we've talked about today, and all of that encompass what we want, that I really necessarily don't think I ever found that in organized religion. So it's kind of cool that we can talk about like actually like what are for our spirituality, like what actually is needed, and all the rest of the stuff is actually not necessary that we were taught to believe. As an ex-Catholic schoolgirl, I can say that.
Well, I would never overstep to say that whatever your
I'm
path
not. I understand that. I'm not. I'm not going against what anyone's saying, but it's nice that we can talk about the commonalities that all these religion has are actually the things that are foundational and necessary, right? So some of these like little like differences that people don't always agree on in religion are things that I don't always think that are necessary to have spirituality or faith. I think you have to focus on only what is important, and when you focus on anything else, you are giving up less energy for the things that you need to do.
I understand
so
that's
why I feel the way I do.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that with me. Joan of Arc Spirit has been in the chat with a lot of questions, and if you want to come up, I'll definitely let you hit the panel. But to answer your question, consequences, wouldn't label it as that. Self-imposed penance for eavesdropping? Well, maybe, like I said, wear some earplugs for a day. Snooping? I didn't really ever specify it as snooping, but if we're going to refer to that, say, as maybe peeping, I don't know, wear a blindfold. I mean, these are self-imposed penances that you can take upon yourself to more regulate your own behavior. It's not our business to tell you how you should learn control or composure. these are suggestions. Just like when Damani said what would be some of the commandments, I don't command anything. I'm not authorized to do so. But as a human being who has some relatable experiences with a lot of people, I would argue that I've learned the best lessons through my own path and journey of trial and error and self-imposing upon myself restrictions that then develop into what could be called discipline. So however you feel you think would be the best self-correcting behavior, and taking a harder look at what the behavior is rooted in, you could become more creative, you could get more natural with it. Maybe we should say a nice thought for the people we've perpetrated sin. Yeah, I mean, you could always do that if you're gossiping. If you're a gossip monger and you have spread false information or with the intent to harm others, then that may not be a bad, penance that you self-impose. But at the end of the day, I do think that this is not a position I wish to hold, in which I tell you, in order to be an adherent to these tenets and principles, that you must serve this penance this way. It's your choice. It's not my business what you do to self-correct. It's only my hope that you will.
I think that, okay, so when you shouldn't focus on having a punishment when you do those actions or behaviors. I think you need to focus on recognizing that those behaviors and actions, you're actually punishing yourself. You're not doing yourself justice. You're not only creating physically bad behaviors that are going to be hard to break, you're going to affect your relationships. You're punishing yourself when you don't act right. So you have to come into that mindset instead of, you are already punishing yourself by the action. You have to step away and praise yourself by acting right.
I don't lean into the fire and brimstone, but there is a certain element of self-awareness that we do want to encourage here. If you're aware that you learn in a certain way, and you think that should be looked at as punishment or penance or any other number of means in which, through negative reinforcement, you derive a positive, I leave that to you and your best judgment. But Peach is right. I don't think that anything about what I'm trying to talk about here should be rooted in a negative. It should be rooted in a personal choice and decision to just grow your understanding. I mean, this topic in and of itself about privacy, aside from any religious or spiritual notion, is one that gets a little dry for a lot of people. But when we make it personal and we really go towards the fundamental notion of what people get most passionate about, it's our spirituality and our religious beliefs. And in that, I think that your sovereignty, your ownership of self, the authority in which you're deriving good and bad decisions, these are all relatable to, again, the basis of minding your own business, making good decisions, focusing on your self-reliance, your ability to be autonomous, your sovereignty, focusing on solitude as being not a thing of punishment, but a thing in which you can derive introspection and more self-awareness, and learning about the things that we, again, like Peach just said, may not necessarily have to always be the way you learn to rectify behavior. It could be for the first few times, but much like children, I don't necessarily think that there's one right or wrong way in how you want to correct behavior from little human beings that have no basis of understanding between differentiating good and bad decisions. Demonstrating the right path is always what I think should be the end result. How you go about it has got to be completely case by case, or you again fall right back into one of the sins, which is you are not respecting the individual and you're not respecting their ability to live in that, encompass it.
If you think about it, you have to think about from the perspective that you're never in like a court of law with yourself, right? So the goal for yourself is rehabilitation, is to right the wrong, is not to punish yourself. So you always have to look at it from that perspective.
Right. And intent is a big one for me that ties into accountability. So if your intent can be demonstrated through a change of behavior, how you arrived at that change of behavior isn't nearly as important to myself or anybody that might be interested in being affiliated with this church, but more, did you achieve the positive outcome, the change, the transition to behavior that fits in line with what is what I think to be universally considered good behavior in this specific topic of privacy and minding your own business.
I have myself heard, though, of some people that do respond to, when they find themselves gossiping to the point to where it has a negative impact on their life. They may atone or, in some fashion of maybe removing themselves from social media, if that's the method at which they do it for a period of time.
I believe that whenever I have done wrong by people I care about, either through gossiping or by betraying their trust, I choose a very specific sort of atonement, and it's that to provide them with the means of knowing that this is information about me that makes me vulnerable. This is a vulnerability that I have violated for you, giving them access to something that I wouldn't normally do. And in that, it helps level the feeling and the playing field of power that is inherent in exchanges amongst all human beings. That's my personal choice in how I go about it, because I'm a very private person when it comes to certain things. Even here in our discussion, in this very topic of the Church of Mind Your Own Business, you'll never find me as the head pastor and leader of this church. I won't talk about my religion. I won't talk about what I do and don't believe in. It's close to the chest, and that's where it belongs. But if I were to say violate somebody's particular sovereignty, or if I were to undermine the respect that I think is required in an interaction, and I went against a moral standing, and I damaged their ability to hold their faith or their belief in whatever it is they believe in, I might be willing to go more into depth about what some of those things were with them on a personal basis. This is an example. I would make that vulnerability more known, I would exchange with them something that I think maybe would level that. I'm not asking them to then turn and violate it, but the opportunity there, the showing of grace and the extension of trust, I think, is something that we don't place a lot of investment in today's society. By the way, guys, I do really want to thank you for being in the congregation and listening to us talk about these things. I know it's a little bit novel, it's a little bit odd, but I think that I haven't seen too many people react in such a way that they think this is a complete, just it's not intended to be heresy, because it isn't. And I want to see if we could get our live stream above a 5,000 like. Let's get above the 5,000 there. I would like to have a little bit more flow to the congregation. Would love to deliver the second sermon that I've got up for you guys. I, believe it or not, have written about this notion for several years. A lot of what I've presented today is just the tip of the iceberg. I've got multiple pages. I've got several presentations, differing ideas in which we can approach this idea of creating a cohesiveness amongst all of the different religious beliefs. And I think that this might be, if not the beginning, a foundational stone for interconnectedness between what would usually be considered opposing ideas in this forum and in this topic. And if you'll give me just one moment, I'm going to do a little bit of admin work here, and I'm going to let Peach and Brett kind of talk amongst themselves. Again, anybody in the chat, if you want to come up and talk about your beliefs about how this might have an impact on your life, if you feel like you have a story you want to share about, a time in which your privacy may have been violated, and you can talk about you don't have to talk about any details you don't want to, but I mean, there's been a lot of privacy violations in my life. And like I was saying, Brett just noticed it yesterday. I had somebody come into the chat that definitely tried to delve into my personal affairs. I've just, in my experience over the last few weeks of streaming on TikTok, I've had multiple people get entirely too into my business. And, it's not a great feeling. And, I know that that's one of many examples in which in our society it has become a regular thing, and it's not even eyebrow raising anymore. I think it's important that we could talk about it.
How would you like us to address you? Because I believe you're like more of a founder of this movement, and I don't know how or what name or what kind of title you would like us to address you as, because I hold you in the highest regard.
Well, that's a good question. I had never really ever thought about going that far with it. I don't know if I've ever liked the idea of having a title involved with this, but I will workshop that and get back to you in something that isn't feel demeaning to people that call me what they call me. Because you're not going to call me father.
Something that we can call you, something we can address you as.
My name is Lazarus. So if anything, because you're in the church, you're more than welcome to call me by my name. As far as a title for it, I mean, I've listed jokingly for a long time that I am the pastor of the Church of Mind Your Own Business. Am I a pastor? Well, that might make some people upset. So like I said, let me workshop that, and I'll get back to you on what I think is an appropriate title that
If I
fits
was to
along with.
refer to you to somebody else, how would I refer somebody else as who you are and how they should address you?
Well, I am definitely going to go with either the creator or the leader of the Church of Mind Your Own Business. If you were to refer to me as someone else, I'm not going to, again, insist on being called the Pope of anything.
Leader Lazarus, would that be acceptable?
That could work for now, sure.
Wonderful. And until you workshop that and you work that out, but that's how I will refer to you as. Thank you very much, Lazarus. I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you for asking. No, the only hierarchy I've really developed here was in which I talked about ideas that you could personify as demigods, but it's your choice. And it's not my business how you choose to embody in your mind these ideals.
I think brothers and sisters work pretty well in the panel part.
Already I've been calling him Brother Tyler.
Yeah.
Lazarus, you've been a leader and a founder, a spearhead in this direction, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Hey, man, I really do appreciate that. It was definitely something that I was cautious about wanting to talk about, but then I was just like, why not? Let's see how it lands. I'm flattered for one that because I've heard you talk yesterday. I know that you have a very specific way in which you look at things, and I have respect for it. And so, just that you have any sort of appreciation, much less the kind of, support that you're showing is definitely, I definitely respect that. I'll honor it and will not do anything to disabuse it.
I appreciate that. And some of the comments said pastor sounds kind of like with a Christian connotation. Leader, without a connotation of anything that's organized religion, because you stand alone. You separate yourself from every other religion, and I want this to be something that is original and it's different. It differs from everything else I've ever known. It's the only thing that really makes sense, and it's very inclusive. It's something that I can get behind. So thank you very much, Leader Lazarus.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to create a place that, because I, for one, I was raised in a, we'll call it a conventionally Western Christian ideology in my household, and I've always felt outside of my comfort levels in being in the organized form of it in most churches. Not necessarily for the rhetoric or the ideology, but maybe because some of what I'm talking about here was bumped into too heavily. I felt that it overstepped, and I always felt like at some point the respect for myself as an individual and my ability to make good and bad decisions were pushed against. And I'm the kind of person that I'm not gonna learn a lesson until I beat my head up against that wall a few times to even acknowledge that it's there before I climb it. So I'm not a good one. I'm not the guy in terms of, if you want me to be a part of a flock, like, you've got to either demonstrate an extreme amount of behavior and character for me to want to even allow you to lead me without question. But even then, I need one that is going to allow for that level of questioning. Good leaders will be able to rationalize to some degree their decisions, whereas I think bad leaders and tyrants usually just tend to expect you to obey.
Well, I believe that you are a leader in a way that you include us as you're a part of the team. You're a team of independent thinking without judgment, and not that you are telling us what to believe, but you're encouraging us to believe everything that we want to believe and have a conglomerate of ideology that is it's very communicative, and there's no judgment, and that's very independent, and I think it stands alone. It's amazing, and I don't hold you like you are the one that is pulling us through, but you give us the opportunity for all of us to pull through together.
Hell yeah, man. That's great to hear. I definitely take a different approach to organizations and the way that I want them to be run. for the most part, I definitely do acknowledge a certain level in the value of a leader making decisions. But if you like ask Peach and Brett, like a lot of the times I will listen to those that I surround myself with, because you nailed it on the head there. Individuals acting together in unison, in my opinion, are so much more powerful than a group of people walking lockstep behind somebody that has an idea that they just agree with.
Couldn't agree more.
Besides, if I'm not here, I'm going to need my acolytes and my adherents to be able to speak on my behalf, and I need to feel that I'm comfortable that they do so.
And I also need to feel like I'm also representing your ideals and how you believe correctly. I don't want to misrepresent you either. And we're a group, and
I think we've reached agreements. There was nothing that, in regards to your discussion of the church, made nothing. It didn't go against the grain. The only correction that I made was the question in which I said, why does the origination of something matter in regards to how we choose to conduct ourselves moving forward? Because there's no real changing that, and the proof of it does have some value on the individual, on the totality of interpersonal relationships and the objective reality that we all experience together, be it subjectively. It is a shared space, so, I think that moving forward with this ideal doesn't disregard the past. It just places more emphasis on your own, your personal exploration of those things is going to be more important to you, clearly, than it is going to be to how others think. And that's all it really should be.
I agree.
We have a caller.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, I
think this is the time in the session where we do the laying of the hands. Sorry, I must have a crap internet connection tonight, because it seems like I'm fading in and out with you guys. I can't hear anybody.
I think it is. I was going to tell you had somebody request in. I don't know if you heard me.
Now, is there any kind of function or formality with the laying of the hands that I should know? I'm unfamiliar with.
Oh, it was a joke. It was a joke.
I mean, I laid my palms up, kind of imagined everybody holding hands, we're all together, we're all one, we're all.
Don't touch me.
No, it's metaphorically or theoretically.
Yeah, I know.
I get that.
I'd like to maybe take an opportunity then to do just maybe like a recap of the sermon that I delivered at the beginning of the stream, because for one, Brett wasn't here and he is a part of the mod team. He was very late, so he will have to serve his own penance at another time that I will discuss with him privately, so as not to violate his
not a problem. I appreciate him when he can.
So Brett, I know you wanted to get some bit of a catching up here. I did a small little sermon, which was basically, if nothing else, we could call it a manifesto or a laying out of the ideals in which we would operate, and just real fundamental principles. It's that every individual has the right to live their lives as they see fit, without undue interference, judgment from others. We do believe that each person should be allowed to make their own choices. No one has the right to dictate how they should live. This is not to undercut or undermine the notions of discourse and voluntary interactions in which somebody may be offering input about what they think you should be living like. But again, this is a distinction that I think is commonly understood by those that if you're following along and you think that privacy has some sort of relevance or value, then you already kind of get this idea. You shouldn't be forced to engage or interact. We believe under the precepts of the Church of Mind Your Own Business that it is not our place to pry into the personal lives of others, not to judge them based on what our own beliefs or values are. Instead, we do need to focus on living our own lives to the fullest extent, allowing others to do the same, and hopefully lead by good example through some of these principles that we espouse together. And definitely unifying again in the notion of privacy. We recognize that there are going to be many different ways of living, and I think that just goes without saying. Each individual has their own unique path that they are going to follow in this regard. And through this, we do want to also celebrate diversity. We want to respect the choices of others, especially if they differ from our own. These differences, these questioning of what the church is hoping to accomplish, could very well not. I never want to assume that through the questions of what we're hoping to accomplish that it's intended to undermine the framework, but we always should adjust our ability to accept input in a way that bolsters it, potentially identifies any holes or hypocrisies in the ideology. We always want to grow from this. We want to utilize a sort of transfer of negative to positive when possible.
Would I be wrong to assume that one of the ideals is to live your life how you see fit, as long as it doesn't affect the lives of others?
Yeah, so obviously this is not going to be possible on a broad scale. There is no such thing in which you just exist without influence on others if you interact with others. But the ideal would be that you should not incorporate from the other end of this a feeling or an entitlement to something from somebody else's behavior unless it directly impacts or affects you. But your responsibilities in terms of what we're thinking about in this topic would be, make good decisions, be ethical and responsible in the application of your boundary setting in terms of, where your responsibilities lie. Like I was saying, in that we recognize many other ways of living. Each individual has their own unique path, right? And sometimes that unique path is going to lead you into a circumstance that I, as an individual, as a man, and as a thinking creature, I'm fallible. I'm very capable of making mistakes. And there might be something that just doesn't quite fit in this overall ideology. This is why I urge against extremism and I urge against dogmatism. Be a reactive and, dynamic individual, but always strive for good, and in terms of giving what you get, as long as it doesn't violate the precepts of minding your own business and, not.
I'm not sure if I'm overstepping. May we maybe workshop a mantra of a simplified saying that we could say that would simplify the basic ideology of what you're going for?
Yeah, I have some of them already in place, but I'm not quite to that point where I think we have enough engagement or viewers to deliver some of that. But yes, there is some of that in process. Some of it's finished, and I'm open to anybody that's involved with the church providing their input on this as well.
So this kind of reminds me. It kind of brings me back to, if I'm hearing this correctly, an offline conversation you and I had the other day about like what my fears and what my concerns were with engaging in certain topics, as far as like where my limits are and stuff. Not to leave the audience in query, but just between you and I here, that's very much what you're talking about here, right?
No, that topic didn't have any real relevance upon some of what I'm presenting today, but it is tangentially relevant, and that I can see why you would think that, because this is actually an ideology that I personally have practiced, have just never been quite open about.
Yeah. So as far as like, of course, people mind their own business, but like for people to, prod or snoop into somebody's life in a way that doesn't really have any value except for, a negative outcome in some way, which and has no impact on them whatsoever, right? Just to be doing it, I guess. I mean, I'm sorry, I just woke up. I'm finishing a cup of coffee, but that's how it's resonating with me so far. Is some people like, and I think that a part of it is that people seek to judge.
That's a little bit further on with some of the presentation that I gave earlier, in which that is addressed. But yes, you're not wrong. That is absolutely on the note.
Okay. And my personality is, my weakness in that is that I constantly think everybody is just out to not in a toxic way, but I think that like I guess I'm a little sensitive about being judged, you know, and I'm afraid of it constantly. You know, I was bullied as a kid a lot and picked on and, you know, that kind of thing. And it just, you know, I'm always protective of that. And of course, people use information to do that and they get nosy to do that. And, you know,
Sure. Yeah, you're a victim of the very mentality in which I think the church hopes to combat.
interesting.
Couldn't agree more. Lazarus, when can we expect to have another congregation?
Yeah, that was something I was kind of addressing with Kenny a little bit. I want to talk with my team and see who is interested in participating in this. It could be just another goofy little thing that's looked at as an experiment. You never know. Some of these things can blow up into things that are of a complete, beast of its own. So I'm gonna check with some of my support on this and see what they think. And I had another dialogue experiment that I was going to be starting on Monday, and we were going to go into that for the week. I don't know if this will be a daily thing. It doesn't seem appropriate. I think that maybe we could do, I don't know. I will definitely let you know as soon as I know. I'll post something. There will be a post in which I give a specified scheduling, and then there might even be a little bit of information, just very brief in terms of the synopsis of the topic for that evening, because privacy is a big umbrella, and the notions that surround our ability to fight against the demon known as surveillance is one that has many different paths. There's a lot of different tools. I also want to invite some speakers that I think have experience in what would seem like unrelated fields, but very relevant to how we could go about, defending ourselves and just, in general, becoming stronger individuals in a world in which seeks to monetize the information that your own individualism generates and undercuts you for it.
Well, I look forward to hearing from you when the next congregation would be, because I look forward to having another discussion and getting together and furthering this movement, because I am very behind it 100%, and I look forward to it. This is something that.
And like I said, as the first person to convert, you definitely have an honored place with the church. I am thinking I'm going to continue to conduct it in a panel format. There may be a larger panel in which I'll allow, some moderation and some people, if they want to be. It's going to be hierarchical. There's going to be a level in which, how involved do you want to be in helping me push this idea? Is it an idea worth pushing? Do I just kind of play with this and do this non-seriously? But dependent upon the level of engagement and commitment that people want to add to it, it's entirely up to them. But then they may have a more permanent role in the panel and in the presentations and in their availability to use it as a platform to speak about their own experiences and their own interpretations of where the direction of it and where it should go.
Love it, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Cool, man. So, Brett, as I was talking about how, like, there's different ways of living, and in that presentation I gave earlier, there's some discussion that I had written out as well about how there's things that we reject. The imposition idea, that imposition is a really big issue. We reject the notion that we have the right to impose our beliefs or try to control the behavior of others. We believe that each person should be free to make their own decisions, and especially without the interference of influence, especially based in fear or persecution or even harassment. We believe in treating others with kindness and compassion. It is that in which helping those that really, if they're in need whenever possible, is still incumbent upon you as a good person. It does not supersede your right to privacy. So that has been brought up a few times. It will be brought up over and over again. It will be one of the most common things in which I think that this ideology will face in terms of opposition. Your right to privacy does not exonerate you from your responsibility to help those that either, both that you already have a pre-existing responsibility to, or to subjugate those to unnecessary atrocity through inaction. In the same way that lying to somebody directly by misleading them with what you know to be bad information, factually incorrect information, that is a form of lying. You can also talk to somebody and not give them the necessary information, and lying through omission is still, in principle, the same thing as lying. And I would argue that in the same regards, in terms of how I think morality and ethics can be discussed in our ideology, the inaction of a person in the presence of something that you could intercede with, that you could have changed the outcome from bad to good, does not in any way, shape, or form fit under our ideology. So this is not in any way, shape, or form meant to justify inaction or to stand by in the face of evil. This is actually to bolster the forces of everyone that considers themselves to be spiritually and morally good, to unify them instead of fracturing them further in what could be called the greatest war throughout all of humanity, which is from the beginning of time to now been a war between good and evil. It's a spiritual war. And whether or not you want to bring your spirituality to the church is irrelevant. We have ideology that is not predicated on the need for you to have a spiritual position. Just an understanding that, much like we mentioned libertarianism being not necessarily a form of functionality within modern US politics, it does act as a very important outlet of obstructing a binary system in its tyranny. So it will never be a full-on member of the political system, but it is a necessary function of support. And in this way, I perceive the Church of Mind Your Own Business in the same way. We may never, and I don't intend to ever be a fully functional church or ideology, but I do think that it has a purpose in which it serves as a fulcrum for the rest of them to get back on their feet and provide the positive aspects of spiritualism that they're predicated upon, and to unify people in a very human aspect of existence, which is to explore a thing that is very difficult to discuss amongst each other, much less those that have differing beliefs, and it is your spirituality. So in the sermon that I delivered earlier, we do believe in treating others with kindness and compassion through this. This is a part of the unification process, and really in helping those that are in need wherever possible. These are all very much so unifying stuff. You're a part of a larger community. I discussed the one and only thing that I, as an absurdist, think is the objective truth worth talking about amongst ourselves. And the objective truth is that we all have a shared space in this reality. This reality is the shared space in which we interact. What it's made of, or how it looks, or how it reacts, and all that stuff is either as of yet discovered or it's relative to the observer. But I think we can all agree that we are in a shared reality that we have some interaction with. And because of that, you at a base value belong to a larger community. So we have a responsibility to care for one another under the precepts of the Church of Mind Your Own Business. We believe that by minding your own business and really allowing others to do the same, be it either through leading by good example or having the consensual conversation of these topics, we can foster a much more harmonious and peaceful world amongst the differences of opinions. We do reject the idea, however, that we need to constantly interfere or impose in the lives of others, or try to change them in order to fit our own ideals, even in the ones that we are trying to cultivate and espouse here within this church here. So, basically it's very simple. We believe in everyone's right to live their lives as they want to. Minding your own business and respecting the choices of others is integral to it, obviously. We can then, through just these two basic repositioning of perceptions, it can lend to a more tolerant, inclusive society. And this is why I have an open invitation to any belief system to join us in this mission. And I'm going to elucidate a little bit further on one other aspect of the sermon that you didn't catch, Brett, if you're still with me.
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay. I was asked if we were a religious church, and I said that yes, for me it is, because privacy is deeply personal, and in the term of what privacy is defined as, it truly is just a personal thing for everyone. But religion is also, as you know, to me personal. I keep a lot of my beliefs close to the chest, and With this one, it's a little bit different. It's almost a conundrum in that the notions of privacy, because of their constant violation and their lack of respect across the board, I had to turn it around and not just make this a personal belief, but make it something that I think we could platform larger ideas about very specific concepts that we focus our energy on within this church. Now, it is common amongst men throughout history to take what they consider to be fundamental ideas rooted at almost the base or primal level of nature and attribute them to what they call gods. And I think that this is where this will end up happening in our religion, but I am not the one that's going to push it. If you wish to add characterizations in a personified way, this is your choice. But I don't say that these are necessarily gods, but they could be represented as deities as such. So we could call them perhaps a hierarchy of gods under the overarching god of privacy, but that's not something I insist upon. It's an okay interpretation. I just preface this with that so that way you understand what I mean. Because I have outlined about 10 of what could be considered either demigods or extremely integral positions that, as a member of the church, it is my belief that you should focus your energy on these topics. And they are somewhat in order based off of what I consider to be beginning to end, being the last one is the goal. The first one is the suggested first step in your focus. So the first one would be solitude, and we could consider this to be a deity representative of the power of being alone and the benefits of introspection and self-awareness. The further that you remove negative connotations around solitude and embrace your ability to be comfortable with yourself, the more logical it is to then think that as soon as you start to learn how to be comfortable and can stand yourself alone, then it makes sense that others can stand you as well. Self-reliance is the next one, and that if we were to personify this as a deity, it would be very representative of the importance of relying on oneself, not depending on others, and empowering you to be able to help those in need, because you really can't be as efficient and effective in being helpful to those around you unless you are in a position of power. So self-reliance is the first step towards that. Autonomy. It would be a deity that represents the ability to govern oneself and make independent choices, self-ownership and accountability. This lends deeply into the minding of your own business and privacy for, I think, some obvious reasons, but autonomy also just means that the more you value your privacy, the more that you would also be able to value that of others in making your own decisions. Closely related to sovereignty, which would be represented by the power of being in control of your own life, not being influenced by externalities, other factors. And then also being able, just like I said, with the self-reliance aspect and solitude, you become more aware of where there may be instances in which you weren't even aware of some externalities that were influencing you. The next one is one that I think is very, it was, it didn't come to me until late when I was thinking about a lot of this, but tranquility. This would be representative of peace and calm, in that when your privacy and that of those around you are respected, when your individualism is respected, there's just a larger likelihood of peace and calm that comes from focusing on yourself, learning from the ability to look within, take on responsibility, and avoiding external distractions. Non-interference is a big one, and it's difficult because, again, this requires a certain level of nuanced understanding of what non-interference means. It was brought up earlier during the congregation that, consent is huge in this topic and in this particular religion. But non-interference is the representation of importance regarding non-interference of others' lives, the imposition of your intent or your expectations, and just allowing people to live their own lives. When I say this, dogmatism is one that has to come up as important. We are not dogmatic. Obviously, respond to situations that may be either imperative to one's safety or someone that you know around you. And, the opposite would be don't become a bully under the notion or the the false pretense of you're looking out for someone else in order to violate their autonomy, their privacy, their consents, all that stuff. This is where it starts to, as I said, we get further on. These are more nuanced, advanced understandings of personal, accountability towards privacy and respect. So this one is personal boundaries would be another big one that I think all adults, regardless of whether you like the idea of this church or not, should really look into. Boundary setting is one that is, you hear people talk about boundaries a lot, but really understanding, the representative value in this and setting personal boundaries, respecting the boundaries of others. The obvious correlation between that and privacy is too great to not include this as, one of the primary focuses that you should really delve into with yourself in terms of what is boundaries, where do they lie, how is this going to benefit me, am I just being pedantic? All of these things all come together. Mindfulness, as a deity, this could be very representative of the power that you engage in for yourself with being present in the moment, focusing on your own individual thoughts and feelings, and the consistency of consideration and its application between what you want versus what you give. Individualism has to be stated. It is at the core and at the foundation of these beliefs, in that the importance of individual freedom and liberty and the right to live as one chooses is every man's individual and human right, and it can never be expounded upon or repeated enough that the individual is what makes groups great. And when you have a group of great individuals, they're nearly unstoppable, and it's often why we are divided as individuals in our society. So I definitely think that individualism being near the top of this is one to focus on as a goal in order to have that kind of understanding and awakening to it, that you as an individual and that society as individuals can have the illusion of being in a group, and this could then create slippery slope rationalizations for entitlement to other people's information based off of your personal belief of safety and public good, but it's still all individuals. The final one is the last one for a reason. It may be the ultimate goal, in my opinion, and it may not be necessarily achievable by anyone, including myself, but I do believe it to be the goal, and it's detachment. The ability to detach oneself from the externalities, the external events that influence a lot of the rationalizations and a lot of what will deter you from the previous 9 focus points here, and really focus on your own inner life and the ability
Pause
to.
for a second.
What was that?
Can I pause you for a second?
No, I'm going to finish this thought and then you can speak because it's the end. It's about focusing on one's inner life and being able to balance between the two of externalities and internal and conflicts, and being able to use mindfulness and all of the above stated to piece together the two and walk a balance there. And that was it, actually. That's why I wanted to finish. What you got?
Yeah, it was more about this guy in the chat is just
This
distracted the shit out of me.
And that's fine, but because he's not up here, one of the protocols that I've tried to engage with in all of these discussions is that people in the chat are not up here on the panel. So let's not be disrespectful to panelists because people in the chat are in the chat, But at the end of the day, I don't know which one you're talking about. Are you what's his name?
XQCCP keeps saying that you're preaching Satanism and adding the other members and stuff, and saying this guy.
No,
I didn't block him because he's pinging the algorithm a lot.
It's okay. So I'm not a Satanist. If you want to be one in this church, that's fine. If you want to be a Christian, that's fine. This is a ideology that is intended to kind of fill in these fractured gaps of ridiculous ideology, this ridiculous ideology warfare that exists in our world. I'm not. I mean, that's fine. You can make that assertion, and I do see that you are in the guest panel. If you want to come up and have that discussion, I can do that with you. But
that's the foundational movement of this church, correct? Is to be able to make your own decision and not push your thoughts on anybody else. And it's kind of like it's frustrating, and it's hard to not engage.
That's okay. I don't mind, because what I'm doing here also is going to lend to this issue. And it's more important that we learn from this engagement that I'm going to have with him than to sit here and just say, no, you're wrong.
I'm looking forward to debating four Satanists all at once.
Oh, well, you're not doing 4-on-1. It's just going to be myself, but it's not a debate. I just wanted to hear why you feel I'm a Satanist.
You're leading people away from God.
I'm not. In fact, I encourage people to embrace their faith in God and still come and listen to the notions of what we're discussing.
Yet you do it through every means possible to not actually follow the tenets of God.
Nothing that I've stated in this presentation would go against the teachings of God or Jesus Christ.
Everything that you've taught has been to exalt oneself.
You can believe whatever you want. Mind your own business. We can believe.
I apologize, Tyler. I definitely understand your notions of where you're coming from there. I'll engage him one-on-one because he wanted to talk to me and he sees me as the mouthpiece of what he thinks is Satanistic or anti-Christian or blasphemous behavior. Is that correct?
Secular humanism.
Secular humanism, thank you. So in the idea of privacy and minding your own business, where is this anything beyond the golden principle?
Is that in Judaism?
Well, I asked you the golden principle in regards to treat others as you would like to be treated, right?
I know the golden principle, but you don't understand the golden principle, so that's why I'm asking you, is it in Judaism?
Okay. You're now asking me to provide you in terms of the source of the golden principle? You say you know it.
I do know it.
Let me ask you this. Does it matter?
It does.
Why?
Why? Because it results in unity. And unity is what brings us to the end age.
And that's a problem because
you are not unifying people. You are telling them to go away from God.
Never have I said that, nor do I want that. I think if you pay close
attention, and that is what you are advocating for.
Okay, but you can assert what I'm advocating for, or you can listen to me explain to you my intention. This is the choice here, in which case it's not a debate.
You can explain. However, everything I've heard has been exalting the human self. Exalting
individualism is important.
Does not result in unity. It results in division. And it results in division based on worldly standards.
Go on. I want to hear more. Explain that, because I think that what I'm espousing is very much so in line with your world belief.
No. So what you're explaining is that we should base our beliefs on whatever it is that we come up with. Now, God came up with the perfect plan for all of us. All of us. And you are advocating for us to come up with our own plan to go any way that we decide we want to go. With that said, you should recognize that you are not trying to walk people in the path of God, but trying to walk people in the path of their own ideology. Which is exactly what the entire Old Testament is about.
Sure.
People walking in their own ways and God punishing them for falling away from Him.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out where to begin, because it's not really my preference to utilize your own, say, religious text against you, as I find that would be demeaning. But while the Bible does have a bit of a nuanced approach between warning against individualist thinking and saying that the greater good is one that you should keep in mind, I'm also not saying that you should not do the exact same thing. I've never said that just through being an individual, you only focus on yourself. I'm saying that when the, we'll call it Overton window, has moved so far into which we have to reject our own identity and individuality the way modern society has created, it is healthy to bring it back to a focus on being a strong individual will then enable you to perpetuate good things, especially in your particular belief. So, like, I know that Jesus definitely indicated that following him might offend others. And yet there was still a firm push towards the idea of being an individual and choosing the right thing for yourself and following his teachings. And there's many different nuanced approaches to this. I am not advocating for Satanism. And I would never argue that anybody that wants to be involved in this idea of the church of mind your own business, that I would degrade your spirituality or your belief system in any way, shape, or form. I would ask that you understand that these religious beliefs have caused a lot of fractures in our society and throughout human history, and that I don't espouse my own personal religious belief. I have one because it's close to the chest where it belongs. I act in a moral way in which I believe is for the good of most, not all, because it's subjective.
Can you define your morals? Before you continue on, can you define where your morals come from?
No, because again, I believe that would be giving you information about my religious beliefs in a way that is personal for me. But I am not a Satanist.
That's problematic because morals come from God and ethics come.
I'll tell you what's problematic is you won't use that term on my live stream. I don't really want to hear that. So anyway, I think I made my point about as clear as I could.
I like that you talk about the Bible, though.
Well, see, and here's the thing is that honestly, I think not only could Brett, but myself, I've read the Bible multiple times, and I'm fully aware in which what he's referring to as being extremist, ideology for the individual, and how the Old Testament would say be littered with people that only thought for themselves. But this is reductionist, and you can't have accountability for your actions if you are to learn from the teachings of his particular religion, if you don't take individual accountability for yourself and apply that. All I'm suggesting then is that the dictation to others to do as you want them to do morally is not the same as them coming to the conclusion that those behaviors are moral and they do it themselves. You cannot have an involuntary moral action that is so paradoxical, it's ridiculous, and I don't really want to necessarily platform that anymore. But I, again, want everyone to know in the congregation and after that sermon that if you still have that opinion of me, that's absolutely fine. I will platform healthy debate. I don't really particularly want to hear toxic people espousing words that they learned from the DSM out of nowhere with no regard to the merit of the definition. So, Aiden, thanks for joining us, bud. I really do appreciate it. You're an honorary member, Doctor.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. It's all right. Eating nerd clusters.
Awesome. So, I believe that I had another guest that wanted to come up and speak. I don't know if they wanted to run off, but here's the thing. We're always going to have an honest conversation about the intentions of what the church wants to accomplish, and it's simply the exact opposite of what I was being told to do there. I don't have any interest in promoting Satanism. If I have to give an honest opinion about my position on Satanism, I will, but I don't have an interest in being derogatory against anyone in their beliefs because I don't believe that to be in line with the teachings of how I was raised morally. I think that ideas speak for themselves. You won't find a self-avowed Satanist probably show up in this group, and if you do, I doubt they would be saying that for very long if they're exposed to myself and the people that I surround myself with. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brett. We did have a bit of a presentation I provided for you there, both in the kind of quasi-demigods that might be considered, but that's, again, a personal decision. At the end of the day, I do think that these are focal points of the tenets and precepts in which we're pushing. I won't have an account via discussion. Accountable discussion about anything. That's projection, sir. You're welcome to continue your points that you want to make down there in the chat. I don't have an interest in platforming your particular toxic viewpoint. The issue here is that I actually think that you are part of the issue in which I'm addressing. You don't have any respect for others' individuality. You think that because you hold a moral superior high ground that you have ownership of others, and that you think that by dictating morality that through both force and aggression that you think that you're going to get good behavior from people, but I don't believe in the parroting of good behavior. It needs to be rooted in the intent of wanting to be good. And I know what my intent is. And you demonstrated this by absolutely insisting that you knew what my intention was. And, I get it. There is definitely some very interesting writings in the Bible about this, and that I may very well be looked at very dimly. But after having reconciled this with myself and other people that I know to be deeply religious, and I don't really think that your opinion on this is the authority. You're, again, welcome to make better arguments than what you've brought to the table. And if I see a really good one down there, if I see you bring up something really good, I may platform you again. So keep trying. Definitely keep hammering away at that. But, it's not to be disrespectful. I just won't engage in uncivil discourse. And you weren't arguing in good faith. So, try again. You're welcome to. It's not that kind of game here, though. Everyone's welcome. It wasn't your dissent that made me remove you. It was your ridiculous, inappropriate use of a term. And Brett, I apologize, sir. I was talking to you before I got sidetracked there.
No, it's okay. I mean, he was sidetracking me, and pardon my weakness on that. I was trying to listen to you, so I took some notes. I might have missed some, but I've got self-reliance, autonomy, individualism, non-interference, not dogmatic.
Oh, I'll forward all
personal
this to you
boundaries.
as well. I have a lot of notes. Yeah, but I mean, I'll forward you any information you want. I'm also offering, once I kind of get more of traction, or if this goes anywhere, I may, provide some reading material. I might even make something that is considered blasphemous in the eyes of Mr. CCP there. I don't know. But you, I respect, and I have a lot of it for you. And I know that you have a background in religion. I know that I know specifically what it is. Did I violate any of what you consider to be your precepts of morality or going against God?
I will offer that I am a Baptist Christian, and this is only just basically I see this as a hammer in the tool belt to the carpentry skills I already had.
Mm-hmm. And I'm hoping that this is also ambiguous enough to be seen that way by other religions, and that it can be unifying.
Goodbye, Brett. What? Okay.
They said good eye.
Oh,
I think they were.
I'm like, what did I say wrong? Why is everybody coming after me, dude?
Oh boy.
Oh snap, Brett. That's so funny. We both thought the same way.
But yeah, no, I just, kind of just give me a bit of a, give me some feedback here, because I know that you definitely can. You've torn me apart on things you don't agree with in the past. I want to know, give me some feedback here. Did it sit with you? Did it resonate? Do you see where I'm trying to create contemporary applications through privacy and the demon that is surveillance? Because surveillance is a demon.
Yeah. It's a lot more than that with that, but yeah, I mean, obviously, like, I think that the biggest thing is people have to expound upon what they understand surveillance instead of just thinking about like Big Brother, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's more than that. You're conducting it yourself, and you're doing it in a lot of different ways by, again, a lot of those, I guess you would call them tenets that you had mentioned, by, asserting, dogmatism is a way, right? Which is basically nudging it people into a point of being vulnerable, right? And expounding upon people's personal boundaries, and as if you have a sense of entitlement to somebody's personal business in a way which you're offering that in a factual basis you can add value to somebody that was otherwise not necessary. So yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So, and by the way, CCP, you're moving in the opposite direction. What you need to do is create a valuable argument, make a few statements that actually aren't littered with either name calling or finger pointing. Because see, this is the issue, especially when it comes to the world in which you're used to living. See, rational people can still be religious. They can still hold spirituality very close to their chest. In fact, somebody like Brett, who is one of the smartest people I know, has been able to bridge the gap between where the Bible still actually provides a basis in which scientific thought and method is absolutely a part of the entirety of this infrastructure, the ecosystem, if you will. But at the end of the day, if you continue to make arguments that are littered with ad hominem and you finger point and you name call, I'll let you stay here. I will. But all you're doing is just bolstering the people that I think are going to look at you, look at me, weigh our arguments against each other, and they're going to say things about you either in their heads or amongst themselves that you may not necessarily sleep too well with, because you can keep calling me that all you want. I don't care. I know what I'm doing. I know what I believe in. I know that what you're accusing me of is not representative of it. And at this point, I think that even if I were to be able to say every single thing correctly to you and give you all the information that you were asking for, and try to engage in the semantic arguments and try to fall victim to the the ridiculousness in which you wanted to engage that discussion, I still would never be able to get into a position that convinces you, because there is no convincing you. And I don't want to be like that. So at the end of the day, Brett, please stop being concerned about that shit. It is not conducive to our conversation. I don't want to do that. If you have concerns, then take whatever necessary measures you think are necessary. But it is not how I conduct business here. So I am sorry, though, if I have in some way, shape, or form somehow upset your religious beliefs, CCP. That was not my intention. I've never name called you. I will not do so. I will platform you if you want to come back and be reasonable and have a actual debate. Otherwise, like I said, you can just sit there and, have the, keep churning those ideas. Eventually you might hit the jackpot. You might pull the lever and actually get one that's like, there we go. That's what we want to talk about. But right now, I just, I'm not going to continue to keep doing that with you. It's not constructive. And interestingly enough, out of all the traffic that I've had here this evening, you're the only person that has actually perceived it this way. So I'm not so sure I'm the one out of line here. Yeah, he'll have to hang out with the congregation. That's fine. And this is the other thing. And Brett, tell me if I'm wrong, but one of the issues that pushes people away, and one of the issues that I think he's violating here, is the notion in which we don't interfere with others and their ability to explore their innate sovereignty, and also the exploration of ideas and thoughts and stuff like that within the realms of morality. In this case, there's room in my world for his ideology. There's room in my church for his beliefs. There is zero leeway for me to even be able to have a discussion about what I think is novel and progressive movement in a way that's unifying for everybody, even in my own channel where he has set up shop. Would you agree that there's maybe more of a projection there on his end?
Yeah, it's very, very, it's very strong projecting, because you're literally speaking against what he is doing right now.
Correct. And this is why he's here, is I don't mind him providing the demonstration here in the actual session of this church meeting. I want to pick your brain a little bit further, but part of what I was talking about earlier, I don't know if Serenity caught it, but I do want to allow members of the congregation to come up and talk about their ideas about how privacy is important and how there's a ubiquity amongst humans in terms of their need for spirituality, and that minding your own business is more important than trying to stuff your ideologies down each other's throats. How you doing, Serenity?
I'm well. You?
I'm doing pretty good, actually. Thank you.
So I'm in the middle of deconstructing, everything. So I would say that what I have learned about being on TikTok is it turns out that Satanists are the most unjudgmental, unproblematic, calm people. It's like everybody hates y'all for just being yourselves when y'all are literally, I mean, I'm not inside of the organization, but from what I see on the outside, you guys are so unproblematic and just calm and just level-headed. Y'all don't go screaming.
Are you following the notion that I'm not a Satanist?
Oh, Oh, I didn't know that.
I am not. There's a person down here that has been falsely accusing me of it because the fact that I'm hosting what I consider to be a unifying precept in ideology. But have I said something that maybe is giving you the notion that I'm a Satanist, or were you just picking up on the commentary from him?
I was just picking up on that commentary and then like the vibes, because they're I think like, because somebody was, I go on Thinker's page a lot, but she's not up this night. There was a Satanist that came up and they were talking about like, the pillars of the church and how basically just respect humanity and this and this and this and that. And I was like, oh, wow.
Well,
Actually, really
we aren't platforming a very specific ideology or religion here. And like I was telling the person that was making the accusation, like, I'm not a Satanist, and I would be surprised if a Satanist joined this church and remained one. Because as much as I understand what you're getting at, I am also familiar, as I've interacted with, and it's not my favorite ideology. I think that it has some very questionable morals. It's difficult for me. It's hard for me to, again, because of the way I was raised, and I have my own preconceived notions of bias. I wouldn't turn away a Satanist. I also wouldn't necessarily ever consider joining them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
Like I said, I grew up, well, yeah, I didn't say that, but I grew up Christian, and deconstructing from that, it's still like I have some things that like just stick with me. Like, for example,
You grew up Christian?
unfortunately, yes.
I'm sorry that you hear that. I'm sorry to hear that you feel it's unfortunate because, I mean, at the end of the day, however you were raised in a spiritual way, be it either Christian or Buddhist or I don't know a lot of people that were raised as from childhood to adulthood as Satanist. I've never met one, but maybe they hide. I don't know. But I was actually going to ask if like we could get somebody in the chat that wanted to come up and lead in a prayer for CCP. I think that there needs to be some help in this situation. There's a lot of negativity that's happening there, and I'd be more than happy to let that happen. We believe that there is a need for, a moral compass, but it starts with the self and the individual. You didn't happen to catch any of the sermon, did you?
No, I literally just scrolled on like probably like 5 minutes ago because I just
Okay.
scrolled.
So in a nutshell, we believe that in modern times, there's an interpretation of what I would call a demon, and it is surveillance. And it is this notion that we as individuals do not deserve a right to privacy and the respect of our individuality, and that a lot of our problems that are driven socially in the dynamics that we all interact through do come from a certain fundamental misunderstanding of our entitlements to other people's information and opinion. There's a lot that that comes down to the understanding of oneself. And I talked about a lot of the tenets that we espouse, that I think energy, if you're a part of our church, or at least the ideology, you should focus on, because there's a lot of negative connotations around solitude, but there's a lot of power in being able to be okay with being alone and to delve into your introspection and deeper understanding of yourself, right? The more you have self-awareness, the more awareness you have of the self of others, and then there should be a proportionate understanding of a need for privacy, right? Self-reliance, relying on yourself and not depending on others is the best way to obtain the level of power necessary to be helpful to others, to care about the betterment of humanity and those that you care about around you. Autonomy, being able to govern yourself, to have discipline, and to be able to make your choices independent of external influence through the minding of your own business precepts and the privacy that I think is ultimately the best morality of what I'm pushing. You won't interfere with others, they won't interfere with you, and your autonomy should be respected. And decision making in terms of your selfhood is of the utmost importance when it comes to how we interact with each other. This is a big misunderstanding that you kind of witness there, is that this person down here thinks that when I talk about a lot of this self stuff and individual stuff, that's all it is. I'm suggesting that as a strong individual who can follow along just these 4 precepts that I gave you, you are somebody that I would much rather have come and help me with something of importance than somebody who cannot deal with being alone, who is not self-reliant, who does not have autonomy or self-accountability. And if they don't have sovereignty of themselves in terms of the ultimate, they recognize their decisions are theirs, both in their body and good and bad ways. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So I don't think that anything I'm talking about actually violates almost any religious precept or concept of being able to be in touch with what you believe is your creator. I think that all of these are just, well, this may be egotistical, but let's call it 2.0, you know? Let's just say I take any religion and adapt it to this stuff, and you could just say that plus this. We need to focus more on the fact that in most religions, they will stuff their ideologies based on the locality of them, you know, because differing, you know, Christianity has so many different branches of it here just in the US alone that, you know, it depends on where you're at in terms of how you practice.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like that what you're speaking about is not really even covered in any. Yeah, definitely. And I feel like
Ooh, there's an echo. One moment.
you're speaking.
All right, hit me again. Okay.
Myself.
We're going to bring her back up. There was a bit of a network issue there. Okay, so you're saying that plus something isn't covered in what?
Okay, so yeah, what I was saying is it's not really covered in any religion, actually. I don't think so. I haven't heard of anybody really talk about, like, you know, the power of self in any religion that, well, mainstream religion, I'd say that, because there's a ton out there.
I agree.
So yeah, that's a beautiful sentence.
I'm also going to let, oh, well, he's going to hang out in the guest request. You are welcome, CCP, again, to come up to this panel once you demonstrate to me the ability to engage in civil discourse. If you need a refresher on that, there are multiple sources that you can look to on the internet in which you can engage with somebody you don't agree with respect. And I don't think that what I'm asking for is too much. So I do think that you can hang out in the request until you either show me here in the chat that you have an argument that's worth discussing. I'm not going to get into the semantic weeds with you. However, I do have another guest that is also going to come up with you. Do you mind, Serenity, sharing the platform with her?
Oh yeah, it's not my platform. This is an open conversation, Brett.
Oh, no. While you're up here, you're a guest, and this is about respect. So as long as you're okay with it and you're okay with sharing time with Glitzy Girl here, I'm going to bring her up.
Hi, Glitzy.
Hey, Tyler. Hello. Hello.
Welcome up. What can a church do for you today, my child? I'm just kidding. What's up?
I was just trying to figure out what it was. I was kind of talking with Tyler in the comment, and I guess I got a little more confused.
Okay. Well, what are you unclear about?
Well, I was saying that I used to go to Unitarian Universalist Church, and where basically everyone was welcome. It didn't matter if you were a Christian, a Muslim.
I'm familiar with that church.
Yes.
And we were just there for community, just to spend time together, kind of unite over the fact that we cared about humanity. And I don't know.
Oh, Serenity. I'm sorry if you didn't feel comfortable being up here. You could have just said so. I would have let you keep your, because I would like to still engage with you. If you want to hang around when I'm done with Glitzy, you're welcome to come back up. I'd love to still talk with you. You're more than welcome to. I'm sorry to interrupt. Please continue.
No, it's okay. Anyway, we were just, kind of united over the fact that we just wanted the best for humanity and believed in worth and dignity of people, and that they had the right to, basic human rights and love and peace, whatever.
Why? What was the prime cause of the Unitarian Church to take this unifying, non-discriminatory approach towards membership? Why did that happen?
I don't know. I know that there's Unitarian, and then there's Unitarian Universalist, which is more of a come all, all are welcome here. It doesn't matter, your sexuality or, what you believe.
Yeah. If I can add, if nobody's familiar, I'm sorry, I'm not going to interrupt. Can I say something about this, Has?
Of course, if you know something about it,
I do, actually. I've been to a couple of them when I was overseas. When you get deployed, it's actually the most common church you can find overseas because of the multiple religious beliefs among service members. And yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful ideology of accepting everybody, no judgment, It's very much along the lines has of what you're talking about here. To be honest, it's like
I know.
Literally.
I can
Yeah.
just
Okay.
I can identify why.
Yeah. So there's a lot of reasons why, but I think it was something to do with the Puritans trying to basically work with the people and not judge people. Key thing, the opposite of what we see in the chat right now. And just welcome all atheists, agnostic, no matter where you were religiously, and they gave you space to pray how you pray and talk about the common denominator factors, which is probably one of my most enlightening moments, is looking at all the similarities among the belief systems.
Yeah, and Brett, by the way, we are going to finish up earlier because after I did my sermon for you, which was extremely condensed, I do still want to kind of get some back and forth from you on it because it didn't sound like you had any problems, and I know that you have an interest, so we'll definitely get into that a bit more. But with this, in terms of the Unitarian experience that you had, and how he's talked about it's relatable to what I'm discussing here, what are your questions?
I guess I said, is that kind of what it was? And I guess maybe I was misunderstanding.
I can, in a nutshell, explain to you the premise of what I'm coming from here.
Okay.
I think that minding your own business is integral to the idea in which you provide a focus more on, it allows a prioritization, so to speak. If you can create a level of, let's call it discipline, and you learn to take in lessons that you can teach yourself, you can then start to become aware, more self-aware, and then aware of the self of others, and the unifying respect that we all deserve when it comes to still doing good things for each other. I'm by no means saying you should look the other way. You shouldn't. This doesn't justify inaction in the face of evil. Quite the contrary, this is one of the most personal methods, I think, that we can enact action against evil. And I know that this is, in some circles, will raise an eyebrow, but in the pantheon of evil, I focus on one, and it would be the demon known as surveillance, the notion in which there's an entitlement to your personal information. And we all have it. We all at some point or another, in varying degrees, based off of our relative position to something and its importance, feel a need to have this information of someone else's. And it's symbolic of a primal issue that our psychology suffers from as humans, and it's about control and power. So I suggest that we turn that inward and we focus on the control and power that we can derive from ourselves, from our own personhood, from our own sovereignty. And I don't care where you feel you derive that from, if it's from your creator, if it's from your community, if it's from your family, if it's from the creations you make. None of that changes the function of what I'm discussing here. So at the end of the day, sure, Unitarian is fine. But I'm not preaching that you need to abandon your principal, fundamental beliefs that guide you in your morality. I'm asking that you retool what some of the old world has embedded into some of those teachings, because it is, unfortunately, it has led to the result of what we live in today. And it is a gross violation of a lot of people's human rights to justify trying to impose your beliefs on others. You should, if you wish to change somebody's behavior, you should not just say you must do this or else. You should demonstrate to them what it is they do. And if it is a superior methodology, it'll stick. And if it doesn't, I don't think that the opposite, the alternate, the subjugation of your belief in trying to change somebody's belief system, it was ever going to stick anyway. I believe voluntarism is important. I don't want friends that are my friends just because they were told to be my friends. That's a very hollow relationship. I want friends that are my friends because they like me, because they believe in the value of me as a person and what I can bring to the table, And that is a fundamental thing about minding your own business. Like, I'm not going to try and force anybody to interact or engage on any level. I think that voluntary exchange is the most valuable. And in the privacy clause of everything and all of the precepts and tenets that I'm exploring here, this very much so, again, just comes, all roads lead back to the individual. You can't experience life through somebody else's eyes. You can assume all you want about how their experience is kind of aligned with yours, but they still don't have the same path and journey as you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we to boil this down to, say, the commonly accepted Western beliefs that, you are a creation of God made in his image, do you think that it is incumbent upon you to take that to the maximum, to explore the potentiality of what that is, not to assume the mantle, but to really do it justice, to really get everything that is supposed to mean out of it?
Right.
So
You just mean like mind your business in terms of like what your religion is or what someone else's religion is.
no, I mean it in general. I can give you some examples of what I would consider to be sins under our ideology. Would that help?
Yes.
Sure. Eavesdropping. If you're in a setting in which people are talking about something and you just have absolutely no business and it wasn't intended for you to hear, maybe mind your own business. Stalking people on social media. My ideology is contemporary, so I take a lot of modern technology and contrivances of it into consideration when we discuss human behavior. Modern tools should not be exempt from the morality of your religion, but a lot of people exist in the gray area of that. I've seen a lot of allegedly good Christians on the internet doing things that, if it had been in consideration in the writings in which they adhere to, I don't think they'd be doing it. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Gossiping is a big one for me. We all engage in it. In one way or another, somebody in your life or yourself have gossiped, and you've either been subject to it or subjected someone else to it. And the spreading of either bad information or manipulative information is in and of itself absolutely a sin under my ideology. Mind your own business. Keep your opinions to yourself. I don't know, violating somebody's inherent sense of what they believe to be privacy, like peeping on them or having some way of observing them in a surveilling sort of way. Obviously, completely against the ideals in which I'm espousing. Judgmental behavior. If there's no other means in which somebody should mind their own business, it is this one. Judging someone off of their appearance, their actions, their ideology. If it doesn't outwardly impact anyone other than themselves, mind your own business. Unsolicited advice. I think that unsolicited advice is never taken well by almost anyone, yet it is a very common human behavior in which we feel entitled to providing a guiding path towards people and not allowing them to learn life's lessons on their own, which is the most valuable means of learning through life's experience. Have you ever learned through the experience of someone else ever?
Okay, sorry, what?
Have you ever learned through the experience that somebody else had? You may have taken advice from somebody. Well, no, hold on. How did you do that? You can't experience life through someone else's eyes. So did you learn through their experience, or did you take heed on the advice?
Yeah, through what they told me, like learning a different perspective, like seeing.
Well, which is it? You agreed earlier that we can't experience other people's lives through their eyes, so it wasn't their experience that you learned from. You learned from their advice that they offered.
Yes.
Okay, but at the end of the day, you didn't experience that event. So therefore, would we call it learning from that experience, or are you being maybe a wise person in accepting advice from somebody that's trusted?
Yeah.
Well, they're different things.
I would just call it seeing a different perspective that I may not have come to on my own if I had not heard that person's experience.
That's okay. But at the end of the day, that's also a consensual choice that you made, correct? You chose to take that advice. It wasn't forced upon you.
Yes.
Anybody ever forced advice on you that you learned from?
Probably not.
Okay. So again, unsolicited advice is definitely against some of the tenets of minding your own business. Meddling in relationships is also related to unsolicited advice. It can be a means in which you meddle for, in somebody's relationship, but just in general, if you try to interfere with the outcome of the natural course of somebody's relationship, be it platonic or, romantic, this is deeply against what I believe to be the tenets of our religion and our church. This is even encouraged in a lot of religions to do so. If you see something, say something sort of shit, and it is just not okay. So minding your own business in this regard and allowing things to play out naturally is the morally superior means in which to observe. And you also come out smelling like a bunch of roses to the people that, if you really did care about them, you showed respect to them and their individual ability to make decisions, good or bad. This one's tough because, again, we all do it, and it is a societal standard in which it's going to be hard to remove as a splinter in the mind of people. But comparing yourself to others, I think comparing yourself to others is opposite of minding your own business. You'll never be able to be exploratory in your own unique path if you allow the actions of others to dictate to you in which your ultimate maximum potential can be realized. So this is a very good tenet, but a difficult one in minding your own business. Obviously, also, as I've mentioned in some, tangential way, trying to change someone is a sin. Just violating their sovereignty, their individualism, trying to change them for what you think is better is only going to result in failure. And they, more often than not, through human nature, are going to push back. And just, let's just be real here. The most basic one, being nosy.
Would I be out of line to say that if you let other people's decision of what they want to believe affect you, you lose control over yourself?
It kind of fits into the sovereignty thing and a respect of people's right to make good and bad decisions.
I agree.
But you don't mind your business when somebody's being like racist or hateful or whatever.
That's pretty extreme, but
give me an example again of what you said. What about racism and hatred?
I just mean, like, if somebody is obviously being very racist, hateful, around you, and you're like, well, that's their belief. I'm going to mind my own business and keep hanging out with them because they can believe what they want.
I've never, ever once experienced an exchange in which somebody spoke up against that where it changed the ignorant bigot's mind. This does not, however, mean that you should stand by in the face of something that's happening that's immoral or damaging or hurtful to others. I have always been clear from the beginning of my sermon and the pushing of some of what the ideology is that we wish to espouse. Hate speech is still protected speech in terms of how our country is run, and it sucks. It's a reality we have to deal with. Of course, you should never platform it. So, like, if I had somebody say, come up here and do that, I would immediately remove them. And I would explain very calmly and carefully that not only do I not endorse that kind of behavior, but it's shit human behavior. And I think that that's about the best you can do. But ignorance is never going to be a thing that we don't suffer from as a society. But I don't suffer from apathy either. I'm not saying that just because it's a thing that we'll never get rid of, that you should just accept it. I just think that at the end of the day, if they minded their own fucking business too, you probably would hear a lot less of that stupid stuff.
True. I was just making sure we were clear on that.
Absolutely. I, by no means in any way, shape, or form, think that through the pushing of the idea that it's important to protect the sanctity of privacy in its entirety and totality of an individual, it doesn't supersede your responsibility as a moral person to address evil where you see it. It's encompassing of all beliefs at this point. If you are part of a church that is pushing mind your own business, that you might actually have a larger following and a larger defense mechanism against such things, but you're never going to change the minds of these people. They're acting from a tribalist primal viewpoint in which humanity will probably forever suffer from. But that doesn't mean you have to stay quiet about it. It also doesn't necessarily mean that it's your business. It's your choice. There's always the end-all answer for me with this ideology, in which, as the individual, if you respect enough of the tenets and you feel you still need to speak up, then do so. Absolutely. But that doesn't then give you the slippery slope method of violating other means of people's privacy, gossiping, delving deep into somebody's background for the either self-perpetuating means of profit, like, looking into people's information publicly only to then engage with them with prior knowledge and get something out of them. Very bad. doing so to say maybe get some information about them to find out just safety stuff for yourself, that's okay. Question for you, Glitzy.
Uh-huh.
How do you feel about prayer?
I don't really pray in a traditional way.
What would be an example of how you pray?
I would say I hope everything works out great for that person or things get better or whatever, but I'm not going to sit here and close my eyes, bow my head, get on my knees. I pray more to the universe. I mean, it's more of a thought I'm putting out to the universe, not a prayer to a God, if that makes sense.
I understand. Would you interpret anything that I have been talking about today as Satanism?
No.
Okay. How would you feel about maybe helping us out in saying a little prayer for a member of the chat here who really desperately needs some help?
I see him. And he does. I've read his comments.
I really think he needs it. Now, the problem here is that while I would lead in doing so, I think that it's not going to land well. Just as I could have used a lot of his own biblical needs for connotations and explained to him where the individual is respected, and that in order for, because who is judged in the end?
I guess it depends on your belief.
Well, when I meet my creator.
Right.
Pretty sure they're going to judge me individually and weigh me based off of my decisions, correct?
Right.
And that is known as being individually judged, correct?
Yes. Now he's calling me a Satanist.
I know. It's okay. And see, this is the issue with that particular form of perception of what we're trying to, dispute here. Let's be clear. And I know you know this. I know you know this because you seem like a very nuanced person. You seem fair. I can only be accountable for myself. This is why I reject predeterminism. I reject the idea of, say, God knowing the end result of everything. I don't think that that's how this works. I think that we are given free will and that we are endowed upon us this particular privilege and this reality that we share, because we are then put into a circumstance in which you are given all of the right tools to learn and grow as a creation to demonstrate an understanding of the end result. But you can only do so in a meaningful way as a strong individual. And I can only be accountable to myself. I can't ever be accountable for anything that you choose to do. I can very much so manipulate and create circumstances that guide you in such a way. But at the end of the day, if you so decide to take action based off of your own internal guiding light or whatever it is you want to call it, I am not accountable. You are an individual too, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is why I think that we need as a society to return back to the basic principles of respecting this stuff. Otherwise, we lose accountability. We lose the ability to hold those accountable. And we see it happening on a regular basis, and it's been slipping away for years. And I firmly chalk this up to why we see younger and younger generations that come by in making such heinous decisions. They don't see they don't see the skin in the game that they have because they just don't perceive their individualism as valid. And in the times that they do, it's more of an act of rebellion, and then they act out in such a way that they still won't accept the responsibility because it's a whataboutism. Well, I did this, yeah, but it was in response to, blank violation of my individuality.
When do you think we were not as judgmental?
I think that it has been getting worse, but I don't think that we were ever not judgmental. I think it's been getting worse only in the tools that are available to us. Okay, are you familiar with the idea that, like, at one point there was this idea that there are more earthquakes happening over the past 100 years? But as it turned out, it was actually just the availability of reporting. So there was more measuring tools to actually measure earthquakes. It wasn't that there was more happening. It's just that our ability to record it and report it increased.
Right. Yeah.
Same thing. Maybe maybe I've stated this incorrectly. I don't think that judgment has increased. I think the tools of reporting it has increased. I think that judgment in the way that we're talking about in negative connotations, the internet and our interconnectivity has created such a platform for such heinous ideas, such uncivil discourse and judgment, and echo chambers that cultivate these cancerous ideas instead of rooting out problems. That the reporting tool is giving us a pretty accurate report of what it was always. It's just now it's at the forefront of our attention. And not a lot of people know how to respond to that or understand really what that's indicating or signaling.
This reminds me of something that's going on right now on TikTok. With a certain creator that everybody has been going after and just digging and digging and digging like they are obsessed. That's kind of what you're talking about, right?
It is definitely a symptom of the problem, yes. I mean, don't get me wrong, accountability is necessary. The court of public opinion is very inflated in its ego and in its belief of purpose and what it thinks it really should be doing.
Yeah, but only so much. I mean, if this person has been held accountable for what they think was said or done or whatever, but then they just keep on and on and on and on. I don't know. It's just gotten to be a very bullying, crazy situation. And it's like, okay, if this person believes this, fine, whatever. Don't watch them anymore. But why do we keep on obsessing? And I think sometimes it's appropriate, and then sometimes it's just too much. It just depends on what the problem is, I guess. And y'all may not know what I'm talking about, but I don't know.
I'm following. I think if you want to elaborate a little more, I'll let you. And then I'm going to turn to the congregation to see if anybody wants to come up and further engage on some of these topics.
I'm just talking about the Mama Tot lady. I don't even follow her, but and I know we're not supposed to like really talk about creators on other lives.
Who said that?
I don't know. People say that, so I don't know.
I'm going to tell you right now that that's ridiculous. I think that this whole don't platform other platformers on a platform we're all a part of is just a matter of like people are so money hungry for the little bit of contributions that they can get. And by the way, just so you guys all know, contributions are not tax deductible yet. They're also money hungry based off of what they hope to gain in terms of squeezing a few extra followers out of the algorithm, that they will literally do anything they can to compete, including saying you can't say those people's names on their platforms. I've talked about other creators all the time in other discussions, and I've never once had terms of service violations. I encourage it. If there's somebody that's doing something, bring them up.
Okay.
It's not a TOS thing. It's just people being protective of losing viewership and such.
Okay.
I'm not so insecure as to be a one-trick pony. A lot of those people also will just sit there and be like, follow this person. No, thank you for the gift. Follow this person. You know, it's this like for like platforming while they sit there and stare at the camera. I host a whole series of topics. I have a whole bag of tricks in terms of creative ideas behind the scenes here. If this doesn't work out, I can move on to the next one. It doesn't bother me. So, no, I'm not that insecure about it. Talk about who you want. Don't self-censor.
I'm sorry I got on here and just like took over. I didn't mean to do that.
You didn't take over. I'm being respectful to you as a guest. This is a platform for you to speak and ask questions. It's the greatest way for us to engage.
Glitzy, I'm really glad that you came to engage and are asking questions that are positive, and they're very progressive. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
This Lazarus and this church has taught me to not be down on myself, be positive, and that I'm not wrong, and I have to believe in a certain way. And that's the most I found the most solace today with this that I've ever found in my life. So say what you want, but I feel good, and no one else can change my mind.
Yeah. It was very hard for me to like completely accept that I'm okay not being a Christian. because that's how I was raised, in a Southern Baptist church.
Mm-hmm.
And my mother and my just whole family has always like really guilted me for not believing the way they did and to having doubts and raising questions. And it's always been really difficult, something that I felt guilt over, that I felt fear over. And I mean, it took a long time, but in my 30s, I guess I really did a lot of soul searching, and I just became at peace with it finally.
What's the fear of not believing in what they want you to believe in, and the fear of eternal hellfire if you don't believe exactly what they want you to believe in? It's you believe what we believe, and if you don't, it's eternal hellfire. It's this or that, and there's no gray.
Right. Coercive compliance is one in which violates what I believe to be a very important precept of what I'm talking about. You need to be persuaded by means that are good character, good faith, good character arguments, good presentation of ideas that suit your intuition and what feels right morally. The transactionalism of you get this thing or the other, be it good or bad, it is a very old world base human thing that we've come to believe is a conditioning factor. And I just think we're a little bit more advanced as humans in a society to have to rely just on that. Let's see, I do apologize. I should have asked you first, but I did bring Jacob up as well. So I am also going to engage with him a little bit. You're welcome to hang out if you have any more questions. Otherwise, you can go hang back out in the congregation, send a request if you want to come back up. It's your choice, whatever you'd like to do, okay?
Okay,
Thank you, Glitzy. Love you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. How you doing, Jacob?
All right.
What can I do for you today?
Do you want the literal answer to that? Will you guide your individuals here to do something simply asked, if they can, physically?
I'm open to creative ideas, but it was never my intention to ever actually create actions through the church individually. It was more to create maybe a inspire a different form of thought while applying your own spirituality.
This is very simple to do.
Sometimes the most simple of tasks can still be evil, so that's why I'm hesitant to say yes. But what do you suggest?
So all I ask is that those that have the ability to squat down wherever they're at and spell life in front of them, okay, with their finger, not a pen. You don't need a piece of paper. You don't need it to be seen by anybody else. You don't need anything, but spell life, and then stand up from that point and praise and say thank you. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you to my creator.
So just out of curiosity, what's this rooted in?
That's interesting.
It's rooted in Christ.
Okay. So the intention for you would be to be giving thanks to Christ and the Creator through this action.
And that action alone.
He's the creator. He's the creator of all things. I mean, that's all I'm asking is just a simple squat down, spell life, and for yourself. It's not for me. I'm not getting anything out of it, but except for me doing it for myself to actually reach out and hold my hands up and thanks.
I think the request that you've made as an individual has been heard. I think what you're asking me to do is something that isn't quite within the realm of what I wanted for this ideology. And it's not that I don't accept your answer. It's that I don't have an interest in perpetuating anything more than, say, the moral ideology around privacy. Because, for instance, Jacob, you would be welcome in terms of listening discussion regarding this. I would never turn you away any more than anybody else. But because I have that open door policy, the church wouldn't engage in, say, the request of engaging in very specific demographic, or however you want to put it, specific religious requirements, because that's not really what we're trying to do. I'm not asking anybody to disregard their religion and or their beliefs in the act of listening to just a very simple ideology about engaging privacy and individualism. but I don't have a problem what you're asking in your position here, like up on the panel. If you want people to do that, I think that's a wonderful thing. And if that results in people actually conducting that action, I do not have a problem with it. As the person running the show, you're asking me to do that. I can't endorse it because, unfortunately, in the sake of fairness and equity, I can't endorse any specific denominational or spiritual activities, if that makes sense.
What equity is there except for life?
I'm sorry?
So what equity is there actually to any individual except for life?
Oh, you misinterpreted. What I'm saying here is that the request itself is rooted, say, perhaps in your belief that that's how it should be expressed, and I respect that. What you're asking me to do is then platform it and not only endorse it, but say almost in some degree enforce it through my request to do so.
I was actually just asking you as an individual. I was asking you as an individual, like the rest of them that were on this panel. I was asking you as an individual. I did what I asked other individuals to do. And I'm not sitting here in pride or anything like that to be so. It was just of a calling of thanksgivingness unto the Most High, or the Creator, Jesus Christ, of all things. And
Understood.
It's that of, if there's going to be a sermon there of life and there's going to be a sermon there of truth, what's wrong with an individual's testimony being the main thing that we should actually be heeding towards, not religious or patriarchal or traditions of men, but being that of the individuals that go after the truth in a way that is prescribed to them by what they have experienced.
Okay. All right, slow down for a second, because there's a lot here, and I'm going to take this real quick. I just want to be clear with you, Jacob. There's nothing wrong at all, and I'm not insinuating that. I'm also not selling truth. So let's get these two notions clear. Thirdly, I don't know if you're fully in touch with the precepts and the tenets of the ideology I'm talking about, but one of them was very specific and clear. We reject imposition. What you're suggesting is that by making your request, you're asking people to go through the motions of something that you have a personal belief and faith in. We reject this notion. Nobody will come to your church and ask you to, no, excuse me, I'd let you talk. Please let me finish. I will let you talk. I promise you will get an equal say. I don't have a problem with this so far. So there's no relative basis in whether or not what you're saying is negative or positive. What I'm saying is that you're asking for an action that isn't within the precepts of what I've discussed, which is simply allowing people to do as they will and bring whatever religious or spiritual beliefs that they have internally for themselves here. But in terms of minding your own business, you're violating the idea in which I need to, or anybody else here by your request, abide by it or be subject to the idea that we are not engaging in a positive reinforcement of your perceived notion of, what is it, acknowledgement of our Creator through Jesus Christ. I don't have a problem with this notion. I support your belief in it. It may even be really close to how I personally believe, but I won't divulge that because it's my business, not yours.
But my business is creation. Okay. You understand that?
No, I don't actually understand that. That is an extremely ambiguous and wide statement in which I'm not sure how you could take that on.
I'm an ambassador to creation and the Creator, so how can it not be my business?
I still don't understand how you're not minding your own business in regards to not asking beyond just a simple request, because you've placed terms now on it. You do this, or
my simple request didn't have anything to do with any religion. It said I asked of them that you were able to, and that would be a connection between individuals that are part of creation to do a simple act that I asked them to do out of humbleness and kindness and unto what I believe is true. But also, if they want to participate in that, they can participate in that. That's an open invitation to do so.
You're sidestepping the particular aspect of it that I was just having some concerns about, which is in the name of your Creator, Jesus Christ, which is fine.
If you're minding your own business, dude, why would you even have a podcast like this? Why would you even have a live like this?
Well,
because minding your own business would mean that you have no conversation with anybody.
And that's the only
way. You cannot mind your own business and have a conversation with anyone.
Okay, so there's actually an answer to that, and it's that it's not a
it doesn't matter if you have an answer to it that you may explain for yourself.
It's not dogmatic. You're not going to engage in civil discourse, so you'll get muted for a moment, and then I'll let you respond. or you can run away because, I understand that, being engaged as an adult civilly is not what you're used to. But at the end of the day, the reason that I'm platforming the idea of church and mind your own business is simply because the notion of minding your own business isn't dogmatic. It's applicable in a respectful way. Like, other people shouldn't be allowed to come into your place of worship and demand of you action or request of you action, and then take this high road that has terms, attached to it where, oh, well, you don't want to do these things that I personally believe in the place that you're comfortable, expressing your spirituality or your, personal beliefs. So therefore you don't, endorse Jesus Christ, or you don't endorse so and so. And, these negative connotations, what you basically tried to do was subjugate me to your beliefs through this very slippery, and it was poorly crafted, by the way, but it was slippery, and it was an attempt to try to impose upon me and others here your belief. And that is exactly why I have a podcast, sir. It's not because I'm minding my own business. It's because I'm in the business of helping people understand that there are terms and situations and boundaries that we should all assert, such as not allowing people such as yourself to try to sit here and morally grandstand or make people feel bad because they don't look a way you want them to look, or act the way you want them to look, or say the things that you want them to say. You have zero clue about the life and individual experiences that others have, and to make presumptuous, accusations the way you and other people do generally make is exactly why I think that the Church of Mind Your Own Business exists. It isn't for me to sit here and say that I'm just minding my own business. It's because tyrants and nosy people and authoritarians and those that worship the demon of surveillance, such as yourself, should get fucked. So on that note, I'm going to allow our next guest to come up. Sorry about that, Glitzy. I understand that might have been a little bit awkward for you to share the platform with.
I'm cool. But that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, though, with like my parents and stuff, like constantly trying to make you worship the way they think you should or want you to. Because like I was saying in the comments, I'm grateful for my life every day. I'm a chronically ill person. There may be one morning where I do not wake up, but I don't have to be a Christian or say a big prayer or anything to be thankful that I woke up today.
We should always turn it back on them. How is it your business?
Right.
But if they can justify that in a way that, if people that care about you can justify why they've made your business theirs in a way that resonates with you, I encourage you to do so. But I don't think that any of the tenets or any of the ideology I've espoused is going to lead you astray from doing anything other than personal growth and making better decisions, and not acting like these demon worshiping weirdos in the comments that think that they're actually, espousing the word of their God or their Lord and Savior. They're very misguided lost souls, and it's sad to watch them lose their humanity. It's sad. I do not believe for a second that if I had to sit here with, I'll say it, even if I had to sit here and endorse this particular ideology with Jesus Christ himself, if he were to come back, as they say he will, I would have this conversation with him, and I would feel a lot less concerned about holding this opinion than watching these people try to go and talk about how much they disrespect me and mine.
Yeah.
I have a really strong feeling that I think I know which side he would take. I could be wrong.
That's the thing about most organized. Well, maybe I don't even need to say that, because I guess everybody on here kind of has their own belief, but it just seems like with religion, they're always trying to impose it on you. And that is my issue.
It's a very relevant issue. Welcome home. You're welcome to follow my page. Come back in anytime you want. We don't always necessarily hold these particular events, but I do think there might be a regular schedule to them. But you never know what snakes are in the crowd, so I'm not going to publicly state when I intend to come back with this.
Sorry, I
So,
thought Tyler was going to say something.
oh, he might. He likes to pipe in. Go for it, brother Tyler.
I have nothing specific to say. Is like, I don't know why anybody would want to dictate how someone else is positive for anyone else, and that their way of being positive is wrong.
We are about to hit the exact number of people, by the way, that I was requiring to run into our next sermon. So I do think that if we get over 50 viewers and we can maintain that, I do have another sermon that I'd like to deliver. And it's going to be more in the way of which I think you might see a traditional sermon delivered. It's going to be about, it may run in the face of some of what you think might be, me telling you what to do. I have written it a little more forcefully. Anything that I provide here is not in any way, shape, or form meant to dictate to you terms in which you should exist or act. So let's hang out here. If we hit above 50 viewers and it hangs on for a bit, I'd be more than happy to deliver part 2 of our sermon this evening.
If it's okay with you, Hazardous, I'd like to offer a few words to Glitzy here.
Absolutely, please. Anybody here that wants to engage with Glitzy, she seems to be a wonderful person to engage with. I get a really good, genuine vibe off you, Glitzy. I'd be more than happy to have you here. You're not in any way, shape, or form under any pressure to join. Nothing like that. We don't have any sort of like weird Kool-Aid that you have to drink. But yeah, you're more than welcome back. You can talk to Tyler, who's he's been converted.
I know you didn't just reference a Kool-Aid. So Glitzy, I just want to say like a little bit of like what's being spoke about here is more like along the lines like, yeah, minding your own business is the big key concept, but really like the points he's saying is how to do it better and how to really kind of adopt it. And I also want to say that one of the pathways to first make that mistake of not minding your own business is engaging in the ideology that other people's opinions or, I guess, influences upon you are effective, meaning you're actually immune to judgment and immune to anybody's thoughts about you, right? If you'll see them, right? But you're immune to them already. It's only when you open yourself up, and I'm talking in family and friends or anything, it's only when you open yourself up for impact from judgment or any of that stuff from other people not minding their own business, it causes you to also not mind your own business, and it becomes this cataclysm of domino effect of people not minding their own business. Did that make any sense?
I think so. Like if somebody is like, you need to believe the way I believe, and I'm like, no, I don't believe that, and this is why, blah, 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 and I'm listing these things, then I am intruding on their beliefs as they are intruding on mine.
That's the spiritual aspect of it, but it goes further. I mean, obviously the spiritual aspect can be applied to anything, but it's also like you look in the idea of being like, let's say that I personally have body image issues. Everybody deals with their own little quirks, I guess, internally. Now, I don't necessarily need to tell anybody about that. I don't need to share anybody about it, but you got 2 ways that I can open myself up to not mind my own business or somebody else doing that. They may try to comment on my weight or, bully me about my weight or something like that. And how I respond to that could also be a door for me to engage in the same thing they're doing. I might fire back, well, you're not so light yourself, or you see what I'm saying? Like, it sounds like bullying, but it's also like prodding people into judgment, and also being judgmental is also not minding your own business is what it is, because you end up pushing people to tell them how they need to be, how they should live their life, and also kind of trying to dig more information on them than you need or deserve.
So Glitzy, I can't fathom being able to tell you that the way you want to be positive is in the wrong fashion. I can't fathom telling you you're wrong by being positive in the wrong way because it's not the way I want you to be. That sounds ridiculous to me.
about anything.
If you want to be positive, you do it in your own way, and I won't impede you whatsoever. I will encourage you to be positive. If you want to do it in your own way, I will never tell you that you're wrong in the fashion that you do it. You let me do it in my fashion, and we can both be positive. That's a win-win.
Yeah, and honestly,
I'm not a
positivity
positive.
is where all of this is rooted. I'll even go so far as to say, like, hey, we got some people in here that have absolutely violated in the chat certain precepts that I think are extremely important to human engagement civilly. And you know what? I forgive them. I do. I think that at the end of the day, even in what I'm talking about, the enforcement isn't the secret sauce. It's about leading by good example. So,
Hey,
I gotta lead by good example.
We can all pray for everyone that has been negative, and we'll pray for them to be positive. And that's it.
I was about to say I'm not a very positive person.
Well, we
That's
want you to
understandable.
pray for that.
It's unfortunately a byproduct of the society in which we live in. It's difficult to maintain positivity, especially when you're gaslit all the time into being told everything's great when you got to deal with stuff.
Agree.
Yeah, I would offer that if you're not very positive, I want you to see that in light that that's probably because you're mirror imaging what's around you, which is also essentially kind of what I was just talking about a minute ago. So if you just like close yourself off from all that negativity, identify what's going on in your life and learn how to, have people mind their own business.
And what he's saying nicely, but it is true. It may sound harsh, but the medicine isn't always easy to swallow, but minding your own business may help with that as well.
Can I vent for a minute?
Of course. I think that might be a great thing for us to do here.
Okay. So I am a disabled single mom. I have a college age child, and then I have a 12-year-old. And I also am a recent homeowner. Like I just got a house a few years ago. And I live on disability, so it's not a lot of money. And my mother lives with me. She is disabled also. And then I kind of have this family that kind of likes to take advantage. And I have to wind up keeping nieces and nephews a lot. They live with me off and on a lot of the time. And I don't get any kind of financial compensation for any of that I do, that I'm raising other people's children. And it turns me into a very negative, angry, hostile person.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm in therapy. But I
Good.
mean,
it's a great
the
thing,
issue
and more people should
is-
definitely take that seriously.
And no, I'm not religious, but I feel like I do as much good as I can because I'm trying to help these children that are not mine at the detrimental, at the detriment of me, my finances, and my own children sometimes. And I mean, I'm like trying to be this good person and this good, strong figure when these other kids that do not have a good mother in their lives, like I'm trying to be that person for them. And I'm trying so hard, but I don't have the finances. I don't have the energy. I just don't have what I need to do that. And I'm like, why do I keep getting punished for doing good deeds? I'm sorry, I'm gonna cry. But I mean,
No,
that's the way it is.
Absolutely.
Listen, I commend you for what you're doing. Unfortunately, positive prayers and energy doesn't help with finances, and you're doing an amazing job. You're doing things that people could only wish to do, and it is hard. Unfortunately, our positive energy can only help you with your energy to make those finances possible. It doesn't create financial stability. But we are there to support you in your battle and doing the right thing. And you are doing the right thing. You're doing things that people could only wish to do. And I I pray for your strength to continue to do what you're doing.
I'm going to add on that by saying that, you coming on here to share that in this forum in and of itself says a lot to me. I do appreciate that. And I want you to know that, what you're saying kind of resonates with a lot of people here, I'm sure, but you want to be seen, you want to feel that with what you're doing here, that it's not just going to continuously feel like you're not getting a return on the emotional and spiritual and just in total investment that you have in your circumstances. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I
I would,
mean, I always say the road to hell is paved with good intentions and no good deed goes unpunished, because that's the way it seems the theme of my life is. That I try so hard and to do these things, and I just keep getting more and more in debt and things. I mean, nobody helps me physically, with things that around the house that need to be fixed or cleaned up or whatever. Nobody helps me with that. And then, like, my finances, I had to file bankruptcy during COVID. Sorry, I used the C word.
it's okay.
Glitzy,
I was
can
raising 5 children in addition to my own, and fully supporting my sister and my mother during that time. And now I've had to file bankruptcy, like I almost lost my home.
Let's see if
It's
there's
almost
something that I
lost my
can do to help.
life.
If you need something done, I will gladly donate my time to help you. My energy is free. It doesn't cost me a dime, but I will gladly help you with whatever you need. You let me know.
You don't live here.
I can be wherever I need to be. I will help you however I need to help you, wherever you need help.
And I want to point out as well that Tyler here, having just only recently, as of today, having found out kind of what we're talking about in terms of ideology, has been very clear from the beginning that he is taken aback by what we're trying to build in terms of a deeper understanding amongst ourselves for privacy, but that doesn't exonerate us from our responsibility to help others that we care about. And I think that since you've come up here, everybody on this panel has acknowledged that you're very authentic, and I think it's obvious that you have a lot on your shoulders. If Tyler wants to engage with you and you guys want to have that conversation on the side, I think that I would personally just be so happy to see that happen. I would also encourage anybody in the chat, if you guys know how to gift or anything like that, toss it towards Glitzy. I don't need the money. I would always prefer to be the person that helps others. I don't ask for money ever really through here. So anything that we can to platform that, you've been wonderful. I don't think that anything in this situation should go the opposite direction of that than to just help you out.
And I want to say something to you too, Glitzy.
Yes,
I know
please.
that you feel like your faith is not getting you out of this situation, but your faith will get you through this situation. And I think that's an important thing to remember.
I think basically, I guess maybe I'm bringing this to you because, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, when you're trying to do something good for others, and it's not as a reward. I think a lot of like Christians and people do stuff because they think they're going to get like smiled on by God or something. And I mean, I don't think they're doing it because they really are trying to help. And I'm really trying, I've really tried to help these kids and give them a home and take care of them when their mother was not able to, give my mother a home because my dad died, and she was my responsibility. I had to take that on. My sisters don't help me with that. And then like my nephew who stays with me a lot now because things are bad at home and he doesn't want to be there. And I'm trying. I know I said I don't think people should not do things for reward or, for some kind of heavenly reward or universal reward or karma. But at the same time, it's like, when is it going to balance? When are the scales going to balance to where it's not always throwing me under the ocean and I'm struggling to, catch a breath?
Glitzy, you are a good person. You're doing things that I empathize with you, and I would try my hardest for anything to help you with whatever you're doing because you're a good person. You deserve some good help. I will help you however I can.
Well, thank
Hey,
you. I
Remember,
appreciate
by
that.
the way, hey Tyler, just
But
so you
I
know,
mean, do
you
you see
should check
what
your
I'm
DMs, by the
saying?
way, just so that way you can get into the loop because you're being very helpful.
okay, I appreciate that. I haven't checked. I've been trying to stay
Yeah,
in.
take a quick look.
Okay, thank you.
Do you see what I'm saying? Though, I mean, like, I know this is confusing because I said I'm not religious and all that stuff. I guess I'm just trying to ask, like, why does it seem like people who have the best intentions and try to do things, it's like we're always getting shit on, you know? And we can't, like, it never gets better.
There's a lot to be said about how you do embody what I think is ideal for individualism. There's also the notion in which there can only be accountability for ourselves in our situations as well. But this is to be completely painting with broad strokes. I don't know every detail of how you've ended up where you are. So at the end of the day, things that are, easy aren't really worth having. And I think you know that. And there's a lot of very cliche advice that I could give you, but there's also a lot of what I can see here as being very supportive advice, both from our congregation down here, and you've been given what I see to be a very strong, offer of, help from, one of our members here. And I know that, like I said, if you feel free, you're always welcome to come back here. We're going to be a support group for you, if nothing else. And I don't think anything that you've said and what we've talked about aren't in alignment. You're looking for something, though, that I think only you'll be able to find through your personal, determination to get through it, along with good people around you. And I struggle with some of the conversation in regards to, say, the overall value of, say, like, you're talking about your faith in regards to this, right? I have to walk delicately with this because I have my own, and I don't have an intention of ever trying to subvert somebody's particular worldview. All I want to do is help people elevate their position to be able to be more successful in the way that they navigate life and how much they let life try to navigate them. I see that you have so many different externalities that are trying to guide your ship in a direction that you just, you don't want it to go, and you have an idea of where you do want it to go, right?
Yeah. But I mean, like, back to your whole mind your business thing. My therapist is always saying, you have to always tell yourself, this is not my circus, not my monkeys. But I can't do that with, like a kid that I see is being tossed to the side, neglected, not getting the emotional support he needs, which my therapist has said, I think he needs love, and he's not getting that at home, and that's why he goes to you. I can't mind my business in that situation.
Well,
I have to take that on to a certain degree because I can't just let it happen.
Then mitigate other instances in which you are unnecessarily taking on too much. That would be my recommendation. And honestly, I think that Brett has talked to me a little bit, because I think Brett is incredible in the amount of workload that he takes on. He might be a good person to kind of wrap this up with you on, in terms of getting some sort of closure and at least getting you feeling in a way that you're moving in the right direction from our conversation, for one. And for two, I think it might also help us all out in feeling better about, where you land with this with us, right? Because it's important to me that you not walk away from this feeling like, oh, I just did all that. And I don't want you to feel embarrassed or anything. Like, I'm very much so flattered and honored that you chose this to be your platform to express this. And it's very clearly important to everyone here involved in the conversation. So if you don't mind, I'd like Brett to kind of talk with you a bit about it.
Yeah.
Hey, Glitzy, much love. I know a lot of people in a similar storyline as to what you've conveyed tonight. I've listened very attentively, and I could tell you that I can't tell you what to do. What I'm going to tell you is what I've seen work with this situation. I think that, Gurley, you got to clear the gray fog out of your focal vision so you can see all the positivity around you, so that you can see the opportunities that might be there that you're not otherwise seeing. The human brain has a natural tendency in fight or flight when you're stressed and when you're hyper fixated on a particular survival tactic, whether it be financial or romantically or whatever it is, right? You hyper fixate on that until things are right. And the problem is that that blinds you to all the other things going on. So what you have to do is clear the air. You got to focus on you, right? And I'm sure your therapist has told you this, so I'm not going to I'm not trying to therapy you here. But you got to focus on, man, you gotta get that. You gotta take a weekend and just work on you and get that recharge, that emotional recharge, and work on yourself. I noticed you had mentioned that nobody's really helping you, and the problem is that what you're saying there is that you're also saying you're having trouble helping yourself, and that's why I'm taking this standpoint that a lot of people around you, it seems like, is not minding their own business, and you're having trouble with your situation and it's not helping. And girly, just clear the air. And I also recommend the next time you see your therapist, ask them about if they know any life coaches, because it takes both.
Yeah, I have thought about getting or trying to look into a life coach.
When you do both, it's exponential in value, and that's what I've seen work in similar situations as yours. Like almost verbatim. Like I had to check your name. I'm like, is this who I think it is? Nope, that's not her. Okay. Like, is that similar?
Okay.
And that's all I had. Stay positive.
Definitely stay in touch with us too. Like I said, follow me on my page, and if you ever have any, if you get even the slightest indication that maybe one of us might be able to give you more assistance, and if you need to just, dump some of the, some of the stuff that's going on out there, I'm good at listening for sure. I know that everybody here on my panel, I have very much so of the utmost respect. Peach and Brett, Fast Talker, like all of them, we've all got differing things in which we excel in, but I think that you might benefit from having us as something of a, support background for you here.
Right. Well, thank you. I'm sorry.
Can I say one last thing to you too? It's kind of a little unrelated to the spiritual, but you talked about your financial situation, and make sure you look into all support that you have access to in your area. Even companies like Verizon gives you $30 off your internet bill if you're low income. Look into everything, because saving $20 or $30 here and there really can add up for you.
Right. Okay.
And just don't be afraid to reach out. That's not a violation of anything that we've talked about here in terms of minding your own business. It may sound like it's harshly phrased, but that's not how I intend for it to be interpreted.
Sorry. Thank you.
Don't be sorry. I absolutely appreciate you, and I think you were wonderful. And hopefully something of this comes out good for you. And I hope that you'll definitely return. Come back for further. Come back for the next sermon. I promise it'll be good.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So what we're going to do from here is we've never quite breached the amount of viewers I was hoping to get. So I hate to be a tease about it, but unless I can get over 50 viewers and keep it strong for even a little bit, we keep hovering at 40, 42. We've hit 49 at one point. If I can get over 50 viewers, I'll take the time to deliver another sermon. But at this point, if we don't have any other interested parties that want to come up and maybe have a discussion pertaining to some of the tenets or ask us questions about what it is that we hope to do, the mission, or if you just want to express some personal stuff, like if there's something on your mind or something that you feel you need to get off your chest that maybe we might be able to help you out with, it does help, if it's in one of our wheelhouses of expertise. But at this point, it seems very clear that some people need help and we want to be the ones that'll listen. We are very good at it. And I like the positivity that's come out of the chat as well. I'm seeing a lot of very good support, and I don't really think that, this was in anybody's minds when I started doing this, that we would be fostering that quickly. But I'm not. I guess it is the natural conclusion of what I'm thinking about for unification, and it's beautiful to see. So I do want to thank you guys in the chat, and you guys definitely deserve all the props.
Let's see if we can get to 10K, you guys.
10K? Oh man.
Let's do it.
That's a lot.
Ooh, I better mute my mic, sorry.
And with that being said, too, I do appreciate everybody that has stuck it out for this. I'm really appreciative of the focus. I know that a lot of this has been a little bit like, what the hell is going on here? Obviously, we're not the typical kind of organization in terms of a church. We do have a very specific mission and objective in terms of the message and the goal. It's very much so based in individualism and privacy and respect, accountability. You know, we've got everything from catchphrases to children's books in the works, guys. I'm going to workshop some of those with you. Live your life. Mind your own business. Mindfulness starts with minding your own business. Sorry, got a request here. Oh, Paldo, you backed out. You didn't want to do it? You decided nah? Did you just accidentally click that? You interested in coming up and having a discussion? I'm interested in having somebody at some point help me really lead the charge on sending some positivity towards a couple of the people that have come in here and just, really fouled up the energy. I think it's important that, we clear the air of that and, we just express absolute forgiveness for those people and, really hope that they come to see what's going on, in terms of the error of the discourse and the way that they think that they're going to go about violating other people's ability to be able to make their own decisions rooted in positivity. Glitzy, you're always welcome. I absolutely can forgive. I do forgive you, CCP, for, the violation of certain precepts and tenets that I think are important. I give you utter and total forgiveness. It's about executing grace. And I understand that you think that only God can give you that forgiveness, and that's fine. I respect that. But for me, having felt like you've decided to engage in a space that I've created for positivity and for growth amongst many different ideologies, I do think that there's a bit of wrongdoing that you've done to me, and I'm not going to sit here and act like you've done nothing. You can justify it morally any which way you want. You can claim your religious background for it. This is essentially the meat and potatoes of what has caused a lot of people to, disparage you and the people of your mindset in the way that they do. I won't do that, but I will tell you, for me, I don't hold any hatred towards you. I'm not going to platform you. I'm not going to give you a place to express your hate. But yeah, I forgive you. I think that the wrongdoing you've done here isn't exactly all that bad. But oh, wow.
So close. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, it keeps just like, I think it might be like, it's just like we've only got 4 cylinders here and the, the Toyota Corolla is just screaming.
So close.
I'm going to drop the clutch. And blow the head gasket on this thing.
Y'all.
There we go. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Peach, for leading the charge on that. That was It was rather holy of you to do. We're going to invite one of our recently added members to the church, Tyler, a new convert.
Hey there. I cannot wait to be a part of this movement. I haven't felt more like motivated to be a part of a movement ever in my life, and thank you very much, Lazarus, for leading that.
It's my pleasure, man. I'm actually really happy to see that you have the enthusiasm you do. And I've seen a couple other people that have been kind of just in the side, on the sidelines being like, this is novel. This is interesting. I've actually got a couple of DMs too that have been sitting here that I've been looking at that, it's all, I very much so like that with TikTok. It was very intimidating when I first got into the live streaming thing because I saw so much toxicity and echo chambers and harmful behavior that was just perpetuating within itself over and over and over. And I knew that for me, I didn't want to engage in that. So when I brought what I thought were just responses to some of it and kind of just like spitballing ideas like this, for instance, this is an idea I've had for quite a while. And I wasn't exaggerating. Like I got a fair amount of stuff written out for it. And I think that I won't say that I like 100% short sold myself, but I'm so happy with even just whatever positive response I got. I thought I would just be completely, blackballed from the platform, from its users, and nobody would be interested. And so far, I've made such an amazing moderator team of people that I think I'll be friends with for a long time.
Whether you know it or not, Lazarus, you're pioneering in a movement that is positive and accepting, and it's very progressive. And it's the first thing I've been able to say I'm 100% completely behind.
Dude, like I said, I'm honored to hear that from you, sir. I wanted to ask Brett something real quick because he and I were having a discussion that I was getting him caught up to date with the sermon that I delivered before he was able to show up. So he kind of got caught up with it. And then we didn't really get to finish him expressing some of his ideas. So I wanted to give him an opportunity if maybe he wanted to delve into that a little bit more while we try to get because we want to get above 50 viewers. And if we can hang on to that for a bit, then I'll deliver the next sermon. So I'd like a little bit of a larger audience to deliver the information to.
I'm gonna try to forward and try to get some more people in here.
I appreciate that.
Appreciate that, Tyler. Yeah, so what I've picked up on so far, it seems that like we've all kind of discussed, is that obviously like the ideology, the simple principles, mind your own business, but it seems that there's a major lack of understanding that, well, obviously like the main goal here is to show people what that might look like. And, it expounds beyond more than just delving in and asking somebody something that is none of their business. It goes much further, which, I think the part that I like the most is the combination of two parts, is the autonomy and the individualism.
Mm-hmm.
That's very core concepts to me, like I hold very dear, right? Obviously, everybody considers every part very important, with personal boundaries and not being interfered with their own journey, and trying to remain dogmatic, which I think is probably the hardest one on TikTok here for most people to adhere to, because you go through any of the lives and that's exactly what you can expect, is just dogmatism just everywhere of people just speaking facts as if they hold them to be true in a manner in which they're undeniable truths, and they're founded in their own individualism, and it's based on their own experience, or it could be just logical fallacies. So and the reason why I see why that's connected to minding your own business is because, regarding dogmatism, is because it's kind of that bullying way to nudge into an already porous personality to say, here's an unalienable truth as I see it. You should adopt this and change who you are, or adopt this as knowledge or information. And boom, there you are, not minding your own business. I mean, yeah, of course, there's other aspects to that, which is being an a-hole or, you know, other sentiments you could say about it, but it connects to not minding your own business because you're considering your business to influence somebody else that in a manner which is disingenuous and also probably not otherwise welcomed or invited.
Absolutely. The inclusivity part there that you're kind of leaning into is something that I think takes people by surprise when you talk about the what would be considered isolating notion of privacy and minding your own business. I understand that on the surface, mind your own business is usually used in negative connotations, but it's also probably the best advice I could share to a lot of Americans these days. Minding your own business is going to save so much money and so much rhetorical churning of the wheel that really is unnecessary. And you and I both have witnessed it just in the last few days with us working together. Like,
oh yeah,
the unpopular opinions experiment that I hosted for all of last week has done nothing more than solidify my belief that Americans, beyond being some of the most opinionated, closeted people I've ever met, and I'm an American, we have this terrible entitlement approach to how we think others should live, but not ourselves. It's always this hypocritical pathway of, I think that this and this and this should be exerted upon people. And they never once think that the mechanism necessary to influence society in such a way could also be turned back against them. And it's so weird to me how that cannot be obvious with the pendulum of politics that occurs in this country. It's not even like it's a long cycle. You got 4 years. Get 4 years. So I don't understand this. It's so not self-aware. It's why mindfulness is one of the precepts in which I believe focus is really necessary, But I also understand that mindfulness is a difficult one to attain. What's up?
Have you noticed that that's a common denominator in both ideologies that are not innately facts, which is, and I mean, maybe I'll get a chance to clarify this, but obviously, like, religion and politics is two of the most divisive topics ever. But you find these people, these factions of people that feel the need to assert their belief systems, whether politically or religious, as fact, inalienable facts. And they basically divide and alienate, as we've seen, the rest of anybody else's belief systems, which it has common denominators in all of it, politically or religiously. And they're not willing, a lot of times they're not willing to at least even acknowledge the similarities or the common and develop a common ground. And even to spell the energy out of basically casting judgment, which is a form of, not minding your own business, against other like-minded people.
Well, I must admit, as an honest person, I do have a bit of a there's a bit of how do I put this here? Like, I will be there will be some sort of profiteering through this, in that I would love to obtain that tax exemption status that all other churches enjoy. But, that's down the road. We'll see how that goes.
Might have to move to a different state. Well, no, actually, you're probably, yeah.
I was about to say, I think you are underestimating the level of actual Satanism that does occur in where I live. And as much as I hate that about it here, yeah, I think they would go for it entirely if I had a good way of generating them their money. But what's up, Tyler?
Lazarus, what state do you hail from right now?
I would love to share that with you behind the scenes. I've got some weirdos here that seem to probably want to target me anyway, but at the end of the day,
understandable.
It is definitely one of those states that would probably go for it. It isn't exactly like, I wouldn't call it a morally run state. I don't particularly like the way it's run here.
There's nothing wrong, dude. You're in Hawaii, dude. If they catch a flight, it's fine.
Oh, Jesus. Now I've got to go lock down all of my everything so that way nobody finds me. Oh,
man, you're the one that took down the Lahaina, huh?
Hey, that was God. That was God and Jewish space lasers is what I heard.
Too soon.
Yeah, whatever.
No, but I appreciate you incredibly. And if we get behind the scenes, I would love to be able to get together and coordinate.
You're more than welcome. You know the back channels for for the members of our church. You are in the know now. So, and just expect that if we have other people that want to join, they'll be in there with you, and you guys can work on doing your own things. And honestly, the only thing I care about is just don't represent anything on a brand name focus that isn't without some sort of authorization, but that's still really very loose to interpretation. Like if I give you something with an official branded, because I told you I'll give you a shirt, just don't do anything too crazy that's going to come back, because that violates the church's privacy, and we would have to talk about penance.
Absolutely understandable, and 100% like I understood.
Thanks, you. I appreciate it. All right, give me a second. All right, so I think that there's been a bit of a miscommunication here. I think what he was saying, or what I was saying, and he seems to have interpreted it, is that CCP thinks that because we have over 50 people here for more than a second, that I was going to platform him. No, I was going to deliver another sermon that you're welcome to sit through. You're very welcome to do so. But no, once we stay above 50, and I know that I got an audience that's sticking to that degree, I would like to deliver another sermon. And then I'll open up the panel for individuals to come up and ask some questions or interact with us in regards to the ideology. You have a different expectation that you're not fulfilling, and it's that basically instead of sitting here hitting on my mod and being gross, I would recommend that you come up with a good argument, or at least make statements that are not uncivil when asking me to platform you. Because at this point, what you've done here is something that I think you would never stand for if I came to your home or your house of worship and started basically demanding answers of you in the way and the tone and tenor that you've done. And I never would. And that is the difference between us. So to be real with you, I absolutely will make space for you. But you got to show me that you're actually going to utilize that space in a way that's constructive. I have no interest in sitting here putting you up here so that way you can make a fool out of me or you. Now, if it was just you and I thought that you were only going to make a fool of yourself, that's fine. But I'm nice enough to actually have some skin in the game. And I don't really feel like wasting that investment on you if you're not going to demonstrate to me that you're going to act in good faith. And it's interesting that I would have to put that term in that way, because good faith seems to be something that is lacking right now in our interactions. Oh, you're adorable. I hope you know that. It's like literally you have me over here smiling at you. Like you're adorable, man. Like you realize that every single time you say that, you get more angry and you get filled with more of this negativity, and you're channeling the energy of stuff that is talked about in these texts that you tout and you hide behind, but you literally are siphoning the energy off of what could be considered demonic forces, and you're laying them out there in such a way that it's just like, this isn't even excrement to grow something from. It's literally such a cancerous, toxic waste that anything that I would platform within it is just, it would never blossom into anything more than just letting you maybe sleep better tonight. And I don't care about that. It's not my business. So anyway, onwards to somebody else. I'm going to offer an opportunity for Peach or Brett to speak. I know that Fast Talker ran off to go run an errand for the channel. I'd be happy to also platform another individual while we wait for either the magic number of 50 to stay there for like maybe a minute or two. If we do that, like I said, we'll get into another sermon. We might go around the table again. You never know what's going to happen. Cherokee Rama. I like your name, by the way. That's great. I didn't even notice. I don't even know how I overlooked that. I've actually seen your name in here a few times. That's excellent. Wonderful name. You're welcome to come up here if you have anything you'd like to engage with us on. It can be lighthearted. It can be in-depth. We can talk about the nature of privacy in society today. We can talk about, how I believe that our ideology, lovely. I'm glad to hear that. I'm Choctaw, and that is, that's something, isn't it? Admitting that I'm Choctaw when a man in here is telling me that I'm a Satanist. I don't know what to say. I almost feel like we're going back to the old days there, aren't we?
My dad always told me we were part of the Slapahoe tribe, but
I was told that we were also Lakota Sioux, but upon delving into this more, it seems like there's such a loose connection to it that Choctaw is the primary tribe in which a lot of my mom's side of the family came from. But it's weird because when I meet them, when they're closer and closer to that bloodline, their features still are very much so different from my mom's, but the Lakota Sioux for my father's side, I seem to resemble more. It's really weird, despite not having nearly as much like blood lineage towards it. I seem to still have more of the features than the Choctaw. So I don't know. It's a weird method of trying to track all that stuff down. I would love for Cherokee to come up here if you have anything that you would like to discuss with us. I'm always interested in hearing from indigenous cultures, anything spiritual related. All spiritualities, all religions are welcome here. As long as you don't espouse hate and it is constructive to the overall conversation, I think that it would work. Hey, Paldo, I really want to thank you for that. That was amazing. Oh, see, now that right there, somebody needs to report that person. That is awful.
To refrain and filter myself right now.
Yeah, no, there's really no need for any further discussion with that person. Like that's absolute racism that you're pushing out there. Cherokee, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I missed the comment, man. I don't know what he said. I don't care either.
It's not good. And it's an absolute disgusting interpretation of what happened back then. And it's not worth it. But this is a sensationalist that wants my attention. I'm only giving it to him because he's demonstrating precisely the things in which we stand against.
I agree. There's going
to be opposition in any type of movement, and here's a prime example, and probably going to be more to come. So
it is unadulterated speech.
Right. I mean, that's a whole nother level. I don't know. Right now, I just think he's trying to just shock value his way to attention.
Hey, Cherokee.
Yeah.
You actually have just shown up. I think maybe you're the tipping point here for me. I know that you had something you wanted to say. Am I correct?
Yeah. I've actually been here for hours.
Okay.
This has been an emotional roller coaster.
So, before I cut into this, I do want to know, just real quick, anything that stood out to you as being dangerous, satanistic, something that might not have necessarily landed well? What do you think?
No. I'll just go ahead and say I'm a Christian.
Beautiful.
I'm a big fan of, this is a little bit more freeform than the Lodge. In the Lodge, there's no politics or religion. But, yeah, I'm a Christian, and the whole, the whole principles that you've explained over and over again to certain people that that doesn't violate or, in my opinion, wouldn't offend anyone in any belief. I believe it would enforce and, people's, I guess, their morality and their beliefs, many beliefs, unless their belief is just something horrible, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't think anything is offensive whatsoever. Not in my opinion, anyways.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, I just, gonna get a tone, because I don't mind if you come up here and dispute or don't even agree with anything I'm saying. I actually encourage it, to be honest with you. Echo chambers are about as bad as they get when it comes to intellectual growth and spiritual growth. But if you were to just, want to engage in a conversation, I would want to then set up maybe some parameters for how we're going to do that. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not here to debate anything. I'm just
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to hear some of your takes on what we've been talking about. I know that some of the tenets and stuff, like you said, you've been here for a few hours. It's been a roller coaster. What part of that do you think, maybe was it just the twists and turns of you thought it was going to go in one way and then it goes the other, or is this completely unexpected and novel? What do you think?
No, I just happened to stumble across, and I like good panels. And I agree with what the church is trying to establish here.
Thank you, Ply. I appreciate that.
My grandfather lived a long life minding his own business. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people just would cause so much less dispute and issues. I mean everything from financially to civilly and legally. You know, people lose everything by not minding their own business. People
Yeah, for
cause
sure.
other people to lose everything by not minding their own business. I do believe surveillance is a demon. I do believe we're getting to a point where our own government is needing to get and mind their own business.
They're addicted to the information and the power that it gives them.
Everything is monitored. Everything. I'm not trying to get conspiracy here, but I mean, let's just be honest. Everything is monitored. Everything is.
Yes.
All the tech is. You know, Google is listening to us right now. I guarantee it. You know, there's no privacy whatsoever. So I believe this is very important. People need to understand this before it becomes normalized, and it almost has. You know, as newer generations come up, they're not going to know what privacy is at all whatsoever.
Yeah, they're
You
going
know,
to think it's a
I'm
settings
30.
that you go into and adjust in your social media.
Yep, yep. And I'm 32, so I'm a '90s baby. So it wasn't always like this with us, you know.
No. You remember back when the internet first started really becoming ubiquitous, and it was don't tell people shit about yourself on the internet. Don't tell strangers anything about you, right? And now, you know, the amount of times I've gone into streams here and people are like, give me your age and your pronouns. And, you know, it's like, dude, how much more do you need before you could do a public records check real quick? Like, I honestly know how to pull up info really easily, you know? And honestly, dude, with the Social Security leak that just happened recently, I guarantee you 90% of the users in this chat, we could find their Social Security numbers. It is out there. The privacy issues that exist in our country are not taken fucking seriously. It is not a good thing. And so that was initially what started me into the pathway of thinking about a lot of this stuff. I didn't even begin to really utilize the connections between spirituality and personal belief and the idea in which, you know what, some of these tenets and precepts are actually, they should be codified in such a way that they're respected on a level of that in religion, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I do believe, you know, with minding your own business, that goes hand in hand with respect. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And that's a whole nother set of bullshit right there. You know, I'm not going to get into it right there, but
respect and entitlement. These are two very different problems in our society, in which one is we demand respect of people while we exercise an entitlement behavior towards people's information in the same regard. Every person I've ever met in my life has some level of hypocrisy in their veins, and the further we get into self-acknowledgement and into the responsibility and accountability to our own sinful nature in these regards, the closer that we can get towards being able to have a more peaceful and tranquil society. And I'm not saying that utopia or any of that stuff is ever achievable here, but I'm not apathetic. I don't think that where we're at is good enough.
Man, I agree. And there's always any move forward, any step forward, anything moving in the right direction, no matter how small or what it is a step in the right direction. Is progression is better than regression. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, you mentioned being a Christian. Is there a specific kind of denomination that you belong to? I don't know if I caught that.
Well, I am. It bounced around a lot, man. Southern Baptist as I was younger, and I got older. I got into Church of God. Then I got even older. I went into Pentecostal. Then I kind of just. They each have their things, you know.
I was actually
so
raised.
I like to say I'm non.
I was raised Pentecostal.
Okay, yeah.
I don't. That's not where I'm at, and I don't share that now where I'm at. But that was my upbringing for the first 15 years of my life. So when I hear people calling me a Satanist, I'm just like, oh God! If my grandmother could hear you, if my grandmother was around, bro, you better duck. Oh man, because you know what I'm talking about. Them Pentecostals don't play, dude.
Oh my gosh, yes, dude. They don't. They're about it. They're about their Lord. I'm telling you, they are about it.
And they are about that fire and brimstone.
Oh yes, of course they are. Yes. Oh man. Mm-hmm.
I do also. I'm going to continue our conversation. I do have Johnny that is in my request line down here, and I'm bringing in Fast Talker. She's a mod. She's cool. She's not going to interfere with our conversation. But I just want to let you know that I'm acknowledging them so they don't run off and think we've forgotten, just so you know.
Oh no, that's fine. I can go back into the congregation if that's
I
okay. I mean,
do. I don't want to be rid of you. I want you to hang around and talk with me for a bit because I like you. And besides, if you engage in a little bit of trolling with me for a second, how about we go hand in hand and pray to our Lord Satan for our guy CCP down there?
let's do it. He needs some prayer, don't he?
I think we need to get the chalk and we need to get the goat's blood out and we need to draw a circle and we need to just visualize, the objective. I'm just messing with you. I would never even jokingly.
Burns the
incense, sacrifice.
Oh man,
that's great.
I assure you that I would never even jokingly participate in such a thing. But I do think that somebody needs to let him first off go out and get your feet into some grass. Second off, go talk to some real women. Because those are two things that are really going to help you, sir. I'm telling you right now, just by the basic engagements I've seen you conduct here, I feel so sorry, man. Like, there's no level of like redemption that can be offered here other than your pursuit of making yourself like, dude, just, oh my God. Imagine not having a job.
Romantic interests are goats.
No, don't go there. Don't go there with it. I'm just saying he definitely needs to. He does need to get outside more, touch some grass. I think he does need to talk to real women, but I ain't gonna go so far as to say that he is into the whole, stuff that's legal in Washington State.
Whose
that being
culture?
said,
Nobody's culture was built on that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is where I'm gonna actually. You know what, Cherokee? How's this? Go show them what's up. Show them what your people how they handle business for me because I know. Come on. I'm gonna have you go hang out in the congregation because he seems to have an issue with Native Indigenous culture, and I have full faith that you're gonna tell him how he needs to mind his own business, sir.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you.
Guys.
You're welcome back all the time. Please shoot me a like on the page. Follow me. You see us having any sort of anything.
Done that.
Oh, come right on back whenever. You got an honored spot here, sir.
I appreciate everybody. I appreciate everybody having me on.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to let this guy continue to burn out his welcome down there. No interference with him unless he absolutely makes any terms of service egregious comments. And in the meanwhile, I'm going to welcome up our next contestant for our little talk show here, Johnny. How you doing, Johnny? Johnny. Are you with us, Johnny? All right, Johnny. Well, if you're going to hang out for me, then I'm going to kick you back over to the congregation because we've been actually over 50 for a while, and I don't want to scam on my very first night of church. I think that that's reserved for once I get too big to fail, and then I can go evangelical and just start passing around the plate for tithings, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just bring up another sermon. We're going to kind of get into the weeds about this a little bit. We're going to maybe go over some potential ideas I have for how this ideology is helpful, not just in some of the ideas I covered in the beginning, but, there's stuff that we can do to lead by good example for our children. Maybe workshop a couple of ideas in terms of I wrote a couple of children's tales in regards to how it fits into this whole church of mind your own business. It might be something we'll get into. I haven't decided yet. I also have the means to disseminate writing. So if anybody's interested in literature here, shoot me a DM. If you have a way that you're comfortable with receiving this, be it either email or, I don't know, I might work that out on the technical end with somebody here on the team. But I don't have a lot of interest in platforming it directly through TikTok right now because I'm doing a side project. But I will make all of the materials that I'm going over tonight available to anybody that's interested. So, you guys want another sermon?
Absolutely.
Oh, I can't hear you. Just kidding.
Absolutely.
Hallelujah. All right. Well, first off, I almost feel like I should present my argument in a letter that I wrote to the U.S. government. And while granted, this was very much forward thinking, but I did write a government in which I believe my church should be tax exempt, and I have several reasons outlined. I don't know if anybody's interested in that, but we might get to that after the sermon. We'll see what happens. All right. I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe I should throw that out there and see if people really, really like it. Maybe they can help me workshop it. We can write a really good letter. See if the government goes for it. It's kind of like sending invoices to companies for work you haven't done on the premise that they'll just end up paying it anyway. So, all right. So my next part of the next part of this congregation, is definitely, like I said, it gets a little bit more in depth with this sermon, and really. Just to recap, I'm here today because I want to speak about the importance of minding your own business. And in this regard, for too long, we've let the idea that curiosity is more valuable than respect and individualism, and this gets the best of us. Prying into the lives of others without even a second thought is precisely the lack of mindfulness that I want to address. I got to warn you guys, it really does become a dangerous game in participating in flagrant abuse of privacy. There's catastrophic consequences. We've already seen it across the board. I can talk about it socially. We can talk about it politically. We can talk about it in terms of spirituality. But at the end of the day, the most personal aspects of it are means in which I think every person here at one point or another has felt like their privacy has been invaded and violated. And into that regard, I think there needs to be further discussion on a social level, and here we are. So, it's interesting because I'm told that, I've read this thing called the Bible. It does tell us to love our neighbors as ourselves, but that doesn't mean that we have the right to meddle in their affairs. When we stick our noses where they don't belong, we're really just running the risk of causing irreparable harm to our relationships and ultimately our own souls. We got to learn to respect boundaries of others. And the focus on our own lives is that in which we could really deter falling victim to the perils of nosiness. It's pretty obvious to a lot, maybe not so much to a few in here, but the consequences of being nosy really are dire. The overall slippery slope that can come from your nosiness is, you guys know, we could have every single person up here come up and talk about how they have messed up in being a little too nosy. So not only are we really risking alienating those that we care about in this regard, just on the pure basis of disrespect for the individual rights that we have to privacy, but you're inviting a bit of chaos into your lives as well whenever you decide that you want to get outside of your lane and you want to really push for that as you're entitled to it. When we concern ourselves with the problems of others and only that, we neglect our own well-being as well. This is an immediate secondary consequence I notice in people that are always wrapped up in the affairs of those that they say they care about. But, I'm saying earlier. Oh, yeah, thanks, Glitzy. I appreciate that. I'm glad this is resonating with you. So, the neglect of our own well-being is definitely a very obvious, quick secondary consequence. And it's one of the ones that I would stress the most, especially to some people that are personally finding themselves overwhelmed and that they're taking on too much. There's nothing wrong with analyzing and interpreting what you can and cannot do. We're all only human. Give yourself some grace. Recognize that in minding your own business and observing your own boundaries, that you can elevate to a different level in which you're empowered enough to then come back and complete these things that you may have been defeated by before. And, being consumed by drama that others have. I mean, everybody knows I myself am surrounded by drama just through the things that I do. And sometimes it's really easy to lose sight of these really integral issues that matter in our lives. And even the things that you chose, like the things that inspired you to take the initial action that then surrounded you by the drama, are lost in the translation, and the signal to noise ratio is often impossible for us as humans to filter out. So minding your own business definitely can equate to, proportionately less amount of drama and conflict in your lives. I would say that worst of all, when we pry into the lives of others, we risk uncovering secrets and information that was really never meant to be known. This is definitely in direct contravention of that curiosity that seems to be a thing that we lean into. It's the same addiction that I believe that the authorities that rule our world fall victim to. It's the demon of surveillance's primary leash that it has upon the human spirit. And it's that, while curiosity is by no means something that I think should be crushed or squashed out, I ask questions all the time. When it comes to the subject and context in which your curiosity invokes, it's definitely a different matter. So respect of the individual and why these other tenets have come up when I've developed this ideology, it's directly relatable to this. You can mitigate a lot of these issues if you focus on individualism, maintaining a proper balance of curiosity, and just not pointing it at people if they don't want it. So, it is definitely possible. I'm sure you know this. We can discover things about people that we care about that can never be taken back. You can damage your overall perception of people. And this can destroy relationships and even potentially lives forever. We do somewhat have to hold responsibility for the pain and suffering that we cause through these actions. And it's really difficult to make amends for something like this because these sorts of topics aren't commonly discussed. So I do have to say, the resistance to temptation, especially in regards to nosiness, is a huge one. It's difficult to overcome. I do urge you, my fellow believers, to do this, to take that self-control step, to be able to hold composure in the face of things that you are otherwise it's tantalizing to discover. These things aren't helpful to you, your spirit, your soul, your camaraderie amongst the people you care about. It's not what it is. Voluntary exchange and consensual exchange of information is not what I'm talking about. And everybody here, I think, to some degree or another knows this. So minding your own business and letting others do the same. You got to focus on your own growth, your own well-being, your relationships, the prioritization that can come with this mindset, letting go of the desire to know everything about everyone else, because really, truly at the end of the day, nobody cares about you for doing that. And it's not a good aspect of most people that consider themselves detectives or know-it-alls. It's not the greatest aspect of humanity. Nobody likes to fucking really voluntarily engage with those sorts of behaviors. So definitely we caution against this. Of course, we need to trust in those around us. This is a part of the inherent unspoken agreement of relationships that we have with people. Trust that they're going to share with you what they are willing and ready to choose to share. Some of us do pick and pry because we're observant. It's up to you as the individual to take that to the degree in which you feel is necessary. We never are going to sit here and dictate to you behavior. Suggestions at best. I think it's at best the beginning of a dialogue, the beginning of how we explore this new idea. And also, this is ubiquitous. This is universal. Any religion can adopt this under the premise in which they still conduct their spirituality. So, definitely take some of this to heart. Remember, the consequences of being nosy are definitely not worth the risk when we think about it. And if you look at the sliding scale and the disproportionate use versus benefits that have come to our society through being overly nosy, I think that, happiness and fulfillment is not going to come through these methodologies. I do want us to really, honestly, if you're into the praying type, if you're the praying type, you pray for the strength to resist these temptations, to acknowledge that there are forces outside of our understanding and realm that are at play with some of this, and really take a moment to be mindful about the impact that you have in your pursuit of what you think is knowledge versus what's just let's just call it curiosity, and leave it at that. So yeah, I definitely want to say thank you. Focus on what truly matters here. I have other tenets, and in the abstract we can cover some more of what I think is important. There are several tenets that can characterized in a one way or another that I'm going to review again for those that have joined the stream. When it comes to the Church of Minding Your Own Business, it's important to take into consideration that when focusing on how you traverse through building, let's call it, a good moral standing and being a strong individual that minds your own business while still affecting good in the world around you, I believe that these 10 things are something that deserve your focus in this order. So what I'm going to get into here real quick before I turn back over to the panel is, and again, you can characterize these as demigods, you can characterize these just as tenets, precepts, whatever. I don't care. It's up to you how you choose to interpret these. But at the end of the day, this is the focus. Number one is solitude. Let's stop and reflect on the idea that solitude is not a negative experience, but one in which you retain ownership of your thoughts and really just bask in the benefits of introspection, self-reliance, the importance of really relying on yourself and only yourself cannot be overstated, especially in the idea of minding your own business versus privacy. When you're more self-reliant, you're more capable of helping others. You become less likely to have the circumstances of what others want pushed upon you. And just becoming overall more empowered as an individual cannot be a bad thing ever. And this builds into autonomy. Your ability to govern yourself and make independent choices free of external influence is something that I think is of the utmost importance here. And it's a very, very important topic these days, especially with stuff that's going on around the world. So, and not so much around the world, I'm sorry. Let's talk about here at home, one of the hot topics about the Supreme Court and things that they have decided to get involved with. Autonomy is one of the big issues here. Blends right into accountability, worthy of discussion and thought. Sovereignty, who owns you? The power of being in control of yourself, your own life, and not being influenced by these external factors, hugely important to focus on. Maybe what would have been considered a side thought, but is the natural progression of these elements is tranquility, peace and calm, the drama aspect of what I discussed in the sermon, focusing on yourself, the externalities of other people's expressions of what they believe you should and should not do. When these are all muted and they're under at least your control and their influence over you, I believe that peace and tranquility is going to be more prevalent in your life and in your worldview. Non-interference is a big one, not only for yourself, but in recognizing it in others. Not interfering in the lives of others and allowing them to, interfere with yours, huge. Let people live their own lives, give as you want to receive, and in this, lead by good example. If we all just did this, I think that the world would be so much better anyway. We'd have a lot less people like what I've been dealing with, even just here this evening. You would find a lot less of the hate and the judgment, and you would find more people willing to stand up and speak exploratory ideas into the world and maybe possibly create something that we should and do deserve as humanity. I'm lucky. I don't care about personal attacks. I'm lucky that I've been through enough of that in my life that it really doesn't faze me. I don't care what is said to me. You can probably actually guarantee that if you tell me not to do something, I'm very likely going to look at the most efficient and profitable way to do it, if nothing else, to spite you. So in that, I'm lucky. I can do this. I can platform these ideas. I can push exploratory ideas, but not everyone is like that. Not everyone is like me. So in non-interference, you may very well be giving somebody that doesn't have the same sort of confidence in expressing themselves that, say, maybe myself or others do, an opportunity to still be heard and voice things that we may be missing out on. Personal boundaries are huge. I'm still learning that myself when I'm getting older, but personal boundaries, respecting the boundaries of others, very close to non-interference, but this is more a matter of, these will shift, these will change, these will be determinate based off of your proximity and the things in which you consider to be important in relativity to who you're interacting with. But boundaries and privacy go hand in hand. Mindfulness, and a lot of what this is engaged in, is I'm not being dogmatic in any of these principles, and I don't think you should either. I think it's important to maintain mindfulness in all of your applications of what you're engaging with. Remain situationally aware, of course. Be safe. Look out for those that you care about. Nothing I'm suggesting here, exonerates you from your responsibility to do good. If you see somebody that's in trouble, the Church of Mind Your Own Business would never say that's not your business. If you're capable and you're able, you should. But at the same time, be mindful. Assess what's going to be best for you and for those around you. Being present in the moment is so huge. Focusing on your own thoughts and feelings is such a big thing here. And not allowing others to interfere with it and having them mind their own business while you mind yours, we could definitely see a cultivation of so much more in our society, especially with the interconnectivity that we have these days. And mindfulness is also not on the agenda for a lot of people because of these devices we hold in our hands. It's not easy for us to be mindful of ourselves when we're really utilizing the power of others' minds all the time. So take that into consideration, especially with the first precept of solitude. Individualism is a hot topic apparently this evening. I do believe that you are an individual all the way until you either meet your creator or otherwise, but nobody rides shotgun in your consciousness. The importance of individual freedom and liberty, and your right to live as you choose, is the same as anyone else's, barring extenuating circumstances. Obviously prisoners don't get those sorts of rights anymore, but I digress. This individualism topic is one that I've lived by and have been firm about for a long time. It does not supersede the notion in which we live in a shared space of reality, and no man is an island. So you'll never be able to make any sort of change in this world without the acknowledgement of the shared results amongst others, but you should still do so and move forward with a good sense of individualism and respect for others and theirs. And the last one, as I've said a few times tonight, is the goal of all of this, in my opinion, and it is probably the most difficult objective to achieve, but it's one in which I firmly believe is representative of the root in why privacy and minding your own business is such an issue for humanity, and it's detachment. To detach yourself from external events and focus on your own life is one in which is such a hard thing to do. I'm not sure if even I myself and the founder of these ideas will ever be able to truly achieve it. I have some detachment. I've shown it and talked about it here, but true detachment and what I'm talking about is one in which I do believe is the goal and is talked about quite a bit in some Western and Eastern religions. And at the end of the day, this detachment prevents you from having any sort of existential crises around your temptations towards violating privacy and not being able to mind your own business. I think this is key and integral towards any sort of spiritual growth, as well as the detachment of what's here and now and the focus on the larger goal and the objectives you hope to achieve through whatever religious or spiritual outlet that you've chosen to dedicate your lives to, because I think it's all equally valid in one way or another. So I do want to say that I appreciate all of you, all 60 plus of you now. I've sat here through this, and I get it. It's odd, it's weird, it's crazy, but you're all welcome and accepted in this. And I think that it's, even if there's one concept or one precept here that sticks to the wall, it's better than nothing. There's going to be a lot of opposition to this too. I get it. I do. Anytime somebody tries to break ground or pioneer into new forms of thought and new ways of interacting with each other, but more importantly, more objective ways for us to protect ourselves. We all know that we are victims to what I call the demon of surveillance, the abuse of authority in our society. We are all put in positions where we're socially engineered into believing that we should share every bit of our lives, sharing pictures of our children on social media as if that has any relevancy or acceptability in the society. Being able to just, like, the number of times I've seen people overshare circumstances that even when growing up, I think would have been looked at as absolutely unacceptable socially, as to now, is so black and white. And I think that there needs to be a change in our dialogue about this socially. We need to protect ourselves from ourselves to some degree and from those that would do us harm. There are a lot of bad actors and a lot of people out there that are looking to manipulate you. And the amount of times that in some of the industries I've worked at that I've seen, especially our elders in our society are getting left on the wayside with the advent and rise of technologies, emerging technologies every day. The amount of people that I see on Facebook and on other social media platforms that can't discern the difference between artificially generated images and not. These are things that I think are indicative of how our culture leaves behind people and really seeks to manipulate and take advantage. And because of this, I think it's important that each individual takes it upon themselves to really safeguard themselves, safeguard your information, safeguard your identity, retain your individualism in the face of this collectivist new era of thinking that really does seek to destroy you as a person, because strong individuals standing together voluntarily is the only thing that they fear. They don't care about what you own. They don't care about weaponry. They don't care about your church or what religion that you individually, are belonging to. They don't care about your political ideology. They care that people voluntarily come together and respect, and that they agree, and that we see that we don't rely on higher powers to exist and to really prosper under notions of freedom and liberty that we all have a right to in our country. So with that, I'm going to leave the panel open for discussion here. I've got a lot of people that have been sitting up here that have listened to me go on about this for quite a while now. Even before this, they just weren't familiarized that I had it under a particular ideology. And then I would also like to offer an open discussion to anyone in the chat that wants to come up and talk about perhaps some of the modern relevancies of privacy and what our ideology is here in regards to, like I was saying, surveillance and data collection, pushing any other perhaps notions that need to be included in my ideology or my sermons in the future. I would love to hear it.
You did absolutely wonderful, and I appreciate you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'm not much of a public speaker, so I'm glad that it's this platform. So I'm seeing that there's a lot of back and forth with the bad actor here. And that's fine. I respect that. I think that it's, again, he's not doing justice to who he thinks he's representing. And I want to be clear about that. I don't think that he's representative of, he's a vocal, loud representative, but he's the minority in that group, which is why I won't platform him up here, but I won't kick him out either. You know, he can sit here and smell bad is what it is. That's what he's doing, is that he's causing a stench for himself. See, because at the end of the day, I'm also firmly of the belief that you can have an amazing argument. You can have all the facts correct, and you can say exactly what you need to say, and you can completely lose the crowd. You can also come up and say a million different things that are completely terrible and have a million people follow you. And I think we know exactly who does that in our society throughout the years. And unfortunately, I think what he thinks he's doing is he's saying all the right things, but he's lost the crowd. And it's because he has a dogmatic, slavish approach to what he thinks is right and wrong. But he also doesn't understand that while I won't say the quiet part out loud, I would never go to any of his places of worship or places that he has designated for himself to create something new and ever act this way. This is not the behavior that we endorse. And a part of the precepts of what I'm trying to do here is, you know, build something that is leading by good example. I'm not sure if the anti-Trumpster thing was directed at me, but you are completely out of pocket with that one. You should check into some of our political streams sometimes. I think you might be surprised. That was not what I was referring to.
I have a hard time resisting the temptation of being reciprocal with the way he's trying to pull negativity out.
You know what?
It's very difficult.
That's great that you actually are just willing to.
I will.
I think it's great that you are willing to say that out loud. You know, a lot of people would just immediately succumb to it, right?
It's very difficult.
But on the other hand, if you hyper focus on it, then you're going to end up falling into the same sort of mind virus that he's got, and it's that he's hyper focused on something.
And I just wonder how awful and negative his life is that he has to get it out in this way. And I'm not going to do it. I'm gonna turn myself around and not reciprocate in that negativity.
Well, here's the thing. I don't even really, you know, like I said, I'd platform him if he could at least have demonstrated some sort of civil, you know, position, and he might still get that. But at this point, people in the chat, they're in the chat, and the people up here, they have to listen to us, and they can either leave or they can request to come up. And so if in the chat they want to sit here and be negative, other people in the chat clearly are not about it. People of the congregation know that if they're going to sit here and have to watch that, they're either going to address it and tell them, hey, you stink, which is what I was talking about, or, they can come up onto the panel and we can have that discussion. And you know how I'm going to handle that. I'm going to let them speak. If they betray the notions of civil discourse, I'm going to let them know where they were out of pocket with it, how they were absolutely incorrect, and let them move on with their day or not. It doesn't really negatively affect us either way, because remember, and I don't know if you've caught this about how I feel about debate, but I would really like it if somebody could actually provide an instance where I've either said something incorrect or if there's a hole in the logic, because I'm not going to just all of a sudden, oh God, we're going offline. I'd take note. I would incorporate it into the ideology and I would strengthen it. So, I encourage, constructive criticism, because I can build from that. Even in some uncivil means, it can be helpful. I'm a human. I'm fallible. I'm not perfect. But I'm not going to sit here and act like a lot of other hosts in other live streams and just immediately boot people out. I could ask maybe one of the moderators to throw up a poll and see if maybe, the general consensus is that it's making it is affecting the environment in such a way that they care, because I don't want chat to be upset about it, but
Correct. But the one thing I can say is I actually want to thank him for letting me know that I still have growth to do to not react to people that are negative.
That's humble. I like that.
Actually, I'm going to thank him for teaching me to be self-regulatory on not being reactive to that kind of that connotation.
Yep. And with that, I'm going to go over to Ply, because I did bring up a guest and I didn't want to be rude. Ply, I want to thank you for joining us. Was there anything that you wanted to discuss in specific, or was it the sermon? What do you think?
Yeah, man, I was just listening to the sermon there.
How'd I do?
I think it was pretty good.
Thanks, man.
You got me thinking about how much I do agree with the whole mind your own business situation. I'm glad at the end you clarified with the whole you still got to protect yourself. You don't go into it completely blind or whatever it was. I'm paraphrasing. Right? You just don't, because that's like an aspect that I always thought about for it. But then I have the situation where I want to see things for myself. And I wonder if that crosses the line, mind my own business.
It's a great question.
Could you maybe give me just a little more context? Because I think maybe I was missing something in that.
So, like, one of the things that I related to that I did, right, was when all the protests was happening. It was probably smart for me to just mind my own business and read about it. But I got, an urge to just go out and see these things for myself.
Oh boy.
And so is that going too far to see it for yourself to make sure what you're reading about is right?
So you're asking me, in order to get your eyes on a situation, to verify like the authenticity of storytelling through the media, going out and taking a look at it, was that violating the minding your own business clause?
Yep.
I wouldn't say so, but only because if you think about it, it does come down to the mindfulness aspect of this, because with mindfulness, I think, comes genuine intent. Okay. Did you read what you heard about and get excited to go participate in the behaviors of stuff that you knew wasn't good?
No.
Okay. Did you go out there for the intent of being able to verify information because you saw it as valuable information based on either the safety of your community, yourself, or just the overall country?
Yeah.
I've answered this question earlier. Then I think that there are circumstances in which we cannot be dogmatic, and you have to make a personal judgment call. But when it's rooted in mindfulness, and you're not going out there with the intent of harm towards others, you're still minding your own business. You can mind your own business and be in public. It's a public area. And if things are being done in public that you would like to get your eyes on, because I think all of us understand that there is a deeply rooted mistrust of the the state-sanctioned propaganda machine known as mass media these days, I don't necessarily blame you for wanting to go out there and make sure with your own two eyes what they're saying is what's happening.
Okay, yeah, completely agree with that.
I think that's
You know.
fine. I think that's totally within line of like, hey, this is a part of a society and a group that I'm in. Yeah, that's your business, but to what degree in which you engage with it, that is really starting to get into the definition of minding your business versus maybe you're letting curiosity get the best of you in a way that isn't so constructive. If it's detrimental to others, well-being and safety, that's also a problem to discuss. And then again, we could get into the weeds. We could talk all night about all the subtle nuances in which maybe something may seem as like it's not minding your business, but it could be okay. But at the end of the day, I think that the answer to that question it was fine, and you still are minding your business if you're acting in good faith. And that's my point, is that when we look to ourselves and ask, hey, would this be violating of my sense of privacy in this action? Just apply it to others, and you've got a pretty good, not 100% of the time, but you've got a pretty good starting point.
Yeah, and I kind of like it, put as as a sermon type of deal, right? Because to me, it is kind of like that sin. It's like you were just talking about we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that, but man, that curiosity bug's always kind of going off, isn't it?
Yeah, keep it in check, but don't necessarily ignore it either. It's a sense of your intuition saying stuff. I think that's important. It might be some of the leftover ingredients that's what makes us different from all of the other animals in the kingdom, and possibly the core little splinter of what your creator endowed you with. But again, I'll just reiterate too, like if you find yourself in a situation where you're curious about stuff, like especially that whole terrible situation from 2020 to 2022, I hope that you're not sitting here asking me if I thought it was a good idea to go get involved in riots and destruction of property, because no, that was stupid.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I mean,
well, as long as we're
was,
clear. No, I would never endorse something like that. I think that was a bad idea.
All right. Well, awesome, man. Thanks for the conversation. Great sermon you did. I'm going to pop down the comments.
Thank you again, sir. I appreciate you coming up. You have a good rest of your morning, I believe it is now.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate you coming by.
So, looks like our congregation is heating up down there.
It is. It's terribly difficult to not respond. But
let me ask you this: what is probably in the last 100 years? What was the most significant social movement that actually gained traction and caused real change in our society?
Anti-segregation
by civil rights.
Correct. That's the first thing that comes to my mind.
And when that happened, do you think that whenever the speakers were engaging with the public, that they weren't dealing with the exact same shit, but in person?
Oh man, I can only imagine the ignorance that they had.
The ignorance that they encountered, on top of the level of personal attacks and the kind of attacks that could be made in person. And these people still stuck to their guns. Now, I'm not a civil rights leader by any means, but what I am going to say is that if you look at what they dealt with versus the actual benefit of the results that they were able to achieve, this is
just a walk in the park.
This is just the road you have to walk if you want to see any change, man. And I'm not even really trying to say that, like, again, I'm not equating myself to any of that. What I am saying is that it is a natural part of this process, and eventually it'll stop rubbing you the wrong way. I still engage with some of it because it's ridiculous, but it doesn't hurt me sitting here.
It's a far cry from a equal comparison. I agree. It's just it's something that the more you deal with it, the more, I don't know, thick-skinned, so to speak, the less you are more inclined to attach to it. Yes, it's you become desensitized to those the empty attacks that they're trying to get reactions, and
I'm detached from the power of words from people of whom I don't have investment with because it's not my business. What is when I place people around me that I care and I respect. And if I put you into that position in my life, in the proximity therein, then if I hear some shit like that, it might start to affect me because I've allowed vulnerability. This person and many persons that will come don't have that access to me. So I'm not going to sit here and even be like, oh, I need to say something. These people are begging for the microphone. Like they're literally sitting in their request begging. They're sitting here making themselves look terrible. I'm doing him a favor by not bringing him up here. He has made he could come up here and spit honey and gold and nobody would like it anymore. He's lost the audience. He's lost credibility. He's lost my confidence in his ability to even maybe be a human about it for a bit and turn around and be reasonable, find a middle ground. There's some people in which you cannot reason with, and because of that, I think it's reasonable to just not care what they have to say. But am I going to kick him out?
No.
Nah.
Because he's grasping for straws, and it turns into a silly game of him just really trying to get under our skin, and if you don't let him, it's kind of a silly game.
Yeah, so this is the last I really am going to engage with it at that point. So
I mean, you've got a lot to teach me. I have a lot to learn. I have a long way to go, but I feel like I'm progressing in the correct direction.
Hey, Ply, I think that was really awesome of you, bro. Thank you so much. That was nice. And just so you know, contributions are not tax deductible yet.
But I guess about time I start turning in there. This has been very eye-opening and mind-opening, and I look forward to the next time we can all get together and communicate.
Likewise, you know how to get a hold of us. We put you into the back channel of stuff. So if you ever want to reach out and you got any questions, or if you want to, like I said, by the way, don't forget to do that little bit of research for me because I have so many irons in the fire. Tomorrow or later today now, I have an entirely different project that's going live. Not here, nothing like that, but it's been months in the making. So I won't be doing anything like this for most of the day. Okay. But if you reach out, let me know if you find anything interesting, and I'll let you know what the schedule looks like.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
You as well.
Thanks.
All right, so and I am going to, like I said, turn the offer over to the floor. If anybody wants to come up, want to have a discussion, you just want to talk about anything related to this, obviously, we kind of want some civil discourse, so you can be in opposition to what we're doing here. I don't have any problems with that. It's not really the focus that I want to have, but of course, that's what you want to do. It's what you want to do. So yeah, if I got anybody in the audience, in the congregation here that wants to come up and relatable suggestions, constructive input, something in terms of what they heard they may have liked, maybe changed their mind, definitely gonna want to hear from you. Oh, here you go. I got a really good one here for you, dude. Sorry about that. Subverted your expectations there for a second, didn't I? I think that you still need to work out your argument. I don't mind that you're here. I love that you're making friends, but when it comes to coming up here and talking, I need to see a little bit better behavior from you first. That's just all I'm asking for. All right. Brett, you still with us here, bud? You've been uncharacteristically quiet.
I am still here and listening, just kind of multitasking.
Okay. You recognize a possible civil discussion talking point here from him. What do you think?
Say that again?
Oh, he's claiming we agree on surveillance.
Yes, we agree. I imagine that he does agree on that. However, I'm
You're hesitant
concerned
to
about.
platform him because he'll immediately transfer it over to the original talking point, which had no merit.
Yeah, I think that his idea of surveillance is only governmental, which is a part of what we're talking about, but it's also
It's a
more
big
than
part
that.
of it. It's a big part of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, it's more than that.
You know what?
Surveillance, but
CCP, I believe you. I do. And I'm going to let you come up here. But you need to make a donation. Put some skin in the game and I'll let you up here. And I won't even kick you off. Let me see a donation and you can come up. Otherwise, you're going to have to sit there and continue to make a good argument from the chat. And with that being said, I am going to invite Charlie back in here because I think it's about time for him to get up. And Peach, how you doing over there? You doing good?
Still awake.
I don't think there was any ambiguity to what I just said there, was there, Brett? I told him if he wants to come up and utilize our time and our space with our crowd as a platform, he needs to make a donation, correct?
Yeah, I feel like
No,
that's
I don't
pretty
think so.
common.
Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure we were clear here. You've already been up here and removed, and now you're asking me to trust you that you're going to make an argument in good faith about things we agree on, which I don't really understand why you would do that, because you've been sitting here calling me a Satanist all night, and that's fine. But if you think that I'm going to let you come up here with just 100% faith like that, no. Put some skin in the game. Show me that you have an investment in actually bridging that gap. I'm good otherwise. So, I don't care what you donate either. I mean, it doesn't have to be huge. Should have probably given you guys a bit of a heads up. Hey, Charlie, I know that this is completely, extremely off the wall for you here. Just bear in mind, as a moderator, there are things that are going on that I'm allowing. It's okay,
Understood.
We're not muting anybody. They can cause their own problems the way they want to. It really honestly just highlights their bad positions because that's where it's gotten. Enough rope to hang themselves sort of thing. They've got so much rope over there, dude. Like, it's bad. So let's see what we got here. Oh, I'm Steve Urkeling it up over here, apparently. Can I do that? That's cool. Hey, what's up, Doughboy? How you doing? How you doing, Bob?
What's good?
What's good?
Hey, y'all been out here for a long time, huh?
Yeah, we just chopping it up, doing some church. Apparently, I talk like Urkel.
I'm here to say what's up to Peach. What up, Peach?
Oh, wrong platform, buddy.
No, I know her. Well, not know her, but I met her on here. That's why.
No, I know. You were in my. This is my live stream in too, dude.
Cause that's why I joined. Cause
yeah,
her name popped up. Yeah,
I get it. I know.
Well, I'm glad you joined.
What y'all talking about over here?
He wants to talk to you, Peach. You tell him.
No,
Okay, so would you like to join the Church of Mind Your Own Business? We're currently accepting members for a congregation. I don't want to speak for Laz because Laz spoke so well tonight on our premise. Can I get you to cliff note it just a little for him?
Mm-mm.
So what that mean? Everybody gotta shut up?
No. I have some materials that I'm gonna make available too. But yeah, so basically, the Church of Mind Your Own Business has very specific tenets in which we value privacy, individualism, respect for others, taking very specific, small little steps to make changes in the social dialogue about what's acceptable in terms of prying into other people's businesses.
Right.
Yeah, it's real basic little stuff, but it actually can apply to a whole multitude of things, including all the way up to the demon known as surveillance in our society. So, we definitely have a hardline approach towards, your privacy is very important. I think that there are aspects in which we can utilize this in ways you wouldn't have expected. Ownership of your actions through sovereignty and accountability are huge. Also not popular. I know you know that. Like a lot of people don't like to be accountable for what they do.
Wait, what is sovereignty?
Who owns you? You?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so by ownership of self, then you can take accountability and autonomy in that as well. So, but yeah, sovereignty would be that you own yourself and your decisions and the right to make those decisions.
Oh, okay. Right.
I mean, I've kind of had to re-cliff notes a few times already this evening, so at this point, I feel like maybe one of my acolytes, as they're being called now, Brett,
Right.
or I wish
Yeah, I'm
that
sure you said that 100 times already tonight.
I've gotten over it a few times. It's
Yeah,
not
we've been going at it a while.
it's not
No, I
a
know, y'all been
complicated topic, but it is something that seems to be causing some uproar with a few of the the tiny hats over there.
Yeah.
So yeah, we don't require any major donation to join. However, as a member, you will get opportunities to purchase really cool swag.
Oh, yeah? I got
Yeah, man.
swag.
You're gonna have Church of Mind Your Own Business swag with all sorts of slogans on it about how people should keep their nose out of your fucking business.
Yeah.
What do you think? You like nosy people? Like drama?
Fuck no, man. I
Good.
hate
Those are
that
our ops
shit.
too.
Nah, hell nah, bro.
Well, how do you feel about Satan?
Satan? What about him?
Because we fucks with him apparently. He's our homie.
Oh, yeah? I think
Well,
everybody's
accusations
homie.
came out tonight.
I think he's everyone's homie, to be honest with you.
Apparently, I'm like his biggest fan right now. I've been called a Satanist all night, which I'm not. But I was just curious how you felt about it. It was just a general question. Also
Nah,
picking to see
yeah.
how much you're willing to actually give away. How much of
Yeah,
a
give away what?
privacy-minded person are you? I'm shit testing you.
Privacy-minded person.
Cherokees, you like that one? Oh man, we should have done that. We should have done.
This is going to be really weird when Lucifer Morningstar pops by.
That's fucking right, because not only is he not a Satanist, but he's probably one of the most enlightened motherfuckers I've ever met. And if he came up in here right now, those people would shit their pants and throw it on the wall. And we ask that you not do that in church, please. So, yeah.
So what was your question? Do I fuck with Satan?
No, it wasn't a real question. But if you would like to tell us, that's entirely up to you, sir.
Yeah, I don't
All right,
know, man.
look. I'm gonna do you a favor. All right,
I
need
get what
you.
you're trying to do, though. I get what you're trying to do.
I need you
So,
to head back to the congregation and develop some more Riz for Peach. Okay. Okay.
Charisma.
No, I like that guy though. He's cool. He's funny.
He's cool.
This isn't exactly the platform for that right now. Maybe yesterday that was fine, but we have a specific agenda at play here, and
Church is in session right now.
church is in session. We've actually had a really long congregation this evening, longer than I intended for it to go, to the point where old man Charlie has gotten up on East Coast time. So Charlie would be probably one of the patron saints of the Church of Mind Your Own Business.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a key tenet in in my generation.
Well, I'm just, I guess I'm old school like that, man. I'm a little bit out of step with my generation, so why not? And I hang out with older people anyway.
Yeah, as Peach was on and Brett was on there, actually Fast Talker was on there yesterday too. I did a live, and it was mainly about the best of each generation. But I did the couch. I did the tell me your complaint. So it went good for a while, and then it kind of fizzled out in the end. But hey, everybody has a chance to sit on the couch and tell me a complaint.
Peach,
I'm here.
Yeah, are you though? I need you to handle the chat, please.
Oh, I was not looking. Sorry, I looked away for a second. Okay, come on, y'all. It is 6:52 a.m. Y'all
Yeah.
can't just have a good morning. We're all trying to get along here. All right, you're about to get. God damn
It's just a matter of the subject matter that we always get into that is just so offensive to people that refuse to allow for open thought. Charlie, you missed both sermons, and I think I delivered hot and heavy. And I'm
Nice.
gonna ask Peach or Fast Talker or Brett to have to fill you in because, quite honestly, I did a lot of that off the cuff, and I feel like I did a good job.
We've all
Maybe.
been taken to church this morning.
What was that?
We've all been taken to church this morning. It was a very good sermon.
We'll have to have a sidebar about what was needing to be fixed or not, but yeah, I definitely delivered here, and I have a lot of material that I've referred from that I'll send over to you, Charlie, so you can see kind of what you missed. And obviously this live stream is recorded, so I can shoot you over the clips of where I delivered the general message, some of the tenets. If you want to, you could call them demigods as well, but I have 10 different focus points in which is really important for the Church of Mind Your Own Business to focus on.
Of course.
Yeah, I had to block that one guy as well, guys, because he's probably the next. He was going to be the next one to start saying stupid stuff. And then no, I'm not talking about you, whoever you are out there, CCP.
I muted him too.
You
so.
muted CCP.
DRA Panic. Who are you?
I
That's
got rid of
alright.
I got rid of Daddy Unicorn. He was working his way up to escalating to the same crap that the other guy was saying. No, CCP, I want him to be as loud and vocal as he wants in here, unless somebody in the audience really is just like, get him out. But nobody said
Oh
anything.
no,
They
I
all seem to
didn't
just.
mute him.
That's fine.
I gave him a warning and he calmed down ever so slightly. But enough for him
That
to
guy was
not-
thirsty. He was super thirsty, and he wanted to drink from Lake Peach.
Do you have any requests? Let's see.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, we have 60 people in.
I have no requests here for guests, but a lot of people definitely seem to have been interested more in. I mean, honestly, I don't want to go fire and brimstone here. That's the part that I've been like, because guys, I really could push this shit to the limit. I don't want to because that's not really the angle I'm going for. So I would prefer to have more like an interactive
You
approach
have a
where people kind of.
guest?
Yeah, I just brought her up.
Okay, cool.
Damn.
Howdy, y'all.
Welcome.
You preaching, I want to hear it.
Hello.
How you doing?
No, I'm
Roasted pumpkin seeds are the bomb. They're so awesome. Do you put like sugar and salt on them, or you just put salt?
I use Cajun seasoning.
Ooh,
That sounds delicious.
that sounds really good.
I'm literally staying on them as we speak.
So what can we do for you today?
Oh, you said you were preaching, and they said preach, and I was like, I want to hear it. Do you have no more sermons for us?
I've run for several hours. I've done 3 sermons now.
I mean, I can
And
say something to y'all that I feel like everyone should know.
yes, ma'am.
It is illegal. I just found this out. It's illegal to go through your partner's phone. Yeah.
When did
Yeah,
this happen and where?
It's called the Wiretap Act. And it is a federal crime, even if you are married. It is a federal crime to, let's say, if the husband is cheating or even a wife and you want to get a divorce and you go into the court, it is illegal to submit anything coming from their phone. You cannot go through their phone.
I mean, that's not exactly how that works, but I mean, for
It
seeking a difficult
is. It
report.
actually is. That's what I just wanted to bring to y'all attention because I
There
was
is an
like, what?
exception to this, but then it kind of breaches the premise. I know exactly what you're talking about. but there is an exception.
There are some extenuating circumstances that do prevent you from getting tagged with that, but it is also state by state now.
Yeah, but the common one is if you bought the phone and then paying the bill and it's only on your name.
See, you can't do that either, right? Because it's this lady, she's a lawyer, and she was just talking about how she was in a case, she was at court in a case of,
It's
the
because
standard
no one
procedure.
owns the data on the phone except for the company.
Oh, hang on a second. I'm sorry. Just one moment. This is just going to be a real quick protocol thing here. Please don't ever speak over Queen when she's talking, or any of the women on my panel. I really would appreciate that.
Oh, he's fine, but thank you.
No, it's not even like I want to make it a personal issue, but just, in general, I would prefer no talking over, but I don't get enough talk time out of you and Peach, and it's the last thing I want to encourage from anybody. It just personal preference, protocol. Let's just please be respectful of when we have them speaking.
Yeah, but what I was saying was it's a lady, she's a lawyer, and she was in a case at court, and basically, the lady was trying to divorce her husband because of, he was cheating. And so she submitted, pictures from his phone of basically clearly showing that he is cheating. And his lawyer said that you probably want to take those down because that is illegal. And yeah, the judge literally turned to her and said, she can be prosecuted, and her lawyer can be prosecuted for submitting those things because it does go against that act. And I'm like, that's wild. So yeah, she wanted to let people know, don't do that. And now she's getting prosecuted for doing it. So I'm like, golly, we can't go through each other's phone.
That's pretty wild.
That is wild. I'm like, God.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, so not exactly like that, because state by state everything is different, and so in a divorce thing, you're gonna have no fault divorce, which is a thing,
See, this is the thing, right? Because she even stated that for most people that think, oh well, this is a Texas thing, so she was like, no, this is a federal thing. This goes for every state.
But it's not exactly. Now, if you are privy to information that you got illegally, then you could basically make that argument. However, something on the information on someone's phone, depending on who is paying the bill, whoever said that is right. I don't know who said that, but yeah, you trace back to actually who owns the data part of it. But I mean, saying it's illegal to look through a phone, maybe not. But if it's going to be held up in court, maybe a little bit.
Well, that's what I wanted to bring to your attention. I was like,
The evidence, though, if it's on the phone, it's on the phone.
that is true. I also found something out that is very interesting. So there's a bunch of I gotta find the article because I looked at it. It was a bunch of philosophers that came together and read every scroll of the Bible, like every last one, because it's like 82 or 83. So they read everyone, and they came up with a conclusion that the Bible was put together to kind of suppress women. That's something very interesting I learned.
It was put together by Constantine's harem. Yes.
So these were modern philosophers? Are those, or was it, Roman
Oh yeah,
philosophers?
this study came out this year.
So they're hippies.
Hippies. That's funny.
Bit of a stretch.
All right, so just real quick, sorry to interrupt. Just so you know, yeah, most of the sermon is pretty much conducted, but at some point, if you would like to get a recap, I'm sure that Brett would be great to run you through it because he's really good at too long didn't read. I have a slight little bit of side research I got to do on an issue that popped up, but I do want somebody to kind of get them caught up because both Queen, Charlie, and our newcomer here are not really caught up to speed. And part of the side project is actually getting some of these reading materials together so I can send it to you.
What kind of special books do you have?
Come again?
What kind of special books do you have?
special books.
You think he's got like some sort of like Land Before Time or like what? No, wait. What was the one?
That's a really good story.
It was a good story, wasn't it?
Well, let me look up something here. Got all sorts of special books. What do you like to read?
What's the one with Atreyu? What's it called?
No, it's not.
Never Ending Story?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. I was like, you think he's got a book like that?
I don't know.
All right. So to answer your question, actually, more honestly, no, I don't have anything published in terms of what I'm talking about here, I guess, yet. But I do have some materials as far as like covering some of the sermon that I did and just some of the precepts, principles, things to focus on.
What are your 3 main principles?
Mind your own business.
Well, you're trying to spread this. I would like to know.
I know. I just told you. That's one of the big ones right there is mind your own business for sure. I think you misunderstood my answer. I wasn't telling you to mind your own business from this.
Introvert. I get it.
That's pretty goddamn funny, actually, that you took it that way. All right. Well, yeah, minding your own business is obviously the name of the game, but here we respect privacy in general. Okay. I'll give you 3 of them because it's easier for me to go about it this way. Damn, sorry. That really took me through a loop there. All right. In a nutshell, without, again, getting all the way back into the sermons that I've gone through today, there's fundamental principles that I'm espousing in regards to that. Every individual will have a right to live their lives as they see fit. No undue interference. Judgment from others is not acceptable in this belief system. We believe that, each person should be allowed to make decisions and choices for themselves. No one else really has a right to dictate the way in which you should live. The right to dictate is a very big specificity in that. It's not really our place to pry into personal lives of others. The judgment of them based off of our belief systems or values is never acceptable. That's not what we're endorsing here. We are wholly accepting of everybody. It's just mind your own business kind of stuff. You can be of whatever religion, ethnicity, walk of life, spirituality. I don't care. The issue is not that in which you bring to us. It's what you take away and how you apply it to those principles that you believe. So living your life to your fullest is about as equal to as allowing others to do the same. We do want to recognize in this whole system of ideology that I've developed that there are many different ways of living. Everybody has a unique path in which they follow. Diversity and its celebration of it is integral to what I'm trying to express here. There is a unifying effect of respect and privacy and individualism. So it's one of the core tenets and the foundation of what I've built. Respect of others is a big one. Respecting people despite disagreements, respecting people despite your own innate curiosity of their information. Excuse me.
There was a pop-up for the people that were also listening to you intently to friend them, and I missed it. Because you're brilliant, and I already love your philosophy towards people.
I appreciate that. There's a couple of things that we reject, and the things that we reject aren't still commands or anything that in the ideology are, say, punishable, because, again, individualism, it doesn't really have a lot of room for an authority source to tell you where you make penance, but there are suggestions. We reject the notion that you have any right to have imposition. And that means you can't impose your beliefs or ours or any on others. You don't really have a right to control behavior unless it has an objective bearing on your safety or on your well-being or even influence in a way that you don't consent to.
I'm going to take a right turn here.
Mm-hmm.
There are people that believe that their ideals are more legitimate than others.
Of course there are. That's exactly the nature of belief.
And that's what causes things to go awry.
So we don't use what we already know is ubiquitous throughout human nature. This is inherent in all human belief. In my ideology, we don't use what we know to be a rationalization to fall into controlling behavior. We lead by good example. People should be free to make their own decisions without fear And if you make decisions based out of fear or through coercion, they're not decisions that are likely to stay permanent. We believe that if you influence people by good behavior and by leading by better example, that you're going to have a longer lasting effect and result. It's more permanent. But persecution, harassment, rationalization through the concerns of other people making stupid decisions that they make, which they're going to anyway, these don't belong in the ideology. Let them do that. It doesn't change anything. You still can make good decisions. And honestly, it's not our business, as long as it doesn't affect you, harm you, or do anything.
A good decision.
When is a bad decision a good decision? Well, to be perfectly honest with you, the subjectivity built into that isn't quite a part of the sermon you asked me to revisit. So do you want me to do that, or do you want me to answer that?
No, continue. I apologize.
No worries. I just wanted to be clear. I can go down that route, but bad decisions being good decisions, that's I'm saying more like you got to think about the effect of what people are doing. You don't have any real legitimate authority under my ideology to interfere or impose what you think is good or bad on others. But consequently, if something somebody's doing affects you, it becomes your business. So then is it really about minding your own business or taking care of what's yours and what's right? And you know what I'm saying? Like, there's obviously a distinction here. I'm not dogmatic. As an individual, remember.
How many people do you draw circles around? And that becomes your business.
The drawing of the circle should be one. You don't experience life through anybody else's eyes, and you're not accountable for the actions of others.
No, but there's like your family and friends. There's your business associates.
Let me finish the sermon.
Conglomerate that you run.
Yeah, let me finish. You gotta let me finish the sermon, and I'll answer this.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, these things are all actually pretty covered in that, because the notion of minding your own business doesn't reconcile or exonerate you from your responsibility to your duties or responsibilities to those that you care about, love, or rely on you. You still have to do those things. I'm saying that in general for social dynamics and a just conversation tone change, mind your business. Have others understand that they should mind their business. And if they don't, ask them to put the responsibility back on them to justify why it is their business not to be minding their own fucking business. I understand that some people see that there's an irony in me having a live stream and opening a entire ideology in church around minding your own business, but that's not what's happening here. See, I am still in the business of minding my own business. I don't pry into other people's business by doing this. Nobody's forced anybody to be here, because the most important aspect of this is consent. You do not, through imposition, then get to say that you had some sort of consensual relationship with the choice of coercing somebody to do something you think is right. In the same way that if you don't want to be here and you think I'm not minding my business, move the fuck along. That's pretty simple. I'm not forcing you to be here. If my ideology or something like that seems to concern you and you want to deplatform it, just go make another live stream and debunk everything I'm talking about here. But good fucking luck, because at the end of the day, I can't think of a single person in their right mind that's going to justify the idea of expanding the demon known as surveillance and expanding in the idea that gossiping and hurting people through prying into your private affairs is a good idea. Violation of privacy sucks, and we don't talk about it enough in this society. So do what you got to do, guys.
Hitting now, hard, like it.
At the end of the day, we do believe in treating others with kindness and compassion. You do still have a responsibility to helping those in need whenever possible. You do not have a right, through the idea of privacy or minding your business, to stand idly by in the face of atrocity or in the face of something that could potentially be rectified through your action. If through inaction something bad happens that you could have made a positive effect, you do hold a responsibility to that. So there is a individualistic aspect of this, but through your individualism, you're accountable. And if you can't do that, maybe you don't deserve privacy anyway, and I don't have a way to really break in through to you. And this isn't to you, I'm speaking generally. Now, remember that
went left so quick as it is.
Are you not down anymore, Queen?
Coming in hot. I loved it.
Like, it was at one point, I'm like, okay, I get it, but then it was like, go to your own live, and I'm like, what happened?
It's all over the place. I get it. Look, at the end of the day, this is a huge umbrella of just basically changing the tone in conversation about individualism, but more importantly, striking at the heart of a huge problem in our society. And it's that privacy is a fucking problem. You know, we're utilizing a platform right now where everything we do, say, and interact with is recorded. It's added to a data set, and they use it to draft out patterns in order to put things in front of you that they think you want to see. That act right there creates lanes that they expect you to stay in. There's no more exploratory measures through this giant tool known as the internet.
But the
right?
act of staying in the lane of, hey, this is the lane with the watching is
I was the
part
only
of it.
one that realized that. It's like stuff that be happening, it comes on my For You. Like, let's say if I'm on Facebook and I'm interacting with something, and then I get on TikTok, I see the same thing on my For You page. Or let's say something like that's happening and like I'm going through it in real life, like something that happened with my ex or something, like I'm arguing, and then something will come up on my For You page about exes. I'm like, that's kind of weird.
That's because your microphone is always hot. Your microphone is always running on your smart devices. Now, just let me summarize the rest of this, and then I'll let you guys get to discussing, because I really wasn't looking forward to delivering the sermon for a third time, but it's important.
Thank you, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, if we develop and cultivate this whole lead by good example, mind your own business, of course, still remember there's nuance. And there's still instances where, as an individual, you should be able to step up and take care of those around you. I'm not suggesting that. I think I made that pretty clear, right? Like, you still have a responsibility to stuff despite insisting on your boundaries and your need for privacy and minding your own business. Like, these things both can be the same. They can both be true. And so I think that by all of us learning to press this notion seriously, not just as a insult or as a get out of my way and mind your own, like, no, mind your own business. Everybody's just learn to become a little bit more focused on yourself, become more mindful of the idea of like being able to cultivate solitude into introspection, maybe just slightly cater or, dialing back this like temptation of curiosity that we have.
The introspection part is very difficult for a lot of people.
Nothing is going to be easy about trying to change the train of thought in which I'm going after. But let me ask you this. Is there anything that you've done that was easy that really felt fulfilling?
No, I've yet to find
me neither. But whenever you persevere through challenges and you determine that this is something you need to accomplish, and then you do it, there's a lot of pride that's worth having. And I think that if anything, I'm trying to scratch at least a little bit of a surface here with pushing the idea that no, some of this stuff isn't easy, and some of it needs to be dealt with anyway, because I'm telling you, at the end of the day, we have given up entirely too much of our own ability to be our own individual unique personalities. Our individuality is at stake in this entire society that we live in, and the privacy sector is a joke. The data collection of everything that's going on right now, and then they sell it. You are one of the most valuable products on the planet. When you think about it, Google makes more money off of selling your information than all of the oil barons ever did in the entirety of history. Why is it that they're able to do that? You haven't gotten a single penny for the information that they cultivate and that they sell out from underneath you. And they sell you these ideas and these products and services of convenience. And they tell you that these things you must have to integrate into a modern society. But then
not wrong.
They turn around and they utilize the very information that they listen to you and your family members fight and have great moments and sit there and talk about your desires and all of that shit. Every bit of that is analyzed and sold back to other interests that don't give a shit about your humanity. So again, I'm going to get right back into this, and I'm going to finish with, we could probably have a more harmonious and peaceful world if we all started to set a little bit more boundaries with the people that we shared our information with, and we stopped getting involved in other people's shit as well.
Roundabout. Brilliant. You were adamant about your thesis, and it is solid.
I appreciate that. Fast talker, it sounded like you wanted to say something. May I hear it?
No, I was going to say, I think it's so funny. I think I told you guys this before. So my very best friend here, she's Persian. And so when I hang out with her for like an extended amount of time.
Is she married?
She is.
I can never find me a nice little single Persian lady.
No, she's amazing, but it's funny because my phone will pick up on her talking to her mother or somebody, and she's speaking in Farsi, and then all of a sudden, like something in my stream is like Farsi with no subtitles. I'm like, okay.
I live with a Persian woman as well, and my phone does the same thing, so I get a lot of weird Farsi stuff.
You're just like, where are the subtitles? So it cracks me up every time that
Farsi
happens.
from Hindi?
Sorry.
How different is Farsi from Hindi?
I don't speak either, so I don't know.
I don't speak Farsi either. I kind of know what it sounds like phonetically. Like, sorry, not, phonetically is not the right word for that, but you know how it's
the right word.
It's a bouncy version of Arabic.
So let me just ask you a quick question, Fast Talker, because I've had a bit of a observation about Persian women. Is she ridiculously hot?
She kind of is, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell it is. I can't. That's why I immediately was like, she's single. She's saying, I know they're fucking incredibly smart too.
It's because we all watched Aladdin as children.
Nah, dude, it ain't like that. You don't understand. Like, I dated one for a while, and you don't know. That's the one that got away, bro.
Yeah, she's a genius, and she's funny, and she used to be a DJ in her younger years, so it cracks me up.
Yeah, if she's got any any lady family around anywhere from 25 to 40, tell her to send them my way. I'm open to all that window right there.
I
don't
will
care,
tell her
man.
about this, she'll like it.
They're gorgeous people.
Yeah.
Anyway, if she can hear me right now, my bad.
No, be honest. You have no idea how far that shit goes.
Nah, I'll be all right. Anyway, so did you have any other questions? Did I deliver this okay for you? Would you like to? Is there any nuances?
Sermon, but you said you weren't doing any more sermons. All right, let's do other questions. Hold on, give me a second.
If you got a follow-up, I'm down to answer. Yeah, I think that might be the last delivery of a sermon for the day because I've been on for several hours now.
Where do you derive your light from?
Well, currently I'm paying PGE.
Not like your electrical company, like the light in your soul.
That's a personal issue I keep close to the chest, and it's there for a reason.
Okay, and you said no personals. All right.
I didn't say no personals. You can share whatever you'd like. Just for me and my own, navigation of this platform and some of the people here, I find that personal information such as my own religious beliefs and spirituality, I tend to keep to myself.
That's fair. All right. What helps you walk when you walk?
Yeah, so that depends. If I've had like one too many, generally I use like a baseball bat. It's a nice cane. Currently, I've got a really nice set of insoles in my shoes, and it makes walking pretty much just a cinch.
New Balance 680s.
Skechers for sure.
I thought so too, and then I put on a pair of New Balance model 680, and I was stunned. I swear it pushed me out.
God,
the door.
Charlie, you are so old.
I am. I was going to say what helps me is Aleve.
Hey Charlie, I'm with you on the New Balance, so they're very comfortable.
Oh my! All right, look, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop being absurdist in my answers for you. Please ask me a direct question so I can give you a better answer.
Are you talking to them or me?
You've asked me two very interestingly open-ended questions that were too easy for me to be a smartass about. I'm an absurdist, so when I hear that, I can't help but also let you know that like comedy is a giant factor in both my ideology and in my in what I consider my personal revolution against the universe.
What's your favorite dance move?
I don't like to dance.
Yeah, but you've seen people dance. You have to have like seen someone do something and be like, "That's cool."
That's not church appropriate.
Not that kind of church.
Stripper pole for the win. All right, hold on. I'm gonna think of more questions. You got me on a roll.
Yeah. I feel like I didn't realize this was going to turn into a personal interview, so I got to get ready.
You haven't answered anything though. I'm just answering. I'm just.
Have you not
asking
picked up on the
questions.
pattern here? Like, again, please review the name of my church.
Yeah, you don't interfere with people.
The Church of Please Don't Interfere with People. That had a really good ring to it. It's a missed opportunity.
General Church discussion, the Church of Mind Your Own Business. Yeah, don't interfere with people. Yeah, okay. Why did I have to reread that?
It's not my business to say.
It's my fault. I know exactly what I did. Moving on. All right, another good question. Roller skates or roller blades?
Roller blades.
No. 4 wheels all the time, not in one lane.
Why 4 wheels?
Well, rollerblades have 4 wheels too, but she then indicated not in one lane. I like fruit boots. I grew up in the 90s. I rollerbladed a lot. So, I mean, I roller skated too, but not like, nearly as much as, I rollerbladed in the 90s. That's what I did. So if I had to choose between the two, I'd say the fruit boots.
What does fruit boots mean?
Rollerblades.
Okay. Is that East Coast, West Coast, Midwest? Where is that from?
I have no idea.
It's gotta be. Like
Does
4
anybody
wheels.
really know the origin of words? And in fact, should we really care? No.
I'm answering his questions honestly, to be honest. I don't know. I don't have a favorite dance move. I'm not
I
gonna.
think I would dance move.
Twerking.
Twerking. Can you twerk?
I can twerk, and I do.
So I was going to the office the other day, and I had Sophie Tucker, and the song's name is "Throw Some Ass," which I had very, very loud on my phone, and then I took my AirPods out, and so everyone else heard it, and I was like, you know what? It's kind of embarrassing when people hear that. It's very, very loud.
Your mic is loud. Continue.
All right, so
Can I take this back to rollerblades and roller skates because it made me think of the movie Brink that was on Disney. Does anybody else remember that movie?
yes, I remember that
Okay,
movie. I actually just
had
watched
to,
it like a few months ago.
Did you? Okay,
I did.
I just had to yeah. I know that movie is like hella old, but such a classic.
It's classic. It's odd. I forgot who the lead actor kid was for a while too.
What was his name again?
I'll let you think about it for a second, but if you don't remember, I'm gonna look it up because I can never remember his name. But he was in something, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I forgot he was in this.
Is it
I didn't even
Cameron?
know
Is
the
his name
movie.
Cameron? I feel like it's in me. I know it. Gotta pull those Disney names out of me. They're there. You never forget that.
So
shit.
it's his name is Eric Von Deeten, and
Yes.
he's been in a bunch of movies that you would just be like, what the hell? But yeah, that's him as a kid. He's the lead actor for it. Let's see, he's been in oh man, it goes back for quite a while
I
actually.
remember watching that movie and remember the rollerbladers he was beefing with. I remember being like wow, they're tough. I would love to watch the movie.
He actually does the voice acting for Sid in Toy Story.
Oh.
Yeah. He was in Seventh Heaven for a couple of episodes. Old TV show for some of you. That's a deep cut.
Okay, I saw some of the Seventh Heaven crew is back together. They reunited. I don't know if they're doing podcasts or something.
He did a
Wasn't
couple
Sid the
of
Dachshund?
I used to watch that show Seventh Heaven back in the day when I was a kid.
He's
And
been in
it's
an episode of Charmed. He did Malcolm in the Middle.
I watched Charmed.
He did a voice for a character in Avatar: The Last Bender for an episode. He
Ooh,
returned
what
to do.
voice did he do?
It says his name was Chan for one episode, but I don't know what that one. I mean, I can't remember off the top of my head. He returned to Toy Story for Toy Story 3 to do the voice for Sid. And he's in something for the. Oh, wait a minute! I might actually be interested in this. Hang on, let me look this up.
The fact that he was Sid means he's like a bully in Toy Story is funny. It's the opposite.
I would go further than calling Sid a bully in that movie, but whatever.
Tormented child.
Yeah. All right. So, just out of curiosity, did you have any other questions or anything like that? Because I'm going to get to probably wrapping this up here pretty shortly. I think we've reached a point in this stream where I think we're going to need to go ahead and call it quits for church. We're going to have to go out and do some follow-up with a few people here. And I think I have one more guest that also wanted to come up and talk. Is there anything else I could cover with you? Did I answer everything? Are you satisfied in your curiosity?
If you're talking to me, absolutely not. There's so much more to learn.
Great. I'm glad that I got a hook in you. What I need you to do is follow my page and come back for our next church session, okay?
I do follow you.
I appreciate you. I'm going to toss you back to the congregation, okay? Copy that.
Fish back in the pool.
Yeah.
Back in the pond.
All right. You're going to head back. Okay. So now I've got Yvonne. I don't know. She was like, I heard how white he was when he said that.
Since we're in church, it reminds me of, okay, so these apartments I used to stay at had this laundry room, and for some reason they like decorated it with like old church stuff, like church pews. Like there's like washers and dryers, and then there was like rows of just like church, I guess, for us to sit on. Well, like the fraternity house owned these apartments, so like they probably got a deal or something. But yes, there's like all these like church pews, and then there's the washer and drying machines, and there's like a lot coat on it. And a lot of my neighbors, like a lot of them are dudes, and they would always leave it open. And I was like, you guys have to shut the door. Like, I don't want my clothes getting stolen. Like, I'm a chick. I have like nice stuff, you know? And I used to kind of like bitch about it. And when I wasn't doing laundry, I didn't care. So they would just leave it open. And I remember the one day they were like, oh, it's fine. And this like homeless lady took a liking to the church pews. So she like set up, shop in there. And she's sleeping, and they're like, they made friends with her. They're like, she's really nice. See, it's totally fine. And then like we're all hanging out, and then he goes down to get his laundry, and she took everything, like all of his laundry detergent, his hamper, like everything. And then after that, that they always shut the door.
Yeah, well, there's a lesson in there somewhere that we could probably write a sermon about, I feel like. But now's not the time. I'm going to say that I really appreciate all of you that have been sticking around here. I know that this was kind of, again, really weird, but at the same time, I loved it. I agree that Fast Talker had a suggestion about maybe coming up with a little bit of music, so I think that could be in the works for a future session here. I'm going to write up a couple of more sermons as well to develop beyond just the initial premises that I've been pushing here today. Definitely, before we end this, I do want to just take a moment and ask everybody to tap that like button, get me up as high as we can for the duration of this stream, because I am going to be taking it down here in a few minutes. Did anybody here on the panel have anything they wanted to add? You guys got anything you wanted to say?
Yeah, the point of my story was everybody lock your doors.
Mind your own business.
Lock your doors, mind your own business.
I think
hide your kids, hide your wives.
I think for me, I think that the ideology here, I think we all pretty well understand. I think that what's the struggle point is going to be adopting it for oneself, but also in a manner at which can convey to others. I mean, even since I've been on this, I've been finding my thought process and activities still falling wayward, and I got to find a way to atone for that, Pastor. I just,
Yeah,
you know,
you
it's
do.
just it's a little in our human nature, but you know, we have this sense to we have a propensity to go overboard and not mind our own business. You know.
Uh-huh. From the ground up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do want to thank all of you once again. I shoot everyone here on the panel a follow. These are all my mods. We're missing Tor. He's been being a good husband. He's been spending too much time here with us, so he's got to make up for that. He has his own atoning to do, but we'll get him caught up to speed for the next session. Shoot everybody a follow. If you are interested, like I said before, I have some material. If you DM me, just let me know that you were here for our, for the first sermon or whatever, and that you're interested in getting some reading materials. I will probably also post up a couple of pictures on my TikTok of some of the proposed T-shirts that I'll make and some other swag that'll be coming here in the next couple of weeks. But definitely keep an eye out, and you guys have a good rest of your day, and mind your own business.
I've got an idea that I'll throw to you over on Discord sometime today.
Great. All right. Awesome. Mind your own business, guys. Have a good one.